Hello everyone, how good of you to join and welcome back to Tristão, that glorious smaller city that we're building here right now in the new world. And yeah, I would really like to focus a bit on its development as well from time to time. First of all, we do have the occasional bricks that we need to spend here. Right now we are also limited by the influence to further increase its defense. I think this is looking though pretty good already, so a smaller fleet will have no chance here, and then we still have our reinforcements that we could send in anyway. Now let's just build us a few more buildings here. I would like to go ahead and also finish those districts that we have. So I do have a marketplace down here. As we can see, there is the end of this town basically that we can reach, right, and not further than that. Let's also have let's also keep this double road that we have there going up, right, and then we probably have another double road here. That adds a bit of structure there, and then it's this area up there that ends it, right? So I probably will need 2 more warehouses or marketplaces up here then. So let's have one here. By the way, that's a beautiful location here, just beside the oil springs are very nice, and those people will have glorious playing days there on the wells of oil. Let's go ahead and have those few houses there as well. Right, let's try and squeeze in as many houses as possible. Sorry, I need to check this one from time to time again and again. Look at that. I have my gunboat here in... I thought I would be safe here in Hugo Mercier's harbor. I'm not. As soon as they know that I have a ship in the area, they're just going to relentlessly chase it down, and I have no chance of actually saving it, right? So I really just have this tiny window where I get a ship that I can purchase, and I get it to Eli, and that's really it. And then I need to pull it out again immediately. It's really just that single item, Chef Michel, that really that I focus so hard on, where I kind of like, it seems like I waste a lot of energy on it. By the way, we were actually in the new walls, so let's go ahead. We can still add a few more houses here, and here. And that's probably the end of it for now. How many oil wells do we have there? Quite a lot anyway, so there will be an oil well here for sure. And around it, I'm just going to have these houses. These poor families that are going to live here. And here we can still squeeze in some more. That's fine, and then probably here as well. And then, of course, these districts there, let's fill them up with those blocks. I like those blocks the most. And then we should, alright, should not fail at this. Very good. Another full block that we can still add up there. Yep, and that's basically it. We have 600 tons of timber, so we can build them all at once, plus the marketplace. And I probably would want to squeeze in a nice chapel here somewhere as well. This one. With a nice smaller entrance. Let's build it. And then we can also just have some palm trees around it, behind it, and in the front. Very good. Another chapel for these poor souls, and we should also be able, yes, to upgrade more. Let's go ahead and do this here in the center especially. Let's use all the bricks that we have there for more upgrades. This unlocks a few more buildings. I think we've also unlocked now the final upgrade. 300 more Breros. Final upgrade for the trading post here in the new world. And those guys there. That should be fine. And this will, of course, once again raise my consumption rates. Rum is looking really good. All of them are also consuming rum, by the way, right? So the obreros there, they're using or they're drinking rum quite a lot so too. Beer they would want now too. I can't provide them beer, unfortunately. Or I have no intention really of providing them with beer. And then we are still finishing this whole area there as well. Like that. And then some more here by the mountains. And then we probably... Oh, the last marketplace is really far away. So let's just have this one here instead. Together with another nice chapel right here. Right. Actually, there we can make a little plaza there. Oh, newspaper guy. It's always a pretty big decision there what to use right now. The cool thing is we have the +5 here already. So I could... save a bit of influence. We save 7 influence. I could push this one down to 5%. And yeah, let's do this. And with that, we do actually have 37 influence available again. So we actually do have a bit more influence, but that's only because I had the positive article there already in its place and I didn't need to spend any influence on it. So it will be tricky juggling with the newspaper there all the time. At least until we reach investors, and that's still far away. Alrighty, looking fine. Another full district is coming to life. Build all of them. As the city is growing into something massive. And with that, we definitely will need more of these fish oil factories though. Or at least push their production. But let's actually build more here on that side, right? I'm thinking about 2 more for now. And I will probably need to push this one then later as well. 2 more here. And do we still have? Yep, 2 more that we can also have here. And then also 2 more kitchens. Actually, there they are. In the back. And that fire station, very important. And an upgrade for the marketplace. And also another cannon. Yep. Now that we have a bit of bricks and a bit of influence there as well. Meanwhile, we have actually upgraded soap to epic levelness, so we have even more soap value now. For some reasons, yeah, I think because the clay is full, yes, we are not getting any more bread in, and the pigs are always constantly full there as well. By the way, our maximum storage is at 780. That is not really enough. We can upgrade our large trading post in Crown Falls one more time to the highest level, and this gives me additional 250 storage. So let's go ahead and do this, even though it's really insanely expensive. But I think it's a nice symbolic gesture of having also the highest level now in Crown Falls. Just really fantastic looking. That's more storage, and we could of course also then upgrade now the docklands to more and more. For that I will need to move the shipyards, and I'm going to move them over here. I'm not expecting any bigger attack anymore on that side of my harbor, and even if, right, those shipyards are not really valuable, and we can just quickly rebuild them. Plus I'm not constructing any ships for now. And what we can do then here is we can continue upgrading that docklands. I would like to have some export offices that we can have in this direction there. And then we also have these depots here that I can have as long as we are in the harbor area. And I think for now we could boost a few of them here. Or we could have them like this, right? So we do have then... We're stopping kind of like here now in this direction, and each one of them gives me another additional 100 tons of storage that I can use. Right, so that's that. With that, we should have a bit more room to play with. And also, let's just see... Canned food. It's down again, the same with the fur coats. The canned food, it's really, really hard to get this one up there. I hate that production. It's one of the hardest ones to keep up if you go for a bigger town. Let's just see. I don't think we have a... Oh, we actually have a pretty high goulash surplus there, so let's build 2 more of the canneries. And boosting them, no, can't do. I'm not doing that. That would be just insane. Right, and we definitely do want to keep at least a bit of a happy population there. Not that many bricks, nothing I can do. I would like to have a university here though, because those people don't have it yet. And I think, yeah, this is a perfect spot for that. So we might then just have another university in this district there. And I think there it is. Or later then. Of course, with all the new citizens coming in, I'm also going to expand my cotton plantations once more to this side there. We are going to need another warehouse in the area and 2 more of my cotton mills that we can work here too. I'm not boosting them yet, right? So there is another potential of another 50% increase for at least the cotton plantations. The cotton mills, you know, since they don't take that much space, we will always be able to just build a few more. But the plantations I will then need to boost as well rather soon now. And the sugar or the rum is still fine. We are producing a lot of rum, so much that it's actually constantly full. For the cotton, I'm not seeing the same thing. For the rum, we're going to add a 5th clipper now, and that is Comet, to the rum trade route because it's still constantly full. And for the cotton, we're probably not going to need another clipper for now. Now in the city of Crown Falls itself, it's time to build the next university in this area. Fantastic. That means now all of these people here do get their last good, so we could also now upgrade all of them here to engineers then if we want. And of course, we want. And also, I can build or I can upgrade a few more farmers, and I should be doing that. Those guys here don't have a marketplace close by, as it seems. There's the last one, right? Yes. This one here, we need to get up there in order to boost the range of it. That should be better. Yes, they are now having that. because I want to have all of them here to workers as well. We have 2,000 farmers. We don't really need them anymore in Crown Falls, so I can safely upgrade them whenever I feel fit, like here. There we still have a couple of farmers that we can upgrade. There is a few more farmers in here lurking around. There we have them close to the industry. And by the way, here, this wall we can now build 7,500. We can afford it. And then also this wall here. Just fine overall, a nice little ornament that we have in order to separate it from the industrial zone. A few more farmers up there. And now those guys here. Perfect. Oh, I can see the consumption rates going through the roof right now. And also, there's a few more people that we can upgrade to artisans. We should be doing that. And yeah, those people now want engineers, want to become engineers. We don't have that many materials. Let's just go ahead with those guys there. That's more taxes coming in for us. And of course, the town is looking better with that. But of course, far from finished. Boy, what a busy area that is here. Lots of people on the streets of Crown Falls. And by the way, yeah, these smaller thingies here, these smaller courtyards, we also would have the means now to finally, you know, build some smaller ornaments into them wherever we see fit, to also make this town a bit more beautiful. In these courtyards there, I would like to use my fountains that I have available then. We do have quite a few of them. And it just makes sense to have some fountains then in between here, right, like that. It adds attractiveness. And also, it just looks, I think, really good then have these in there, right? And people can actually go there, right? And there is an entrance, I think. Can we go in there? I think we can. That would be even better, right? So there's the street of Crown Falls, a busy street. And there's this entrance here. And yes, we can actually go through into the courtyard where we have that fountain, right? And we have some smaller stores here everywhere, as we can see. And then this fountain there in the center. It's just fantastic, really. I like that a lot. We, by the way, also have some riots in the bread district right now that are hurting us a bit. And also with all the heavy industry that we have down there, we have now officially reached the lowest level of attractiveness for Crown Falls. A hideous capital it just was a second ago. Only for a brief moment though, right, as the riots is getting less and less again, so nothing I can do. That's still a revolting capital, but at least for a short moment we had the lowest level, the hideous one. Now, I still, of course, we're going with the highest level of attraction then at some point. Don't worry about that. We can upgrade a few more people now here in the center. I would like to go ahead and upgrade more people here in the actual town center. Right, so the more we level up to engineers, the less people or the less consumption we have for soap, bread and sausage, because the engineers don't want that anymore. That means the more engineers I have, the more I can trade my bread and my soap for other things, for other products that we have. Of course, at the same time, we get more workers again by upgrading more farmers, because at the moment we still are in the process of leveling up more farmers than ever, because we have the surplus workforce. And also with the trading, I can continue to get rid of more grain farms here and thus save more on my population. Let's also get rid of this warehouse there, as we don't really need it anymore. And with that, also these streets there. Oops. And this road there. Looking good. More and more space we have then available. And here in this corner there, we can then have more houses just beside that road there, beside the wall there, right, where the industrial zone is ending. Now, I'm still a bit reluctant of adding too many buildings here now, because who knows how big that industrial zone really gets, right? We might still need to get rid of some of these buildings then here once more. But for now, we should be golden with that. Let's actually get rid of this one and have the roads going all the way here, so that we can continue adding more houses in this area.
An explosion in one of your factories.
And there was a coal mine exploding over here that we need to rebuild. Do we have any other ruins here, by the way? There is something, a potato farm. There we have some ruins. Of course, this is directly contributing to a low level of attractiveness. Those people are being sick, but they're already being tended to by the doctors. Another sheep farm. Yep, lots of smaller ruins everywhere. This one. And that's it though. Then we only have ruins here in the western frontier. a bit further away. It has been quite some time since the last battleship attacked us, so I'm confident that for now we can really focus on some city building there. The next share I can purchase now. There it is. Very good. So only one more share is missing until we get Honest Bro. What a name, really. My balance tanked in the meantime quite hard, so we need to check why that's the case. Rum is out. Of course, we have 5 ships on the rum trade route. Do we really not produce enough rum? That would be a shame, really. Yeah, also there's not enough rum here anymore, so I think it might be time to also boost our rum production there a bit. They have the full output storage, so we are completely capped on the sugar cane. Right, so I can build a couple more of them here. Let's build all of them. Now let's make sure that we do have always enough logs there in store as well. Yep, we're not that high on the logs anymore. This one here we can, by the way, upgrade. Let's do that. And let's have us some more of the lumberjack huts then. Boy, even though we are using a lot of them already. Am I boosting them already? Ah, we're doing that. Damn, so we do have a bit of a problem there. This one here, let's upgrade that, because we are full on timber most of the time. And as soon as the sawmills are full, right, they can, the lumberjack huts should deliver the logs directly to that warehouse there. Let's also go ahead and boost the productivity of my cotton plantations, leading to a higher cotton production. We're going with a few more cotton mills than in the process. I think we're rather low on the cotton there anyway, yes. So that will be a much needed change. And logs is also completely out now. And there I'm hoping that it comes in a bit. We can actually get rid of this sawmill there to further fully use one of my lumberjack huts here for the log production. And about space, yeah, it's a bit tough there. Harbor is under attack, just over here. Oh, this Royal Galleon usually is the target of a lot of bad boys. So what I'm also going to do up there, it's costing us influence, but it's pretty important having a repair crane. And I'm going to have this right beside my harbor buildings yet, so every ship that docks here is getting repaired automatically in while it's unloading stuff. It's not that a beautiful harbor yet, right, but for now we can use it. We can always move these buildings around then wherever we see fit them. So let's just see more artisans that we can upgrade with a bit of timber that we still have available. Perfect. And in Tristão, we can continue with the upgrading. We have lots of resources once more. I do have some timber. Let's use that and upgrade those juicy people there. Make this town even bigger. Now, of course, the idea is then to have only obreros here at some point, because we can use the commute pier to share the workforce then across the other islands in the New World. Of course, once we have other islands in the New World. I am actually working on this island here right now, which is extremely bad, to get rid of it for the harbor defenses, right? We might actually keep it then for cocoa that we do need at some point. This one here is still much more preferable though because of the coffee. And coffee is something that my engineers want. There is also some more saplings available at all times. And speaking about those items, Eli, how are you looking there? Do I have a ship for sale here at... Oh, I don't, and I don't have a ship available there right now. Rerolling is a bit of a trick there. If we get Chef Michel, we need to be here really quickly, right? So one more time. Nothing though. It's hard to get this item. It's really hard to get this Chef Michel guy at Eli. What I want to do in the meantime is, while we wait on these other things to work, is disrupting a bit the flow of my enemies. So we do have some trade routes here in the New Worlds that are just roaming around. I'm not going to loot them as that is way too tedious, but we are going to disrupt their ships. I think there's quite a lot of movement up there, and also some of you really wanted me to explore more of the world. Let's go ahead and send my main fleet. Of course, this time we need to keep them grouped, so they're only really strong in combined force, right? Up there we have lots of islands still that we haven't explored. Let's send my fleet over there. Yes, Sean. We are of course going to stay friends there. And I might also try to reach ally status with Sean at some point. Right, he wants actually my gifts and he's rather cheap to buy. And also end there. Let's just try. Yeah, well, very unsuccessfully so. Staying on good terms with her. But with an alliance with Sean, we could also further secure the New World there a bit for us. Let's move over there. and destroy everything in the process that we find except Hugo's ships. And how's it looking here with the share? Yes, very good. The last share we can take off this island now. The takeover would cost us 670,000. Quite a lot, but we can afford that soon. And also we would gain some influence back because of course we get the influence back from these shares, and we would significantly weaken the military score of Bente there, and that's actually the goal here. Let's just see, we should be very close now to this island there. Oh, I'm feeling confident with that fleet. By the way, if we lose some ships here, we can just rebuild them. Not a big deal. I cannot build more ships though. Oh, whoa. Let's get back there. There is another bigger island. This one is actually a good island. Crap. This one is actually something that is worth taking. We could sell these shares and purchase the other shares instead. Unfortunately, I'm a bit late to the party there. Yes, this island, of course, is much better than the other one. It also even has the coffee fertility on it. Now, there's also, once again, a resident quest. I like to do them from time to time because they tell stories of your city. And wild animals are eating all my hens. Poor things, are so terrified they haven't laid an egg in weeks. There is some wild animals in my capital city. Are you serious? And they're over here as well. There's not even a forest close by or anything like that. Yes, well, after extensive search, I did not find the wild animals yet. I think she's trolling us. There are, of course, no wild animals in my city, and perhaps we find them later. I'm going to try it again once more in a couple of minutes then. So far, so good. The town is growing. That's the important thing here. And new changes are upon us, especially new industry, since my people want more things like glasses now. Stay tuned. Hello everyone, and welcome back to our beautiful town in Cape Trelawney, as we are going for more and more engineers here. The city is really starting to look like something like a proper city, doesn't it? Now, what we still need is, of course, more paved roads. I'm not going to waste any of my bricks though for that at the moment, because, well, we do have quite a lot of new productions on the way as well. Now, my ships are under attack as usual. I'm actually going to send my smaller fleet that I have here in Cape Trelawney down there. And also some of you suggested it and I've looked it up, and yes, we are having now a white flag on Star Shadow 2. That clipper here that is in Old Nate's Harbor, there was one available. It's really hard to get it actually. Took me quite a few rerolls, and the flag itself cost me 218,000 credits or something like that. So that's really expensive, but it's going to be worth it because this Star Shadow here is not attackable anymore, right? So it's completely immune, and we can now send it to Warm Waste Prison, so Eli's Island. There we have it. Off it goes, and over there I hope we can find Chef Michel that we can use then for our canneries, and with that we could completely get rid of one of my trade routes there. Well, one of the ships has been destroyed. It's getting a bit more aggressive again, right? So Princess Ching was rather quiet for a period of time, and now she is being annoying again. So let's just get some of my ships over. While that ship is on its way now, and we are building another clipper to replace the trade route that has been disrupted there a bit, let's go ahead and upgrade us a few more people, especially here in the town center, to beautiful engineers. So there we have those guys and those guys perhaps, and perhaps also on that side. Of course, pushing a bit more into the center that we have there. And there we have those workers. Let's get them to artisans. We still have 3,800 workers available that we can upgrade to the next level, and yeah, we do have the materials for that, even though despite everything we don't have enough bricks there really. Let's upgrade those guys there, and there is the my answer, right? So we're going to destroy these Princess Ching ships here. That's very important. Another thing is, I've noticed that Princess Ching, she's got this big island there, and she's not really defending it. So there is like 2 cannons. I mean, it's a pretty strong cannon here, the harbor artillery, but we will try to get this island here, distant forest, because of the space. It has lots of space that we are going to need for the grape, the vineyards that we're going to have, but also for my steel industry. And it's got a nice little beach down there. And I think that's it. A few oil springs actually down here that we could use. Yep, it's 4. That would be enough, because we don't really have any other oil other than Crown Falls, and the new world is still a bit tricky there. Very good. So that ship has been sunk. Perhaps we can find something. Another cotton trader is coming in. A bit of sugar. Not that we really need it. We could try. Yep. To get the cotton here, save it, and get it over to Crown Falls. That might be something. Now what we have for my brick production, or we do have a lot of clay, right? So we are still getting more clay in than we actually can consume right now with our brick factories. So I would like to go ahead and get me some more of these brick factories. Over there we have 2 of them, and let's ramp this one up to another 2 that we can squeeze just nicely into this corner here. 2 more of them, and they should hopefully work as more bricks, because boy, we're going to need a lot of them in the future. Now there is something very important that we need. That's 2 things. We need to ramp up a bit our steel production, and we also need to get a new product in now, and that's going to be brass. We're going to need brass for our steam motors, very important for the steam ships, but we're also going to need it for the glasses, another consumption good that, or consumer good that my engineers especially want. I can already see that my rum is also running out, and there's no clipper really, right? That is getting us the rum. There's another trade rod, not fully functioning at the moment. Really strange sometimes. Oh, and my clipper has arrived at Eli, right? So there we have now a chance of getting it in peace. We don't need to be afraid anymore of our clipper here being destroyed. I'm not going to re-roll too many times though. That was not it. And over here, let's just check what's really going on with my rum. I'm pretty sure that we have enough sugar cane. Yes, we do. We might not have enough wood. We do. It's a bit strange. What's going on? Newspaper guy, I can't really afford that much, so we are going with the -20 and the +10 and keep the happiness there. That's a bit of influence that's left over for us, right? We are producing right now 31. It's even more than that. It's 33 rum per minute, and in Crown Falls we are consuming 39. Alright, so we are not having enough rum at the moment. Reason for that, of course, is also because we get a lot more artisans in. With the workers, and I'm going to only continue with that because we need to fulfill that step, right? I need to get those people to artisans, and of course that's going to increase my rum consumption, and at the same time we're going to upgrade more of these artisans than to engineers in return. So those guys here, for example, and those guys, just because we really need, and probably here too, those guys. Lots and lots of engineers, 9,000 at the moment. They're paying us so nice amounts of taxes. It's just too much worth it, or too worth it. And here a few more workers. What is going on with you? Marketplace. I might actually solve this one by having a paved road to the next market. Oh, the next market? Over there it is. Right, this should actually do the trick. And it does, and we can upgrade it. Perfect.
I've no complaint.
Dauntless, my next clipper is out. Let's put it right on the trade route here where we've lost the ship, Dauntless. And by the way, I cannot, some of you suggested that I cannot put all of my ships with the white flag. It's really, really expensive. That would totally deplete me of any money just to save a few clippers. That's not worth it. It's way better to just protect the trade routes with more warships. This one here brought in a bit more cotton that we're going to need. And let's get this one back to my fleet. She's really trying to be a pain here. I'm going to pay her back though soon. And I want that island, as I said, right? We got the main forces over here right now. There is another island in the New World that I would really like to get. And this is Auspicious Isle, as it's called. This juicy baby here. It has 17 oil fields, it has 4 gold mines, it has the caoutchouc fertility, and it has the pearl fertility for the beaches, and it has space. Oh my goodness, it has a lot of space that we're going to need for coffee and caoutchouc plantations. And yeah, it also has a very nice defense. And in order to crack this defense, either we build more ships or we purchase those shares. Alrighty, and let's actually not fool around here or, yeah, waste some time. Let's take this island there. I think we can take it. It's only 3 major cannons. I think we're going to lose 3 ships, perhaps. That we definitely should process well, I should say, right? And I really want that island, and I want it now, because basically we need those resources. So let's get into the harbor area there. Another big attack in the city builder. I know, but it's just all we need. I can't waste more time purchasing shares all the time when we have the ships available, right? So let's move them in a bit further up here. We had the wind on our side, so that's a bit of a problem there. And let's attack with full force. The first ship is going down quickly and is going down soon, but also these cannons are going down rather quickly. There we lost the first one. Problem with the first one, of course, was that they all focused this one ship here. And I hope that there's no real help coming in. Alright, so the second cannon is coming in. Pretty major attack, really. The next cannon is down. We only have lost one ship so far. It's looking good. We're probably going to lose those two ships there. This one really needs to go down, though. It's doing a lot of damage to our ships. Perfect. And then it's only the major harbor building there that's destroying this ship now. Ship number 2 is down. Perhaps we can actually live with only 2 ships lost. Cannon tower, this one is down, perfect. And that one's down. There's barely any damage. Oh, okay, I didn't see them, so we are going to lose that one there too. Okay, 3 ships lost. I think that is going to be fine. It's a bit of a stretch here, really. If there's a major force now coming, then we would be in real trouble, but I don't think so. Let's conquer this one. That's a pretty big hit for Princess Ching. We got 30 minutes on this island. Now let's move the harbor area actually to the other side. So over there is a small harbor. This is really just a production island. It's going to be a big production island for us. There's some loot, but that's of course loot from my own ships that we've just lost.
Let the sails fill.
And we might actually get us something here, some sewing machines. There's actually some building materials on Andromeda already. So let's just get to the other side of this island now. And from here, we can then have the trade route going outbound, right? That should be rather easy. We will need to, of course, get around that major island there, but that's it. There is another clipper for sale here that I would like to purchase. We don't have another ship right now in the New World that we could use for transportation. Let's get the clipper over to Tristão for the building materials. And I think since we do have engineers now, yes, I could get the commute pier up and running, right? It would cost me a bit of money there. I think for the first one, we don't have to pay any influence. Seems to be right, but I think for the second one, we will have to pay influence then. So on this island here, we probably will have to pay something. Let's try it out, actually. How much is it? I think it's pretty expensive overall. Oh yeah, 2,500 maintenance cost on the commute pier. That is insane. That would be 5,000 credits we pay from that just for workforce sharing that we certainly don't need that for now. I'm just going to build up a smaller city here, really a small city with cornaleros on them, because we will probably not need more than that, right? For the coffee and for the caoutchouc and perhaps for the gold deposits that we have. That doesn't matter. My ships are on the way back here, and we do have not that much influence, so in order to protect this island, well, I need to keep my fleet, of course, close by. That's really the only downside for now, but I think it's fine, because we're not going to need those ships for anything else in the near future. Alright, there's my clipper coming in, Wild Swan. Oh, yeah, White Peacock. I forgot about this beautiful legendary animal there. And let's get us some timber. Get us lots of timber actually and some bricks. And let's get this one over there to Suspicious Island. There's really nothing here in this channel, right, between the two islands that would danger us. There's no big ships or anything. And the next step that we have now is this island here. We could afford it now, so once the cooldown runs off, we are going for this island just so that we can weaken Bente. That is very important, right? We need to drop her military score there a bit. It's too high at the moment, and she really doesn't want to do anything with us. And Princess Ching is a bit weaker now. Still doesn't want to go to ceasefire. What is going on with you, Princess Ching? There needs to be some diplomacy here, please. It's incredible. They don't want anything to do with us. Alright, there we got lots of crap items. There we have the bricks and the timber.
More than ready.
That's fine. And those ships I'm actually going to keep a bit further outside here, right? They're going to help us there in the process, defending that island. And the rather damaged ship is going to stay here, self-repairing itself. It's probably going to be enough. Meanwhile, we continue with a few more upgrades in Crown Falls. There's also a quest that we could do. Just something here and there. We got a few more bricks in again that I can use to get more engineers for all the juicy money they have for us. And yes, by the way, we are going, of course, with way more upgrades than soon, once we can afford more on our consumption. I'm going to get a few more engineers in order to, well, in order to reduce my consumption rates of artisan goods, that is the soap, the sausage and the bread. So the more engineers we have, the less those products are being consumed, and that's going to help us out for trading these products on the docklands then. Because that's another thing that we're going to need them pretty soon. This whole area I think needs a university. Yes, nothing that we could really do here. And down here, perhaps a few more workers. Yes, I think that is a good workforce balance right now, because we are still going to need some workers there for additional factories then in the future. Meanwhile, our clipper is arriving at Auspicious Isle. I actually like this name, so we're going to keep it. And I'm going to build us a smaller settlement here once again. This is really just for the workforce. We might also want to upgrade them at some point, perhaps to a browse, if I don't want to afford myself the, well, the insane amount of cost that the commute pier has, really. Let's just go ahead and build us a few more. It's really just a worker city, or farmer city, going to be nothing like Tristão, right? Our big capital. Let's just see that we can squeeze in a few here. We are, by the way, negative right now on the balance. I totally see that. And that is because the rum probably is out. And that's definitely a huge problem that I need to tackle there soon. But this one here is another problem that I need to tackle rather quickly as well, because we need the caoutchouc for the bicycles. With that, we will get another huge income boost for the engineers. I think it's a bigger impact than the rum. So that's definitely something. Let's get them to grow up there a bit. Now let's have a look at our rum production. Now we have our distilleries here. We are sitting at what now? 39. It's not even at full capacity. I think, oh yeah, first of all, we should upgrade those warehouses there to the higher levels. We can't afford that. It's just absolutely necessary because they're completely overwhelmed. And this fella there, probably. Perfect. They have the logs and the sugarcane. Sugarcane is full. Logs is going down there a bit. I think we had a bit of a ride there with our lumberjack huts, but they're working again. And just to play it safe, let's actually also get us another lumberjack hut up here. That will supply us with even more logs that we're going to need for all of them. And yes, space-wise, it is a bit of a problem here now, right? I can squeeze in a few more here. But I would need to get rid of this one, or we move this one a bit further over there. That should work out. Ah, come on. Sometimes it just doesn't want to. And then we can squeeze in a few more in this spot here, really. With, of course, their own warehouse. And this one is going to supply a few more than here. I think we can squeeze in a few more here then. Let's actually squeeze in one more here. We need it. We need all the rum in the world. Now, I do have 5 clippers on this trade route right now. I think this might not be enough. Clippers are really not that efficient when it comes to trading. Meanwhile, in the Auspicious Isle, we need to continue there with a bit of construction. Oh, so much gold here. We have 3 gold deposits right next to each other. Just going to have me a warehouse here to remind me of the precious stuff that we have there. And Auspicious Isle has reached town level. Perfect. They should probably get a chapel. Chapels are really important for happiness. Let's actually have it as central as possible. Right here. So that it works in all the directions, and then we can continue with a few more. Happy people work overtime more often. So we can use them. We can choose everything out of them if we want to. Auspicious Isle is growing with 350 honorars. We're just going to wait here now a bit, and then we start with our first productions on this island. Let's get back. Wait a second. First of all, let's get back to Eli. Can we reroll again? We could reroll a bit. Just a tiny bit, really. I don't want to waste too much money. No Chef Michel. It's really incredible how rare it is. Alright, let's get back to Crown Falls. And yep, there's the rum out, and the fur coats are out now too, right? So these 2 major products here. We have the cotton fabric. Do we not have the hunting then? The fur? We have fur. Is it not enough factories that we have here? -1. We don't have enough factories, really. I'm going to squeeze in 4 more in this corner here. We should also upgrade our warehouses with that. And we might also consider then changing their... Oh no, that is pretty harsh. I'm not doing that at all. One thing that I can also see in Tristão is that we are coming close to the cap of rum again. So I still don't have enough ships for that. We have purchased the Wild Swan here. So the Wild Swan is going to be added now to the rum trade route as well. It's just insane the volume of stuff that we need to transport on these routes. And yeah, another clipper is just absolutely needed. We need to keep the balance up there because look at that. If the rum comes in, we are at 23k sitting. And that is a really comfortable income there that we can use to push our balance there in total. All the rum here is working fine. This one here, oh, this one doesn't have a connection that we should look out for. And there is another smaller attack, nothing big though. Perfect, looking fine so far. I haven't forgotten about this island here, very important. We will need to take this one. And oh, those bricks, it's insane. I would like to build a few more things, upgrade a few more buildings. We just don't have enough bricks. I have so many brick factories at this point, and it's just insane how slow their production really is. There we have another farmer that we can upgrade. A lot of smaller things that we need to look out for here right now. But it's going to be paying off long-term wise. Especially here, my downtown district. There we got a few more. Perfect. And perhaps also here, those people there too. Artisans. More and more of them everywhere. Now, another very cool thing that we can do now is the takeover here on Honest Bro, this island from Bente. I'm going to move some of my ships over because I'm pretty sure there's going to be some nice loot over there. I think 2 Royal Galleons will do the trick though. The rest will stay here. Let's just take those, move them a bit closer. And then, yes, well, lots of cannons here, and we will never have to fight them. It does cost me 670,000 credits. That's a lot. But 2 things are happening with that. Bente is going to drop a military score, and also we're getting a lot of influence back because there's 50 influence right now bundled up here. So let's just take this one over now. And as we can see, we're popping up to 40 influence again. Yeah, money's down, but also this one is completely gone. And she's crushed, of course. And Bente should be moving down there for 400 to 335. It's probably still not enough. Nope, it's still not enough. The difference is just there yet. It's really hard to get with even with those AI. And let's just see what we got in here. Unfortunately, very bad loot. Very bad loot. It's not really worth doing anything here, right? So let's actually get my ships out there again. That's not going to be worth it. I'm going to keep this island for now. We could give it up and get us some influence back there still. But with 40 influence, I'm feeling rather good right now. With that, what we can do is, yes, we can build us a few more battleships again. Heavy warships there. Let's get this one and let's get this one. 2 more coming out to start building something bigger up here in Cape Trelawney as well. To conquer distant forest, which would be my goal. I really like that they're so passive right now, probably because that there are some problems here in the old world. I mean, they have the ships, right? They have the ship power, but they're just not focusing on my parts of the world right now. Thank you for that. Let's have a look at that. No Chef Michel so far. Well, we can't be lucky everywhere, I guess. But for now, so good. A nice expansion there we had now. And yeah, we continue onwards from here. Stay tuned. Hello everyone, how good of you to join. Take a cup of coffee, sit back, relax and enjoy another day of Anno 1800. Now looking at Eli there once again, this prison island that we have. Lots of very clean people, by the way, because they're purchasing soap like crazy. And what we do need here, or what we actually have here, is a pretty good item. And we have 6 more minutes to purchase it. It's Dario the Mechanical Engineer, 333,000. I'm really surprised that he popped up there. He's as rare as Chef Michel. And this one is affecting bicycle factories and sewing machine factories. Instead of steel, they process iron. How great is that? we don't need that steel anymore for our sewing machines, and we do need a lot of sewing machines, and we only need iron then and logs, and this makes it really cheap. I want that, even though it means bankruptcy for us at some point. I want it. We have a couple of problems though. The one problem is that my rum is not that efficient. We are producing a lot of rum, no doubt about that, but it's just not getting there in a very efficient manner. Look at my trade routes. We have all our ships basically going in one way right now. None is going in the other way. That means that we are having this big gap there all the time with ships just not delivering. I'm actually going to build me 2 more clippers. I might actually ramp this up to 4 more clippers, even though it means the total destruction of the remainings of my influence. But it's really expensive that we get this one out there. Otherwise, we are going to drop there in money really hard. One thing that I did though is we are selling a few things that we found on the island. So one of them would be this book here, and that's already enough. So if I'm quick enough, I should be able to purchase this guy now. Let's just try it, and we did. Oh my goodness, we are down there, and since we are negative on the balance, we will actually drop negative now there as well, but it's worth it. Let's get this one back to Crown Falls there. I might actually need to move this guy then to some other places, but for now it's going to be worth it. Holy cow, my money there. I mean, I'm pretty confident that once the rum is coming in, we will be looking better again. The rum is very close to Crown Falls. It's still pretty bad. Let's take one of my other warships there now. So 2 more warships are coming out. One is going down here right away to my fleet, and the other one is going to take some goods now. We do have some items here that I could sell. There is this cast iron stove that I don't really need. Then they have not a tiger, probably don't, and the legendary museum item, of course, I'm not going to sell there as well for a couple of money there, a bit of money there. But we need to get that money in. Where's my rum, for Christ's sake? There we have another upgraded good. The sewing machines are now in level 1, I guess, for the pigheads, right? So we are now getting more pigheads out of the sewing machines. And sewing machines is going to be a real deal here, since it's going to be so cheap soon that we can... Oh, and Blake is actually giving us a bit of money. But the rum is coming in, and as we can see, the balance is recovering there. But really, we need to look out for that bloody rum, that it gets in there a bit more stable. So that's why I need more clippers on this route, because rum is there, it's just not distributed very well at the moment. Now another thing is Honest Bro over there. It didn't really help us that much here with Bente, right? She still doesn't want to do anything with us. And yeah, her military score is actually going up again. And the same goes with Princess Ching. It's just impossible for me to catch up with them because I just don't have the influence. So we're giving up this island. I was actually going to give it up anyway. I'm just now giving it up without it being conquered. There is no white piece on it anymore, and I can't afford to protect it. We don't have the influence for a proper defense. It's not a very good island anyway. Lots of rivers, very bad placement overall. Let's get rid of that. It's going to give me back some influence. We're at 30 influence, perfect. And the hope is, by giving it up myself, that Hugo settles that first, right? So it's now a race between the 3 AIs who takes this island here first, and I hope that Hugo is going to be it. If it's Bente, well, then we're back to square one, but at least we damage her a bit and we get the influence back. That's something at least to work on. Inauspicious Isle, I'm continuing here with a few more houses. We don't need anything else here really other than those houses. I don't need any production chains at the moment. And another thing is that I'm still waiting on a sapling called coffee for Auspicious Isle, because then we can have our coffee plantations here. What I can do for now though is I could start with my caoutchouc plantations, because we're going to need them pretty soon. Oh, and the ships are ready, so let's just have a look. Let's add another clipper to Pocahontas to my rum trade route, and I'm going to have another one for the cotton thunderclap. 2 more clippers are coming out then soon, and they are going to work then on the caoutchouc or the coffee respectively. Now my propaganda, let's try to go with -30. It's just so powerful. I would like to, it's not possible unfortunately. I would need to go down on +5 on the money, then it could be possible. And yes, let's go with that, even though it will drop my balance there a bit.
Then I'll send it out
by 5%, but I think we can afford it. By the way, it also brings us closer to 0 income propaganda then soon, because I probably will want to reduce that. Look at the rum. It's insane. It's really not good. It's capped. We have so many ships on this trade route, and yet it's totally wrongly distributed. A few more storage depots there. Where are the clippers? Why are they stuffed together like that? And we are having a smaller attack there. Oh, it's this one. It's the rum trader. Yes, it's a new trader here, Pocahontas. Not that used to it yet. But something is terribly wrong with my rum, basically. Now, Dario has arrived. Very important. Let's get Dario over here. There we have our... Oh, who settled it? Ah, it is Hugo Mercier. How very lucky for us. Hugo Mercier was the first one. He's, of course, the next one, right? Because the island is right next to him. And he took his chance and settled on that. And that is a good thing, because Hugo Mercier is a friend of ours. And we are very, very golden with him. Alliance is not possible yet. Why? Because we need to finish his quests for that. And that we might actually focus soon. But with that, we actually boosted one of our allies there. There would be some ships for sale. I'm not going with that yet. I would really like to get Daria out there now. For that, we do need to move one of these, unfortunately. Let's just have a look where we have our trade union. And yes, we moved some of these fur coat dealers now to that side there with the respective warehouses. Because here, I do need to move some of those sewing machine factories now down in order to have a trade union right in the center. And the cool thing here is we could then have more of them together here, right? So this one, we might need to move it a bit and get this one down here as well, to just have more of them in this area, because that's really, really worth it. I think this one might, yeah, I think this one might be even better, even though I don't think we will have all of them then being connected. And here, let's get rid of that. There's going to be a train there at some point, but for now, that's fine. And here in the center, I can then have my trade union like that, and I hope that we can reach as many of them as possible. Yeah, it's looking rather good, I think, except one. But other than that, we should reach all of them. Let's have it. And trade union 20 influence. We lack 1 influence. I think we need to cancel one of my clippers. Or, wait a second, what we could also do is we could just get rid of one of these guns here, right? In fact, let's get rid of all of them because they're totally useless. And we save the influence on that. 30 influence we have. And that makes it possible now for us to purchase this trade union here. And with that, we can now have Dario the mechanical engineer boosting all of them here, right? It replaces now steel and it processes iron. How very nice. By the way, if I move this one, I think we can still do something here for optimization. We can add, yep, a warehouse here and further boost the production because the warehouse was a bit far away, right? Now it's right next to them. And let's actually build this one here as well.
Ship constructed.
I really want to boost my sewing machines now. Why? Basically because they have a huge trade value for us. And this trade value I want to use. And I want to exploit that. This one's not reached, so I need to push it a bit further up there, I think. Are you serious? Let's push it a bit further up now. It's still not reached. How is that possible? It's actually almost in it. Now that's it. 3 of them are being reached up here as well. Of course, we could move it probably a bit further and get another road then. But I'm pretty confident that this is going to be enough. Now, as we can see, iron is their new input goods they want. That, of course, also means that, well, iron consumption is going to skyrocket with that. Let's just check my iron there real quick. And we are now really negative on the iron. That means I need more of that. Lucky us, iron is really, really cheap to get. It's an extremely cheap product that we have it. And what I could do is I could actually use some of the sewing machines that we produce now and get us the iron in a ratio of 1 to 9, which is insane. Let's get us 100 there, and that's 1,000 iron that we actually get out of that. We don't need that much iron really, but it's nice to have it then and capped. So that means we consume now 200 sewing machines every time, right? Of course, as long as we are not upgrade. We might also, as looking with the soap, the difference is night and day really, but we produce way more soap. So let's actually go ahead and get us more soap in here, right? Because I think soap production is insane. It's really high. It's actually capped on soap right now, and we do get a lot of that. While sewing machines might still struggle now. not anymore those soon once Tobias is coming in. Another thing we could do, of course, is we could take the iron deposits of these islands there. It's really small though. This one has a bit more. So that would be my next target then. Let's just check my iron mines. I think we're already boosting them. Yes, there's really not much more that I can take out of that. I'm glad to see that the rum finally is really up though there. Perfect. Fur coats is looking a bit better now as well with going up. Schnapps is really going down hard. We have, well, actually a lot of workers, so let's upgrade them to artisans. This will, of course, also reduce the amount of schnapps that we consume. So over there we have plenty of them, and we do have the materials. So let's go ahead and do that. There we have a couple more. Here in the harbor area we do have a few more. There's actually one more worker that was a bit left out. This artisan building here needs canned food, right? Yep, that would be my next target. By the way, that clipper with the white flag, let's get it back to Eli. Because we need to get still Chef Michel, and we do need over 300,000 credits for that. So I need to hurry up a bit on that. Let's upgrade a few more farmers here. And then we can afford to upgrade more workers here as well, as that city is growing. Perfect. We are running out of workforce now, so I need to upgrade a few more farmers. Yep, let's actually have more down here now as we continue to advance. And by the way, my islands that we have, right? My riverland villages, there we can still upgrade a few more. And up here as well. Perfect. There we have a bit of a balanced workforce again. Now, of course, that we no longer need steel for our sewing machines is extremely valuable, because steel is needed for the steam machines and for the bicycles that we want to construct now. And both of them are going to consume a lot of steel. So it's really good that we no longer need to worry about that. And we can now rightly go ahead with pushing our caoutchouc production. Let's go ahead. So in this beautiful beach area, we can have a warehouse. Here, we can then have those pearl farms later on that we will need as well for the jewelry. But for now, it's all about the caoutchouc. I think we can squeeze in one more farm here that is going to need a bit more work though, because I think, yes, there's the oil spring here, right? And we can actually squeeze in another one just for the heck of it and get us a few more fields up there. They are producing every 1 minute, so that's not so fast. I'm probably just going to upgrade this warehouse here. And of course, we can then boost the whole thing to the other side as well. Actually, those only there to make this one a bit more clean. We're going to need quite a lot of caoutchouc, by the way, so it's totally worth doing that for now. And then I'm probably going to have another one here. And these oil springs, yes, we can... Wait a second, we have 4 here, we have 17, we're going to completely neglect those. I don't think we're ever going to need them really. Very nice, so that's that. All of them are there. And let's have a warehouse here then as well. And let's have a warehouse for those guys down here as well. So that's the caoutchouc. That's going to be a lot of caoutchouc. It only needs farmers. What we still need though is, for that, is 2 things. And that is number 1, more storage, for sure. So let's have a nice little harbor area then here, right? So kind of like a pier going out there. That we're going to use for this harbor. Perfect. Looking actually pretty good. And let's build those storages. That's going to be a lot. And then we only need the clippers. She's only selling warships right now. I think we have finished those clippers. There we have them, the wild pigeon and the black rose. Let's create us a new trade route from the new world, and we're going to make this as clean as possible to Cape Trelawney over here. This is going to be in the new world group once again. And also, let's just check that we are using it in a proper way. We definitely should not... Alrighty, what is going on here? I cannot move my waypoints. Now I can, hopefully. It's a bit strange, but we were able to move them. So this way here, right, because we need to avoid the Reverend Shelter there. Auspicious Isle, we are going to take now all the caoutchouc in the world. And we will be having 2 clippers for that right away. Of course, there's going to be more than on this trade route here, because coffee is going to play a vital role for this island. While the clipper is on the way, let's build those farms. Let's just have a look how much we really need. Demand right now is 6 per minute. We can actually produce 4 per minute. So 2 factories would already be enough. Let's make it 3 factories that we can push out here. And with that, well, actually, we do need 12 caoutchouc plantations, and that should work us nicely. Now, you will have seen probably that this building requires electricity, which is quite right, and that is our very next goal. But caoutchouc, pushing that is really important early on, because it's going to take a long time before we get a decent amount of caoutchouc in. I'm actually lacking some timber right now. And that is my mistake. I thought we were having a timber production on it. We have some royal galleons ready though, so let's get us a bit more timber in Tristão. Now, let's go back to Crown Falls and let's start producing electricity. Let's start getting the oil. We have over here the first oil springs ever, and we're going to use them for our bicycle production, right? We're going to need an oil harbor down here that's going to consume a lot of steel. And that would be my very first new building that I would like to have down here. There's the oil harbor, and we just need to find us a suitable location for that now, really. And yes, there we can have it, our very first oil harbor. Or well, actually it's going to be a pretty important building for a very long time. And the other thing that we now need to do is starting our first train network. And we'll also be thinking then, where do we want to have our bicycle production? And I would like to have it up here. So we are going to need quite a lot of buildings that require electricity, and this whole area is going to work for that. It's low pollution area, right? So all of these productions will take little, will cause little pollution. And we can now finally use those. Oh, Hugo, what is going on with you? He really wants that island there. We need to purchase it back. And we can now also go for up here. There we have the refinery. I think we're going to need 2. Or can we actually squeeze all of them in? That's 5. Where's the 6th one? Oh, it's only 5. All right, but we can all of them have 1 oil refinery. And that will be just enough oil really for 2, I think, power plants that we're going to have then. Let's get this one out there now. Then we have the oil well. So this is going to cost us a bit here as well. All 5 of them. That's going to cost us now in total 52 steel beams and 45,000 credits, right? And from that we get the first tracks out there really. And this is no longer blueprinted mode now. This is for real. I just want to see that we get this one into the island there quickly. We don't need those grain farms here anymore, by the way. We are importing grain and a lot of that too. Let's get rid of them. Off you go. Let's also get rid of this road and this warehouse there. And with that, we have now everything ready to push the oil transportation to the other side here with that bridge. That's actually a lot of steel that this cost us, that bridge. 49 tons of timber. And here we make the connection then with the double tracks. Now, of course, the goal long-term wise is to have double tracks, but since it's so expensive, I'm only going with a single track system for now. And we don't need anything else, right? Because we don't have that many trains here commuting at the moment. Let's get rid of these roads here. And it's good. We can continue then here. So for now, I will actually need to cut off quite a few of my buildings. And then all the way down here as well. There's a paved road. We need to be quick about it. And then in here into the oil harbor. Right, so here we have that. Here it's going to split up then into a lot of different tracks for all of the trains that we're going to need. Up here, along this line there, and then all the way into that area. And I think we might be running out of steel now, which is not so bad. Nah, we can actually do the connection here. Perfect. So there we get the first one. And let's actually make the crossings there again. Because otherwise those poor people will not be able to travel to the other side anymore. We can't certainly allow that. Now, having more steel beams again, let's build the oil refinery here now. There we have it. It's really cheap, actually. 250 credits it only cost me. And as we can see, the productivity goes up here now. We could still push this one by another 50% if we want to. And of course, with trade unions, we can further push this one. So out of these 5 oil wells, we actually get quite a lot out of that. The only thing I now need is the small oil harbor that we've built it now too. Yeah, with 500 base capacity that we have out of this one now. And as we can see, the first juicy trains are coming out here in all their glory. Beautiful, beautiful trains there with their very choppy turnings and curves. But who gives, really? And yeah, if someone of you asks, this is a modded train system here, modded tracks that you can find without the grass, because I really didn't like the grass overall. It just didn't look very natural to have tracks in the city with grass patches around them. Looks very sloppy and stuff like that. This one is on its way now, getting us the first oil. It's a long distance there, but it's totally fine as it's transporting on demand anyway. And here, well, we can now have a look then at our new industrial zone that is going to have then the bicycles once the caoutchouc comes in. Stay tuned. Hello everyone and welcome back to Anno 1800. What a beautiful little harbor area that we have here in the New World with our, well, Royal Galleon in the harbor area, just a dock. Outside there we have some defense because we can't afford any more harbor cannons. Actually, I've used a bit more influence now for more clippers that we need, but for now let's just unload all the timber and bricks that we have to finish our caoutchouc plantations. Now, I said we do need around 12 of them, and that is actually completely right still. And with that, we do have now 12 caoutchouc. That was actually very expensive from what I can tell now. Now, was that really right? Yep, that was actually 67,000 credits that these plantations that cost me. One of them costs me 9,700, so 10,000 per plantation basically. Really expensive stuff, those caoutchoucs, and this is just showing us the direction where it's going with the engineer productions. Very expensive overall. And also, yeah, we're producing now caoutchouc, 12 plantations we have. Let's just check that this is really correct. It is. They're doing that. We should probably, with the bricks that we just got in, upgrade those warehouses so that we don't have any culprit there. And the first clipper is on its way, and I will now add the second clipper, wild pigeon, to this trade route, and they should have some healthy distance between each other in order to always be full, which is basically what this is all about here. Oh, very important that we reach a good efficiency. Now my Royal Galleon can actually go out here to my other ships once more. By the way, I think we should move them a bit further outside to disrupt their trade routes there, right? Otherwise, those clippers are just traveling by, which is not good. We want to disrupt them as much as possible. Very good. So that is that. Let's go back to Crown Falls, to Cape Trelawney, where, yes, our train network is working out that we've just constructed. So the train is going back and forth. What we can see here is, though, track occupied. Since it's such a long distance, one train is not enough. So 2 trains should always travel here. So we really should be finishing that parallel track system that we have in place right now. And yeah, once again, I need to get rid of those roads. And we continue here with additional, well, tracks now that we need. So basically for...
Under attack.
Oh. Down here. Oh, that's actually pretty far away. I don't have any defense there for now. Sorry, pal, but I think it's just a ship passing by. Oh! And there's a cotton fabric that's empty. A trader that's completely empty. There's a rum trader that's completely empty. What is going on? What is going on in our island of Tristão? Something terrible must be going on. It's not. It's full, actually.
Ship under attack.
All right. I'm really annoyed by how the trade system works still in Anno, because we cannot program them to keep up a certain distance, right? And some of them are really empty-handed right now. The empty ones, we're probably going to keep waiting here now. I mean, there's enough rum in, as we can see. But still, this should not be happening. This is really annoying. I will need to adjust my clippers there once more. Let's build the tracks, though. And I just continue now with the parallel track system all the way into this area there, right? And then we continue. We still have 63 tons. That's fine. And here we have the entrance point then to the new industrial district. We will also have those tracks then going this way, like that, and a nice little crossing here as well, so those trains can change tracks if they need to. Here, actually, it's disrupted by the looks of it. Same goes with this one. And here I would like to continue then. We still have 33 tons, so it should be fine. And there's the connection. Perfect. We have now a complete parallel system going then also here to the oil harbor, and then all the way now down to the trading port or to the oil refinery. This is a bit tricky though. I think that's because of the modded version that we have here. So I need to do this here once more. Right, so that's that. And then we should be hopefully able, we are perfect, to get the streets over there. Because we still need that coverage, of course, on both sides. Here.
Ship constructed.
And here. And also here. Those people need to get to the other side. And here, and very important as well, over here in our industrial zone, it's cut off here, and that should not be the case. Very good. There we have it. So parallel tracks number 1. It's the very first one. It's a big investment there, really. Especially when it comes to the steel beams, but it's going to pay off very well. And what I really like though is they are using their respective tracks. So the other train should be traveling this distance then. And as we can see, they're using their tracks. And thus we can now use several trains on one track. Perfect. Now having oil in our city also allows us now to finally get us the first industry district up that consumes oil. And that I would like to do right away here. For that, well, we do need to do some stuff. First of all, let's have the tracks. And I will probably have then my first power plant right here. That should be using all of the areas around it, right, that we can have. Let's just make this one like so. Perfect. And then we can start now with our first industry for that. And that is the bicycles. So the caoutchouc at this point should be coming in. And as I said, we do need 3 for now. I think long-term wise, we should be ramping it up to 6. But that would be the maximum of bicycles that we will probably ever need. Let's go ahead and have us some 6 of these bicycles then. Bicycle factories then here. I think it's better when it's in the north here. These require it, so there's no doubt about that. We do need it. It's not only improved, right? There's some industries also that are improved by electricity. For now, though, that's that. And the only thing we still need here now is, in order to use it then really, is finishing the track here to the power station. There we have it. And then also, of course, well, building those houses. And what we still need to check on that first is, do we have now some caoutchouc in? I don't think so, but it might be worth a shot. Oh, we actually have some 49 tons of that already in the harbor area now. There's actually the caoutchouc trader on its way back home now. And hopefully the other one is then coming in soon with the right amount of caoutchouc. Now, let's build the first 2. I should say we really just want to test this. Let's also build that power station here, and then at least the first one. It's really expensive though, right? So one of them, and it also costs 1,200 credits, their maintenance cost permanently, but it's going to pay off. So it's really important that we push this one out. This one is consuming it then, and of course here we're going to have a lot of industry that is only going to use electricity or work with that. The next one that would be coming to mind here is the steam motors. So this one here requires electricity, and boy do we need a lot of them. We know it now for the elevators, for example, for the skyscrapers then as well. So I would like to really push in a lot of these factories into this area. And for that, I think we can actually push into here. Perfect. Have another 2 or here. So that's 4 already. But they have a nice amount of production though, so they should be working fine. And then probably here as well. Do they cause pollution? I don't think they cause... Oh yes, actually they do. Now there's actually a nice surprise here as well. Let's just check what's happening in my sewing machine district. Look at that, Dario, the mechanical engineer. He occasionally produces pocket watches and gramophones. So +1 for every 8 products that we produce. And that means that we actually amassed 42 pocket watches already, and 115 gramophones. Can I see how much we actually produce here? Yes, it's 3 gramophones and +1 on the pocket watches, and this means that my engineers already have pocket watches filled up here, which makes them pretty happy, I should say, at least 0, which is pretty much actually for what it is. Perfect, that is a nice surprise. The oil power plant here meanwhile has gotten its first batch of oil. Let's stop the bicycles for now though being consumed, right? So I just want to start it up, and as we can see, my bicycle factories are now getting their first goods here. That is the caoutchouc and the steel. Steel, by the way, we should really have a lot of that now. We are capped on steel. Very good. And yeah, as we can see also, we can see that on the money. I would like to have a bit of bicycles in first before I do anything here, and that should do the trick. Now those 2 will will produce quite a lot. We are at +8 for now, very good. We were at -6 before, so that means we already have a nice surplus. And as we can see, we still have enough oil, so this factory there, of course, is not consuming that much or too much for now. Of course, I could have used it in an area where we could use some of that electricity for the engineers first, but I think long-term wise, this is a cleaner area there. Perfect. Now let's get back to the old world, check on Chef Michel. We have Johann the Inventor, affects the gramophone factory. That's really not something. We're only looking out for epic items here. Affects the oil power plants. Workforce needed, maintenance cost, chance of fire. Nah, let's not go with that. Nothing here. And then we have 2 more epics. Animal farms, maintenance cost, or steelworks, productivity 40%. Also not really that important for now. Let's have one more. Unfortunately, that's a really miss here. Chef Michel just doesn't want to show up. It's incredible. Right, the first 11 tons are in, and I think it's time. Let's open up the bicycles, right? And as we can see, this pushes my balance there furthermore, and it will make those engineers happier than ever. And we don't even have that many engineers yet, but it's already affecting us by at least 10k plus on the balance, which is all that really matters for us. And how is my consumption now looking? Still fine. So with the amount of engineers, 2 factories are totally fine as of the moment. There's lots of oil actually that is being transported here right now to the harbor. Now a pedologist we have as well, Isabel Samento, productivity plus 15% on sugarcane plantations. Let's take this guy. It's not that cheap actually, but it's going to be worth it because we are soon going to reach the cap of my sugarcane plantations here of the productivity. I'm already boosting it by 50%, right? And that's it. I cannot do much more than that. We've also used the complete radius here, and that means that I will now need to boost them in a different way, and those items are going to be quite valuable for that, because that's another 15% for every single one of these plantations. And I think we already lacked some sugarcane here, yes. So we do need to further ramp this one up. And well, the only way of further expanding there is of course getting another trade union with the sugarcane or the cane saplings. So that's well a bit out of the question for now, especially also when it comes to space. Tristão is also looking fine. Let's go ahead and upgrade a few more buildings here. We have lots of workforce for that, and I would just like to expand my cities there simultaneously for now, right? So those guys here as well, and perhaps here so simultaneously to Crown Falls. Developing those 2 major cities before I start with a new continent or something like that. There's a nice little quest here, resident quest. I remember my mama cooking for the whole neighborhood, spreading the joy with her homemade fried plantains. I would like to honor her memory by doing the same. And you want what from me? 16 tons of plantains and 8 tons of fish oil. We have that. How very good. Give me something. Fried plantain kitchen maintenance cost reduction. No thanks. Completely useless. But it was nice of you trying to get my attention there. Now, this one is on its way, Marigold, back home. I'm also, by the way, going to send some warships now to Cape Trelawney, back these 2 here, because we will need to have some island conquering over there as well. Off they go. And this one here is still on the way now here. And we have 7 influence left. That's just enough to get us another clipper out that I'm going to need soon then as well for additional trade routes. I do have some more 2 clippers here in the harbor area. I would like to conquer this island now. It's my goal right now. I want to redistribute my steel industry that I have up there right now, and I want to get them over there. Short-term wise, that is. Now, of course, we still have the whole brass business that we need to do as well. That will need to have some zinc and copper mines. We do have 3 deposits for each. So I would like to use these deposits now for my city. There we have that one. Let's make the connection here. And this will be going right to those mines here. Zinc and copper. Let's build this one right away. Rather expensive these mines are now, right? Also their maintenance costs 250 for each one of them. Not the cheapest ones. We still have one more that we can squeeze in here. Where is the next trading or harbor though, or warehouse though? It's a bit further away, so I'd rather have my paved roads here now, so that it can travel a bit faster to those points. There is a copper mine that we can build. right next to it. We should still have one more. Perfect, that's the right next to the warehouse. And then we have one more here. Now we're using all of them, and that means I can have, I think, around 6 of my brass smelteries already working for us. I can, perfect. 6 of them. They do, though, cost or reduce attractiveness. Alright, something very important though, we have a long queue there in Tristão that I really don't like. So let's get us ahead here with a few piers that we can have in this area, right? So 2 more here to speed the whole process up a bit. And the cool thing is here, it actually fits with the storage depots that we have in this area. Quite the busy area, and of course that's also causing a bit of congestion, and also then not enough products for all the ships here. So there's 2 more ships now that want both all the rum. This one here will stop. The same goes with this rum trader, and because there will just not be enough rum for them to go. And there's also a cotton trader coming in right now. We have enough cotton though, way too much anyway. That is fine. This will be fine, and those 2 I will need to manually reactivate then to this whole trade route business there again. Also, the item has arrived. Let's get this one into the trade union. There we have it now, pedologist, very interesting word. And this boosts their productivity in another 15% each. These warehouses, as nice as they're looking, they're already pretty full. Let's upgrade this one to another level. And this one here also to another level. Holy cow, lots of carts coming in and out here. And of course, that's absolutely not okay that those people have to wait for their precious sugar cane that I need. More traders, another rum trader is coming in. Another cotton trader, rum, cotton. Rum is out. Sorry guys, you need to wait here now. We need to do this. It's boring, but it's absolutely necessary. At the same time, let's have a look at Eli. Do we have some Chef Michel? Another Dario, the mechanical engineer. He's not only affecting sewing machines, he's also affecting bicycle factories. Now we already have some bicycle factories working for us. It might actually be an idea here to also get him for the bicycle factories.
Ready for a challenge.
And let's do this. It's expensive, but I'm going to take him. We have the money anyway. We were close to 1 million. And this brings me to an idea actually. Because I said up here should be non-pollution buildings, right? Factories. Down here we can have some pollution factories. We have lots of sewing machines. They don't cause any pollution and they don't look so bad. Why not just push them up here? Take also use of the electricity. And yeah, with that, boost our sewing machines even further by another 100% that comes in from the electricity. We need the sewing machines because they're going to be one of our primary goods to trade. They're really, really expensive to trade and really, really easy now to produce for us. So why not do this? Now how very nice, this is actually working with one trade union. We can use all of these sewing machines here, and I probably could even reach one of this one here. Yes, the bicycle factory there. So they are getting not only now boosted by the electricity, but also by our trade unions. Of course, it's a very tight area here, and thus it's a bit tricky to build this whole thing. We even have space here, I think, for one more building then, another sewing machine factory, or another bicycle factory, and I think we're going with another bicycle factory here then. That should be fine. Let's get this one down there as well. Actually, let's have the road then here. This one has its harbor connection, hopefully. There, we still need to make the road. And this one, of course, still needs its connection with my train network. There we have it. I've also moved the whole thing a bit further down here, right? So there we have now the new wall then that goes for the industrial zone. It's not as pretty as before, but it is really, really well optimized. We get a fully upgraded warehouse here in the center. And to further boost the productivity of this zone, we're going to make some paved roads here as well. We can afford it by now, and I would like to go ahead and do this now for all of these buildings here. This is also boosting the range of the power plant then later on, right? Let's get rid of this road there. Fine. The only thing we now can add here still is some of my walls, right? We could have them like that. Probably also just here to finish off this whole area there, right? And then here. And then probably, we could squeeze in something here. Let's not do this. And here we make the connection then to the gate again. And a bit of a room here is actually fine because we could have some trees there or whatnot. And in this area, yep, more houses again. Let's build all of these walls here. That's fantastic, really, because they are working out. They are not causing a lot of pollution, even though it looks like they're polluting a lot. Let's just pretend it's water or, well, you know, that's coming out of there because they're not doing anything pollution-wise. Fine. The power, they're also, by the way, now boosted by electricity, producing even more sewing machines for us. We are at a 31 per minute right now as sewing machines. That is insane. We could even go higher than this by adding more items here. By the way, what I've never really figured out is it possible to stack those items there if I have a second Dario the mechanical engineer? Will I get 2 times the pocket watches and gramophones out of that? I have no idea, really. By the way, yep, the bicycle factory here is also now only using iron ore, right? This one is using steel, which is fine. We have way too much steel at the moment that we will ever need. Now, with the space that I've got here now, I've freed up a lot of space here, where there's no longer any sewing machines anymore. So this one might be very well be used now for some steam motors or something like the new products that we're going to need here, and then also our advanced weapons factories down the road. Who knows about that? Lots of new space. Stay tuned. Hello everyone and welcome back to Anno 1800, looking at the warships. And the warships, yep, they're on the way to finally capture this island here. I was talking about that quite a few episodes ago, and I think the time has come. I'm going to wait another second here because this warship just arrived and I definitely don't want to fight them both at the same time, so we might be saving us a ship here or there. We're definitely going to lose like 1, 2, perhaps even 3 ships. That is my estimation that we are going to take this island here. It's Princess Jing's own fault. She's never really built up a strong defense here, and on the other side we have this harbor area that we can also rather easily defend because we have the major harbor area here, and my ships can basically stay in this area here. We don't need to build up stronger defenses that early on. Now, while we wait for the warship to leave, we do have a couple of other things. First of all, in the old world, as I can see, we do have now 2 very interesting items there. So once again, Dario the mechanical engineer, also for the bicycle factories that we can use then. And on the other hand, Ferras al-Sarami for productivity bonus of 50% for all production buildings and maintenance cost -10 and chance of riots -20%. This is an incredible item there as well. So the plus 50% are going to be very, very good for sewing machines. So bear in mind, we're already boosting the sewing machines by 50%. We're boosting them by 100% for electricity, and we're boosting them by another 50% with this item here. Really, that is sewing machine madness that we're going to have in Crown Falls, and sewing machines is really going to be a key item there for all the productions. I'm still going to keep this one here. I'm waiting for perhaps we find Chef Michel. So sewing machines, as we know, we are exporting in the Docklands, right? And they're really worth it. So sewing machines are a real big deal. I think I like them more than the soap. The soap is already 500 tons away from the legendary status. The sewing machine still has a bit of a way, but it's going to catch up to that, and we're probably going to put it on the legendary status because with sewing machines we can just do a lot of stuff. Alright, so far so good. That's for the items that I'm working in the background. So just here as a smaller reminder that the Docklands is not pure cheating, right? In order to prepare to get the raw materials in, I do need to have complex machines up there with items boosted, electricity boosted, and stuff like that. Because only with stuff like sewing machines or soap, or, well, even then steam motors later on, does the Docklands make sense. For example, getting in canned food or champagne, that is just nonsense. The value just isn't there. But getting raw materials into space to save cheap labor and cheap space, that is just perfect, and that's what the Docklands really is for, and that's what I'm going to use it. So this is not exploiting, this is not cheating, this is not making the game easier really. It's just another level of logistics that I have to handle there in order to save me, well, space, time, and essentially also more raw materials. Now it's coming in again. I was talking too much, I guess. Oh, there is more in the fog there. Definitely I can't attack with this one here right now. Let's get out of there again. But we might lure these ships out here as they are following now. Let's just, yes, very good, they're getting in here. Alright, and let's just try and destroy them. And we are once again getting attacked by these harbor cannons. They're really huge range. Alright, let's just stay there and destroy these ships. There you go. Ship number 1 is going down. Ship number 2 is going down. We took a lot of damage here, unfortunately. Alright, so this one will not be at the front of the attack. Let's just see what items we find. There's another one. Okay, my attack is not going to be so easy, it seems. That's just really cheap materials there. What should we do here? Let's actually push them a bit further over there and destroy this one. I don't think we're going to attack right away. Let's actually get a bit over here because I need to use the wind if I want to go into the harbor. Attack then. Oh, come on. That range is ridiculous. I just need to check something here. Do my cannons have this kind of range? I don't think so. I think this is a different kind of cannon there. Holy cow. Yes, this is the harbor artillery. It's amazing. And there's another ship of the line coming in. What is this place? Is this some kind of secret hideout for all the ships that they have? Alright, I do need to wait with my ships. So sorry guys, once again, we cannot go for that. I don't want to lose too many ships. This one needs to wait here for a bit of self-repairment there again. We're going to already position ourselves so that we can safely then enter. Now let's get back to the new world because there's also something over here. I think we have a nice item there. Mole Master, this is not the one. Master convey fried plantain instead of fish oil loses conqueror. This is really bad though. No idea why anyone would like to use that. I would really like to find some production boost items for my simple productions, right? So something for a rum distillery. It's only a maintenance cost upgrade though, so not something that we really do need. And lumberjack huts. And let's have one more reroll. This is all very bad actually, so I'm not doing that. And yes, once again, more and more ships. Spencer is now attacking us too. No idea. Crazy out here, really. They all gathered up. We didn't lose a ship yet though, so that's fine. Might actually also get rid of those defenses there. Now, perfect. My swing machines, I really just like to see them here with their 250% boost that we have. Let's just check their storage. It should be really high days. That was just a trade now with the docklands. And about the rum, I was also, you know, distributing those clippers a bit better, a bit more evenly. So this one we can also put out now. It's the last one that was waiting here. And now they should all be with a bit of a distance, right? So there is one on its way back, there is one on its way back, and then we should also, yes, see someone on the way back to Cape Trelawney, right? So that they're going both ways in a bit more spread pattern there. And this is the next one here. We will definitely don't need more clippers on that since we're really producing a lot of rum, and it's just needed to keep the balance up there.
Assuredly, she's a fine ship.
Alright, let's get in. Let's stop with it. Let's stop with the waiting. The higher, better healed ships go in first. It's a lot of damage that's coming in there, right? So especially here, she's got a big baddie already. So we need to focus this one hard for now. Taking this one down. It's doing a lot of damage. So ship number 1 is going down now. At least we got rid of big baddie there. Ship number 1 is influence. By the way, we could rebuild it right away. So I'm going to commission another ship immediately. It's not the biggest of deals, right? As long as there's not a big attack force coming, we should be fine. The next harbor artillery is down. Only one loss so far. That's going down. Now let's focus the main building, and I think that's looking rather good. I think we're only going to lose one ship. This is looking fantastic. There is help coming. It's just a couple. Very good. And we've taken that ship, that island. Let's conquer it. Lots of items. This is going to be a feast, I hope. And let's just have a look what she's got in store. Oh my goodness. Good museum items, zoo items, epic ones. You also find something for museum. It's really only museum, botanical garden, and zoo. Perfect. No real item that we could use, right? But still, there's lots of goulash. I guess that was being used on this island quite a lot. So canned food, we could always use that. Let's get rid of the goulash there, by the way. It's totally worthless. There we might also find something here. More canned food. This is actually useful. This we get back to Crown Falls. We could also sell it if we want to. And more canned food. Alright, I don't mind. More canned food. Perfect. Let's take that. Let's actually move Distant Forest Harbor to the other side now, over here, where it's a bit safer. And let's get my ships up here. Actually, it's safe now for 28 minutes anyway, so let's get my ships back home here. And then past the defense up to Crown Falls. We're, by the way, negative on the influence right now. That is actually possible, and it's just very good that we actually commissioned that ship before we went negative, because now we can still build it and get it out of it. But of course, we cannot really afford all of those islands at the moment, so that's why it's negative. Alright, there's just Bente touching us a bit here, but she was passing by actually. She's not really doing anything there. She is actually attacking us, alright. Then let's take down that ship. And she is actually taking down one of my ships there. That is so typical for Bente. You snake. And now we are in the harbor area. Oh god, this is a nightmare down here. Let's get out there. Before we lose another ship. Holy cow. Let's get back into Western Frontier. Hugo is purchasing our shares again. We need to be careful from that snake as well. He might be our friend, but he's not really. And for the new island that we have, I have prepared already something. We only need to add some more steel beams and windows to that. And that's those 3 clippers here. They're all now fully staffed with building materials. And I'm going to get them now to that newly conquered island in an orderly fashion onto Distant Forest, because I would like to have my main steel industry over there. So all of these furnaces are going away here now from Crown Falls. What we still need to do for that, because I don't want to build up another island, we will need to use the commute pier. So there we have it. For that I still need some reinforced concrete. It's a bit more than I thought actually. I might... Instead, I still need another ship then. Alright. By the way, this island is a bit annoying here. It is totally in the way and it's completely useless for her anyway, so we might consider it as well. Just so that we can give it up again. My resources meanwhile look fantastic, so I might also go ahead and upgrade a few more people to engineers here. Those guys... bit around the center. There we have a full block. Oh, wait a second. Those guys here, they miss the university. I'm not going to build another one though, because I'm pretty sure that we can still use the one that we already have. Down here it is, right? Goes up. Crossing here. And then into this area. And this should actually do the trick for those guys here. There it is. Perfect. Looking fantastic. They all have university now. And we can then add that to that. And yes, also, we should be looking out for a bit of ornamentation now. So, beautification of our capital. After all, it should not stay a foul city there for too long, right? So, what I already had is, or what I already said is that along these tracks, we would have then some trees and something so that we don't see those tracks necessarily. And the temperate growth is really good for that. So, let's just add this one here. It is expensive though. So, 5,000 we only pay for this smaller area there, right? And we continue with that then the whole way along the tracks, so people don't really see them. And this whole thing here is 12,000. Taking a bit of a time until these trees catch up with us there, right? So all the way out there. And I think this is going to look really cool then later on as well, when we have everything with paved roads then. So here in the center, of course. And of course once the buses go along here then as well. We can see that city coming together step by step, but it's really taking us some time there, of course. Fantastic. Beautiful. I am so going to look forward to walking around that city there. And also it makes now a lot of sense, these paved, these modded tracks that we have here now, instead of patches of grass, right? We do have paved connections here between them, and I like that a lot more than the grassy standard vanilla patches. And I just need to check something. Yes, it can even look better, right? So this is still a smaller problem here on my side, so I will need to get rid of this and have my own crossing there once again, like so, right? And then it fits, then it looks better. Alright, but of course that is another project then entirely for the paving of these. Now let's just have a look at my newly conquered island. There's my clippers now on the way, right in front of it. And once again, over there we have the pedologist, right, that we can use. So of course these bonuses stack with each other. Another 15% productivity boost on top of that for my trade unit. And there's the 2 items that I actually wanted to sell, so that's a bit of cash coming in then as well for us again. Let's just have one more reroll. Coffee roaster. And instead of its usual workforce, the building employs Honalero's workforce. That is really cool as well here. Coffee sommelier. Let's take her, because over here in Auspicious Isle, I only really needed obreros for the coffee roasters. That is no longer the case. I can have the coffee roasters here, plus I don't need to upgrade these people, plus I don't need to have their industry chains here, the fried plantains and the ponchos, right? So I can totally still continue focusing on Tristão when it comes to all of these productions. Speaking about Tristão, I think we should still be upgrading. Fantastic looking city there. And of course, we still don't even have monuments here. And we might also go for some paved roads here. At least in the center.
Not too many changes.
Oh, newspaper guy, you want something from me again? Actually, it does cost me quite a lot of bricks. This whole thing. But I think it will make this city gorgeous. Because let's face it, the standard streets look like crap. They look like dirty paved or dirty roads really. And I think they are pretty dirty. This is just making such a night and day difference, really. And I really should not neglect our editor. Oh god, we don't have any positive news here. This is not good for us. I need the minus 30 because I was relying on that for quite some time. I think we can actually totally get rid of the plus 5% on the coin. I would still like to go for a bit of happiness though. We cannot afford that. Alright, then I will have to stick with one propaganda only and that's it. Not that great, especially the happiness that is missing now. Is that affecting us too negatively there? It's fine. But we definitely should look out for that, a bit more careful. Very well. My clipper has arrived, or my clippers. We can now unload everything here. Almost everything. And now the real fun begins. Now the real fun begins. This is a pure production island, so there's not going to be a city on it. And let's just find us a suitable location. First of all, we have lots of space, really. Over here, we have oil deposits, oil springs. And I want to use them later on to boost my furnaces that we have here with electricity, right? So that we don't need to have a oil transportation over there. So there will be the oil harbor then at some point. Even though, yeah, bad location there because it's basically open to Princess Ching's Island and Bentes Island right across the channel. So I hope by then we will be a bit more peaceful to each other. And there I would also like to check it. Please. Oh, come on. Why not? I just took an island from you. Why don't you like me? And we are so close. Economy-wise, we are already stronger. Of course, we have the biggest island. But military-wise, they're still pushing ahead of me. Incredible, especially Bente there. No chance. So I would like to have my industry sector in here, my new one, right? And for that, well, we do need to start, as we always need to start, with some warehouses, some smaller ones. By the way, here, I do need to keep a double track. Actually, let's make it a triple track for the trains then. And the same goes with here, so that we already have the space for it reserved that we're going to need here. And this is all now... By the way, wait a second. Let's make this one better. And here we have then the power station, right? So there's going to be the power station. And around that, we're going to have then our furnaces working. Yeah, we have them, all the furnaces that we really need. So that's 4, 8, 12, 16. We have around 18 right now. With 16, we should be fine. We could already, of course, have more here then as well. And they're all getting boosted by that central oil power plant. And later on also here. Now, of course, that's only one cup of the whole tea. We do need, if that word even exists, we still need the steelworks. They're also really dirty and I want to move them away. How many do we have right now? 6. Only 6? Let's make it 8, I should say. And yeah, let's have them a bit closer to the furnaces. Is still this being affected? It is. We could boosted, of course, by the paved roads. I love that we can see the range of the power plant, even if it's not built yet, so in blueprint mode. And then we're going to have these furnaces. 6 is not that much, and all of them should be getting a nice coverage there. Those 4, perfect. And then also here, 2 more. And they're all going to be, it's all going to end then here with another warehouse. And they're all rather close to those furnaces, and that should work out just fine. And this is only one side here, and we can have more production than here for example, the weapons factories, or actually, let's also get the weapon factories over there. Why not? We do have 2 in Crown Falls. Let's make it 3. After all, you never know. And I could also have the advanced weapon factories then here as well. There we have the space for it then, right? And this one requires electricity. So later on, we can have the space then for this whole thing there. This is looking fantastic. How much would it cost us? We could build all of the furnaces right away. I think though we still need to do one more thing, and that's the commute piers. Now in Crown Falls, we need to find a proper location for that. For a nice worker pier. Let's just have it over there. I love that we can move these buildings around. I'm glad that I chose this option this time around, because it makes planning a bit easier, because of course at some point we're also getting rid of all of these fisheries here. Look, that's just, I guess 50 tons of sewing machines would be enough to get all the fish in the world in that we need. For now, let's have that commute pier just here. This cost me no influence at the moment. Let's build it. So Crown Falls is now effective. And by the way, this is in no way finished, right? So we are not looking at the fine details yet, because I just don't have the time for that. I want to press on to investors as quickly as possible, but also as efficiently as possible. That's that. And then we do need a second commute pier. This will cost me influence. It still doesn't. All right. I guess we have some freebies here. We can build them here. Let's go ahead and build it. And now, as we can see, the workforce has been shared with Crown Falls. We can still build everything. I'm going ahead and I'm going to have at least 2 depots for this whole area there too. Right, so those 2. Oops, we need to build them. Now I can unload the rest of the materials that we have. The bricks and the timber. That's fine. And now, basically, let's build the warehouse, the fire station. Warehouse number 2 and 3 and 4. And then all of these furnaces. Boy, Distant Forest just got a lot more ugly, a lot uglier. Let's upgrade these warehouses where we can. That is fine. And they could theoretically be working for us now, right? Oh yeah, they could. Now we still need the trade routes that I can implement now. Let's just have a look at that. Trade route number 1, Distant Forest to Crown Falls. Yeah, very bad with Princess Jing's Island here. But here there is actually an option that we could have. I could also move over here. Right, this is better because we are basically using the safety of those 2 harbor areas on the way. And in Distant Forest, we are going to take then everything that we need. In Crown Falls, however, we also need to take something, and that's the iron ore and the coal. Right, and in Distant Forest then, we do take all the steel there is. And get this to Crown Falls. And let's get the first ship on its way, Mosquito, that is now working on this route. Now this route has one problem. It only works as long as we have enough storage. If we don't have that, it's going to pile up, and we'll just have to see how that looks over time. Let's actually add another harbor area here. And if I see that we have too much iron ore and too much coal here, then, well, I'm just going to basically reduce that amount or increase the amount of furnaces that we have. We still have 2 iron deposits in Distant Forest that I would like to use as well. By the way, let's do this. Oh, yeah, timber.
Ship of the line reporting in.
The other 2 clippers are waiting for their action. Let's actually get some timber here from Western Frontier. And with this, we finally have a fully working steel production now in Distant Forest. And that would basically mean now I can get rid of all of the furnaces here in Crown Falls. And this is going to be epic. Actually, I think we can do this right now. We're full on steel anyway. We don't consume that much of it right now. Let's just get rid of all of them and watch how we go from an ordinary capital to a fair capital. At least that is something, as we get rid of all of them at once. And a fair capital is a place at least one person doesn't absolutely hate. And that is at least an improvement. for our capital city so far, with all that ugly industry gone. This is of course not going to end here. We are going to have the steam motors. They are going to drop attractiveness once again, but it's not that many in comparison. And one more thing, that's the steel beams, the steel works. Let's keep them working for a little bit longer. Okay, I was actually also thinking about this whole trade route business here. Let's not have steel being transported on this route. It's just way too complicated. Because if, you know, there's enough iron in distant forest, for example, they can't unload everything, and then they would be completely stuck and have no space anymore for steel. It just doesn't make sense. I'm going to have 2 ships on this trade route, and then we're going to create a new trade route, and this one is then only delivering the steel and the weapons and the steel beams back to Crown Falls, and I think I've always had it like that anyway. Let's just keep it like that. And then in distant forest, please take all the steel that you can find, right? And also steel beams. We only have clippers at the moment, so we need to work this way. And yep, San Juan, you are going to be on this trade route here. And while you are on your way back, let's use your time in Crown Falls. The same goes with Langoustine. And let's just get you a few more building materials over to distant forest. So this one is now transporting bricks and timber, and this one is primarily transporting then also steel beams and more bricks. In fact, let's make this one more bricks than steel beams, because this is for the steel works. Right, off you go. Both of them are now on their way. And with that, we should really have this whole thing here finished, this whole business. Let's just check my Admiral here once again, my Docklands, as we can see. It's still not leveled up, both of them, right? Here, 29 more tons are missing for the legendary status. But other than that, it's looking fine. We have enough. Let's stop here the reinforced concrete. Let's actually use some of the sewing machines that we have for the iron ore. Because, you know, we can do this. And look at that, for 150 tons, we do get 1,400 tons of iron ore out of it. And this is just beautiful. And this is only with sewing machines at level 1 yet. With the upgrades, it's getting even more valuable. Now, I would like to check again. Please, Eli, be at some point happy to us. Generous, as I should say. What is this madness here? Where is Chef Michel? Did he get patched out of this game? It's crazy how many times I have to reload. Fry plantain kitchens, all mines, productivity 50%, not really needed. All carpentry works, all animal farms, fry plantains. This guy's looking like Chef Michel, but he's rare, so it's not going to do it. So also here we are pretty unlucky. Also with the seeds, nothing really that we could do. Let's actually get back home there with those items, with that item here to boost the sugarcane plantations more. And that's it for now. Now that was rather progressive, I should say. I hope you enjoyed this one. Stay tuned. What's up, everyone? Hello and welcome back to Crown Falls, as it is growing and growing on this very fine day. Now, also what is growing is the storages in distant forests, as we're getting more and more raw materials in for coal and iron. And yes, I hear you guys. It was totally stupid to build those furnaces without having the raw materials in first. And believe me, I've cried my tears overnight, but at some point I just had to move on. And yeah, moving on is what we do. Let's activate them back on because the raw materials are in. What I can also do is I'm going to build those steel factories here now, 6 of them. And I'm going to build that warehouse here. Let's also upgrade that warehouse for now. By the way, there's still a fire station over there and a police station that I'm going to add to this whole area. Now, one problem that we have right now is the workforce. That is because I have these steelworks now 2 times, and we can also now finally get rid of them here, and boom! Off it goes, and back comes my workforce. We can also get rid of these very ugly weapon factories that we no longer need. And look at how much beautiful space we have. It's just fantastic, really. So much more, you know, paper or, yeah, papers that we can paint something on. I should think that is the right pronunciation for that, or the right words, choice of words that we have there. Now, before I continue with my very bad English logical findings here. What we still want to do is another thing. I want to prepare my city for something bigger. The harbor area is getting a bit more busy with more and more ships waiting here all the time. And I said that fish is rather useless to us right now. And it is, right? It's using a lot of space. Look at that. We have fisheries here. We have fisheries here. A lot of them. When we don't really need them anymore. Let's just have a look at my docklands. I should be able to build us another export office. There we have it. Let's go ahead and build this one for real. And this opens up another trade contract for us down here. And yeah, actually, let's use the sewing machines one more time. I think we can still afford all of that and use fish on that. And you'll be just surprised, 1 to 14 is the ratio here. Let's actually push this up to 100. That's 1,300 or 1,400 tons almost of fish that we are importing now with the docklands. The fish is looking rather full at the moment. That's right. Let's get rid of all the fisheries. Gone are they from the main harbor area, and gone are they now from the side harbor areas. Lots of them. Totally useless to us now. We can save the workforce. We can save the space for it for something better later on again. And this also shows us now the complete consumption rate for fish, minus 27. Buyers is coming in after 20 minutes, so that's 540 tons of fish that we consume in 20 minutes. Let's put a buffer on that, so let's say 700 tons. So I actually don't need more than 700 tons. We're getting 1,400 tons in right now. This is still fine because we're capping at 1,200, so we will not be trading more than what we actually, consume in this case here. So it's not going to be 100 tons of sewing machines, but rather, I guess, 30 or 40 tons that we're going to need here. That's fine. The same, of course, also comes with the iron ore, and the same goes with our grain. That is, really dropping quickly there, but overall, it's fine. This is looking fantastic so far. We've saved the space, and well, with that, we can do something now. First of all, let's get rid of these 2 harbor cannons, saving us a bit of influence. And I would like to increase the size of my docklands. Let's actually get the storage over here for now, right, in this tiny area there. Oh, and by the way, something else we need to do, and that is the trade route adjustments here still. So the iron ore and the coal is coming in with only 1 ship at the moment. This ship is here at the moment. We can now add a second ship, Langoustine, that is down here. Right, so there's 2 ships on this one now. And then I've got my steel and steel beams on it. And San Juan will be activated now. He's starting this trading. And do we have another clipper? We don't have another clipper available. So I need to, construct this a few more. Let's go ahead, 1 and 1. That should be fine. We still have 29 influence. That we could use for a bit of propaganda down the road then. Another thing that is really bothering me here in the harbor area. Let's get rid of these dirt roads here. It's just horrible, really. That in such a big town we still have dirt roads in the harbor area. Now that's a bit better, having every paved road here now. Also a bit more of the city itself, looking fantastic. That also now means with the storage that I'm getting rid here, that we can do something. I would like to try something and use the docklands as the main harbor building now and not the trading post anymore, right? Because for ages, for generations, for literally not centuries, a decade, of course, for decades I've been using now the trading post as the center. With the docklands, it's not really necessary anymore. And let's just see what we could do here instead. I would like to move this one over here and the docklands then into the center, because I think this is going to look much better. Let's just wait for those 2 trades. There's so many ships coming in all the time. Unfortunately, I cannot do that really. So unfortunately, we need to disrupt the whole business here a bit. Why is a free coastline? I guess trading post likes a bit more free space than over there. Of course, the trading post really needs to persist, right? Without it, the whole city would collapse. And now instead of that, we can move this one a bit further over there, like this. That is better. And from here on, we can then continue with building up our docklands. as the harbor area is growing. And boy, we do need to do that, right? So we do have, for example, pretty important is the loading wharf reduces the loading times for the local ships that arrive here. The loading times are already crazy at this point. So I would like to add a bit more on that. And let's move the depots over there because, well, actually you can do that. You know, they don't need to be connected, which is a pretty cool thing. And have the loading wharfs instead a bit further outside, or actually also here as one big line coming out. This one is reducing the loading times for all the ships in the harbor area by 50%, speeding it up a lot. We might actually move them a bit further over there so ships have a bit more space. And of course we need to be careful that it still is touching our docklands here. Then we have the export offices. They don't really need a harbor area really, right? So we can have them a bit further over there, for example, in this area. So I could just have a few more of them to open up a more trade contracts for us. And then I would like to continue also with some depots. So we could squeeze in another depot here by the other ones that we already have. We could actually get rid of this depot there altogether and get us a few more depots then on the way here as we are moving closer to the trading post. And then we could move in some of these piers then here in the Docklands main area just down here for that. This is all looking rather choppy at the moment. I might need to improve that, of course, then as well with better building placement. This one actually, what is that? That is a depot, so we could still move this one over there, connecting it. Those depots, unfortunately, are really tricky because they do need harbor area themselves, right? So if I want to move that correctly, then it could be something like that, and we move the whole thing a bit further down here. We have upgraded another good here. Perfect. So we could have a little Venice then here over time, and of course this time I'm going to plan with lots and lots of modules that we can use then here. This one still needs a connection, right? And we could have the street then on the other side going behind that up there, right into this area there. But the Docklands, of course, is going to be the major point of interest here. And also, the Docklands do have lots of ornaments, like this really cute looking copper roofed kiosk that we can have outside here for a bit of a nice view, enjoying the day. In these corners here, we can use something like piles of barrels and something that, so that the whole thing looks, you know, realistic and full of stuff really. It's also adding people then to the whole area. So this is doing a lot of favor there for us, I think. We could have a nice little lighthouse at the end of it all, right? So this one is showing the way into Crown Falls. And perhaps another industrial crane then here. And also a warehouse that we could add to this area. This whole area still hasn't been used, of course. That's another thing that we can do then. The beginning of something great, not so great looking yet, but it's functional for us and what we need to do. And as we can see, also lots of fisher boats here, so we might also be adding then something for those guys here, like piles of barrels, perhaps not. And like these little fisher boats here then as well in this canal as we're going over there. Perfect. For now, at least it's fine. We are going to remodel this massively again, of course, at some point. Now, we have 2 additional piers with that, and for this side here, we can also think about that. I will need to think about a new location for all of these cannons, though, later on. So far, so good. Now, how is it looking with my distant forest? Is this now fully working? There's something missing here. I think we don't have enough, don't really have enough materials here. So coal and iron ore is coming in. I think we're going to need a 3rd ship for this whole thing. Let's just check it. We do have enough, really. We do have another clipper, vampire squid. Let's put this one on this trade route there as well. After all, it's a lot of consumption. And these, of course, are being added then to Cape Trelawney here as well. So that we have then those trade routes being sorted in the right manner. Perfect. Of course, we shouldn't forget about upgrading our beautiful town and where we can upgrade. Down here, a few more engineers now coming into the city. also here perhaps, and along the tracks on that side, and those guys. And then this whole district here is actually full of engineers. We got more workers over there that should be looking at the face of artisans now. Oh, by the way, there is a range problem. This should be easily solvable though, because we definitely do have enough range here, especially once we have those paved roads then out there. There you go, there you go. And there's still something missing here. That should do the trick. 99%. Where's the trick? I need to find me a trick here. Is that closer here? I think this might be closer. Let's make actually the first stone bridge in this area. Gorgeous. And now, those people were very demanding, but now they got all of that. And we can upgrade them further. And we still have 1,000 farmers. I will, by the way, also need me a farmer city, a farmer island at some point. That moment has not come yet. So we can happily continue upgrading those guys. Plus, we don't need that many anymore. With all the importing here. And especially in this district that we have way too many farmers yet. Let's get rid of them. That's beautiful. That's fantastic. And that's it, right? And then we are down to 43 farmers only, and this whole area is now farmer free as well, and is only usable with workers. Look how the city is coming together then after a bit. Of course, those dirt roads really destroy the view of that, but I'm going to rectify that as we continue step by step. Of course, seeing how many sewing machines we still have, and we are totally capped on that. By the way, I need to increase my storage, yes. I'm going to use my sewing machines now as well on the potatoes. So another product that is really cheap and is though consuming a lot of space for us. Let's do this. Let's have 100 sewing machines there as well. We're never going to need that many potatoes, as we're already capped with 1,400 there. But at least potatoes enough. And with that, I can also now get rid of all of the potato fields up here. It's been a long time since we saw that coming, I guess. And with that, save the space and also save the workforce. 440 farmers are available with that as well. And all of this beautiful space that we can then use for more city expansion down the road. Fire has been destroying one of my hunting cabins there in Western Frontier, where Hugo is mercilessly continuing to purchase my shares. And I would really please like to check this one here once more. Get me something. Scholar residences, that's still a bit further off. No epic item here. And oh, it's getting already really expensive there again. Rerolling, we're past 1 million though. So at least that is something we can afford, these rerolls. And we should also be doing the same thing here in the New World regularly to get the coffee seeds at some point. We should really be getting them, and also finding more production boosts. In the New World though, it's a bit more expensive re-rolling, as far as I can see right now. So it's not going to be that easy. Coffee plantation productivity plus 15%. This is something I'm actually going to take, because we're going to use the coffee here with the trade unions. There's no other way around that. And that means with this item we can further boost the productivity with the limited amount of coffee plantations that we're going to have then. There's an alpaca we can use for the museum. And a bunch of darner. But that's already it again. It's also nice to know that Captain Tobias warns you to handle the horn cautiously. What kind of horn does this drunken captain mean with that?
Waiting new horizons.
Now, I would like to put my eyes on Larsen for the moment, that very small farmer village just across Crown Falls. I guess it's not going to be a farmer village for that long anymore. There's lots of high-tech materials coming in here, my reinforced concretes especially, because in Larsen I'm planning 2 production chains that we would like to have here. It's pretty close to Crown Falls, so it makes exchange between goods rather easy, and thus very important goods should be exchanged. And with that I mean 2 things, and that is brass and filaments. Both of them are going to consume quite a lot of very valuable materials. I just need to check. I think that's the sewing machines. Let's just have a quick look at that. No, the soap has reached legendary status. What? And the sewing machine is still stuck down there. 300 more tons, 200 more tons before we can upgrade this one. That's a shame. But at least the soap is now the most valuable trading good that we can have, and thus helping us in the process. At least that is something. Now, I would like to point my eye now here. What we need to do in Larsen, we have lots of space, and we don't have oil here primarily, right? But we do have space, and we do have that space down there. I could also use this one. What I will definitely like to do here now is I'm going to build us a commute pier that we do need, and that commute pier now is costing us influence. So that's the first time. The freebies are over, right? They really want something from me now. And with that 15 influence, that's fine. Let's actually place it outside here. There we have it. Workforce is shared. And yep, sorry guys, Larsen is no more. Those people are now all moving to Crown Falls. It's really just across the area there, right? And with that, we make this area available. Oh, let's just see. We do have a bit more influence, do we? Yeah, and we have some very positive news around it there, and actually have 10 influence left over. Let's just get rid of all of these paths here, as I'm basically not going to need them, except for this connection there and this connection here. Right. That's important. We will need another pier here then as well with that. By the way, this ship should be out of and on its way getting me more building materials for Larsen. And here we can make our factories now that we have for Crown Falls. And down here in the middle of the mountains, we're going to have these productions. So if I ever want to boost it by oil, we have this beach area there where the oil is coming in for this whole production area then, right? For this whole ugly area that we're going to have there, full of brass and whatnot. Let's have this one here. It's a bit hidden then from the world, right? Because it's in these mountains there. I think that's going to be fine. So what we need first is brass. We're going to need a lot of that. Brass is important for the spectacles. It needs zinc and copper. And it's also important for the steam motors. And later on then for our skyscrapers. But for now, the brass will be here. Let's just see how many we need. It produces per 1 minute. And of course, we should keep in mind electricity already from the beginning. So I'm going ahead with another triple road here. This is really for the train that is probably going to end then here somewhere with a power station, and then the train goes down there to the harbor area. And that means basically here we have lots of space now for all of the things that we need. We, by the way, have a copper deposit in Larsen already that could help us out a bit. Let's go ahead with the first district of melchers, and we're going to have another warehouse then, I guess, just across the street. And then I'm basically just going to have a whole bunch of additional ones here. That's 12 per minute that we would produce, but I'm pretty sure that we're going to need more than that. So let's make this one to 18 per minute. I could boost this one further by 20 per minute. That is fine. Let's have us another market warehouse here in this area. And for this, we can use then this tiny corner there with a fire station. That will be needed, I'm sure of. Right, in this location, with all that brass. And that, of course, doesn't need to be the end, but it's the end for now. We can boost them then. What I'm going to use for the boosting is I'm going to need to reserve a bit of space here for an oil power plant. That needs to be as central as possible. So here, should be fine. With a road around it for later. This warehouse there, I don't know if we want to keep that. Filaments is the other very important thing. The filaments I'm going to need for the elevators, and I'm going to need it for the light bulbs, light bulb factories. They cost me engineers, so both of them, by the way, cost me a lot of engineers now. We have enough, that's a good thing. Now let's get those filament factories. They produce every minute once again. Check this one. There is a smaller... Oh! And this Jing, she's attacking my very important clippers, and I could actually, yep, have my warships here in this channel to protect my ships there. Oh, good. These are very, very important ships for us, these clippers. Right, and that is definitely going down here. Taking its time though. There it is. My clipper, by the way, can deliver us some more resources. We're going to need a lot more window though. So let's go this 100 tons more windows and reinforced concrete that we are going to need for these additional factories then here. So brass, we can continue in this direction, and in this area it's now filaments. Let's actually get rid of this warehouse there. I don't like it so close. Let's have this one here by the power plant. And then we're going with filament factories. Oh boy, it's going to we're going to need a lot of them. Right. As we know, they're very, very important for the elevators then. Here, we are having another mine that I can use then as well. That's that. That's that. And then we could add a couple more here then in this whole area. Perfect. There's another warehouse already for the mines then. And down here we have the lumberjack huts already. But that still should be perfectly fine. And perhaps another warehouse then here and here. That's a lot of filaments. It's all going to get boosted by electricity. We could, by the way, wait a second, use trade routes for this whole endeavor here too, right? So those trade routes, trade unions, are going to play a major role then. Oh, they should not overlap. That's totally right. Let's have this one here. This is affecting almost all of them. Will be fine. And this one is affecting almost all of them. This one we can move then down. Right, that should be fantastically efficient, really. Because for later, filaments and brass are getting some very valuable boosts that we could use here then as well. Like, for example, providing electricity without a power plant close by. Now, that's fine. That's actually really good looking. Now, I'm not going to build those factories right away, though. I'm not that stupid anymore. Medusa is going to be a new trade route, and Medusa is going from Crown Folds to Larsen, and it's basically having one goal only, and that's going to be taking all the zinc and all the copper that we have in Crown Folds to Larsen. And I think one ship will be really fine for that for now. For the copper, however, for the coal, for the filaments, they need coal. We have 4 coal deposits in Larsen. Let's use them instead of getting the coal over here, which I think would be a waste. So there we have one. There we have a second one where there's already a warehouse. There we already have a warehouse as well. And the fourth one here. I don't think we need that much yet though. That's fine. And also let's build the filament factories. For that, we need to check how many light bulbs we need. So 3 at the moment per minute. The light bulb factory is producing every minute. So that means I need 4. Let's make it 6 of them. And that makes 6 filament factories. And that in return basically only really uses 2 coal mines for now. And not even that. 6 of them. How expensive? Oh my goodness, 120,000 credits just this one block. Yeah, I guess it's needed. Let's build them, and let's build those 2 here as well. Let's build that warehouse, and let's upgrade this warehouse here. Let's also upgrade this one. That's actually really, really expensive. And in order to further boost them, let's have some paved roads here, and thus also depleting the rest of my bricks. Righto. But they are going to work here now. That's the filaments, and then for the brass, I need to save up on some more bricks. But you know, that is just really, really easy to do. And I just need to get my brick clippers over there. With that, another production chain is starting now. Another very expensive one. But it's going to be worth it because now we're on the road to investors. Stay tuned. Hello everyone, how good of you to join. Take a cup of coffee, sit back, relax and enjoy Anno 1800 as we're looking at, yeah, well, the city kind of like in the distance, but also that beautiful little city or island that we have here, Larsen, just across the channel here. And Larsen is a fair village. Alright, that's not very difficult to reach. There's not really any building here, but it's also going to be a very ugly island, I guess, because with all these brass smelteries and filament factories, we are up to no good here with the attraction levels, of course. Now, we've just watched one of those clippers passing by. That clipper was transporting the zinc and the copper, the first batches that we've got in the last episode set up here. So this is the sign that we can now build these brass smelteries. The only thing, oh, it's already here again. This is really quick. I mean, it's a small distance there, really, so not the biggest problem that we have. We do have a couple of other clippers ready. They will have to deliver some more building materials over to this small island there. And with that, we can then also finish this and then establish the trade routes that deliver the filament and the brass over to Crown Folds. While those clippers are on its way, I would like to have a small look at this industrial zone here. So we do have the fur coat dealer here. or the fur dealers, right? They're producing the fur coat that we have for all our cities, and we have a surplus of +6 at the moment. So it's going to be fine for quite some time, right? Because we already have almost the maximum amount of artisans here. So I think the consumption rates for fur coat is not going to go up that dramatically anymore. I mean, we still have those guys here, whoop-de-doo, that are now artisans. That was quick, right? Those guys, and that's probably it. Then we are upgrading more and more to engineers and more to investors. So I think it's going to stay the same. One thing that we have here, some of you have pointed this out. Yes, absolutely. This is a wrong wall here, and it should not be here. And in fact, it's a good occasion to do this, because I would like to make this this industry zone here smaller a bit. We do have, I think it's going too far into the city itself, as we can see. So I do want to have a few more buildings here piling up like so. Oh, this poor soul here cannot really reach that. We need to think about a solution there. But I definitely would like to have probably like this, right? So that we still have those guys here. And then a road, most likely. And only now do we have then this wall system. Right, so it's a bit of a distance there, obviously. Let's get rid of that. And there we have it. And we can actually build them already, because we don't need that much here. Let's also get rid of this warehouse there. And this warehouse we're probably going to move over for now. And here we can now think about something new that we want here. And I think I already have quite the idea about that. There we have those crossings. This is going to look really cool here with so many buildings basically, and the train network then as well. Those guys here still need the connection, of course. And then 2 more here, and probably 2 more here. This is looking a bit nasty there, but I think it's fine, right? In some points, the city can look a bit chaotic there to add some more, organic growth. And there we have these houses now popping up as well. I think there we should still need a nice street connection, where there's also some people dying again dramatically to the plague, as we can see. And these gates here, we definitely should also then provide some openings there for these people to commute to their workplaces that we have over there. Now for the workplaces, well, first of all, we need to go back here now, because the clippers have arrived, of course. This clipper is, by the way, called Europa. That is a very beautiful name. And let's go ahead and take us the bricks. How much do we actually need here? Some more bricks and some more steel beams. Oh, we're going to need that. I don't have that many steel beams anymore in Crown Falls. I just realized that. And the other one, the Endeavor, we're going to need some more windows and some more reinforced concrete. Let's take it up 2 times here. That should be fine. And while we wait for the clippers to arrive, let's also jump back to the new world real quick. Boy, we have a full schedule once again of things that we need to do, because the AI is really giving us some peace there at the moment. I think it's also part because we have so much defense everywhere that they're not really fully attacking, and we can really focus on the nitty-gritty stuff of logistics for our megacities then. Of course, there's going to be more conflict again once we go to the Arctic and Africa. But that's something for later. Now, in the New World section, we do have the rum traders, right? And some of you suggested that I should activate this one here, wait for goods. If activated, the ship will wait until it has loaded all the goods for the station. And I think this is a very good option, actually, because this also prevents those ships from being stacked together and then empty-handedly going to Crown Falls. And with that, we can do this here. Wait for unload, we don't need to do this, because I think Crown Falls will always be full. And discard cargo, we also don't need to do this. But wait for goods, that's a really good one. Let's activate this one, and you can call me once again very inexperienced with this game that I did not know about this option there, or I was just, it was probably added with some patch and I totally overlooked it. There we also have it for the caoutchouc. We should be doing that. Even for caoutchouc, it's not going to be a big deal. And for our cotton fabrics there as well. And I think we could also do it for our old world Cape Trelawney ones. It wouldn't make that much sense for fur, because I don't think we produce that much fur. It would also not make that much sense for the beef and the red pepper, but I think it's making... let's just keep that as it is right now. I think it makes more sense for the long distance trade routes that we have over here, and that's something. Another thing, yes, we do have, of course, the ability to use the DLC here, the Bright Harvest, with the tractors. Now for the tractors, we need to actually do 2 things in order to boost that. We do need steam motors. We don't have them yet. We need steel beams. We don't have them on this island. That could be easily done though. But we will also need oil to produce a fuel for these tractors. So before I can really boost those sugar canes, we're still going to need a couple more stuff. And also it's going to need more space. And space is something that's a bit tight. Plus, we have enough rum production as is, right? So I don't think we are capping on rum, or we're running out of rum that soon. And I'd rather not do it for now if we don't need to. Let's just unload the stuff that we need to unload here in Larson. And now we can finally build us the brass smelters. For the brass smelters, what we need to do first is check our consumption rates once again in Crown Falls, and we are having -2 at the moment. So that means I need to produce at least 4 per minute to have a bit of a surplus there as well. And that means 4 brass smelters with 6 spectacle factories if my calculations are correct. So that we have those ratios once again, and 4 of them we need to build now. Let's go ahead and do this. I think, wait a second, let's actually use this marketplace there. Yes, of course, it's the warehouse. As always, I'm mixing this up in my very twisted brain. And then we are going with the 4 brass smelters that I want to have here. Boy, that's dirty right away. Look at all the smoke and fume that's coming out of them. Beautiful buildings, no doubt, but I certainly don't want to live or work here at all. Now they're getting the zinc and the copper, those 4, and are producing us the brass. Now it's not the only thing we need the brass for though, since the spectacles is not the only thing we need to produce. We will also need, well, the steam motors. That's going to be a tricky part. It's also needing brass smelters. And the steam motor assembly line also is not that easy. So for the steam motors, we are going ahead and building us another, let's say 3 of them. I also want to have a bit of a surplus there for brass. Let's have this warehouse and let's upgrade this warehouse too. By the way, already consumed all the bricks again. And they are now starting to work as well. That's a lot of brass, and we can still, of course, boost this over time. So that's that. Now, the trade routes are on the way. Perfect. So the zinc and the copper, it's really going full there. That's good to see. I will need another ship now. Endeavor. Let's just take Endeavor with that. We do not have any other trade route here active, so let's go ahead and from Larson to Crown Falls, and we're going to take here the brass that we need, basically a lot of that, and then also the filaments that we need, and basically a lot of that too. It's a very short distance, so this will be really fine. For the Endeavor, off you go, another trade route. By the way, put this to the Cape Trelawney one. I'm also not going to make this one here wait for goods to fill up, right? It would take way too long and we would never get the brass that we need. Now, Europa can go back to the harbor area waiting and being on standby. I would probably also like to build us another 2 clippers. Even though it's probably one of the last clippers that we're going to build since we are at the advent of steam motors. That's going to be nice. Let's upgrade those guys here so we can build them. We get more more workers in this area. And even though they're ridden by the plague, let's also upgrade some of those guys there. We're very tight on the farmers now. In this area, I would then like to have my new industry. Wait. Let's also check Eli there once again. From time to time, it's just very important. There's a fool. Oh, all residences are provided with the variety theatre. Not so bad, but I like variety theatres. There's an epic one once again for the scholar residences. We don't need that. And unfortunately, as always, no Chef Michel. I'm running out. I'm not running out of money, but I'm running out of patience here. Give me something that I can use. Now that ship is still continuing to wait. Nothing we can really do about that. What we can do though is we can continue upgrading some more of my houses. So here especially there is another farmer. And those guys. And also perhaps here in the actual center, that we still have those people without a university. Once again, there's a church, and once again, we probably will get rid of the church in favor of a university that we can then squeeze in here. But I think we will still need to get rid of some of the roads around it there. Yep, so this one there. We did have a double road there anyway, and that's just fine. Just beside that park, a university here in the city center as well. And of course, some nice paved roads around it once more.
The people celebrate your leadership.
And this is a very ugly color. Let's actually switch to something that's beautiful. There it is. Perfect. Now for the industrial zone of Crown Falls that we still have some fur dealers that I would like to move now up into this area there. I think it's just not very good looking having them so close to the beach as well. So off you go, these guys here now. They're going to work in a different location from now on. This warehouse here, by the way, we also don't really need in this corner there anymore. And then we could probably squeeze some more of these fur dealers in then later if we need to, right? So something like that could work. Perfect. Just in case we need more of them. Now for the light bulbs, we're by the way fixing two products here from my engineers, right? The glasses and the light bulbs. And then only really coffee is the new thing that we need then, since we already have some electricity as well. For the industrial zone, we need to bear in mind that we are going to need for the skyscrapers later on more industries and more factories then as well that are going to work that require electricity, for example the elevator production. So for that I would like to reserve some space as well, and that's probably going to be this corner there where there's still some space here as well, and around it we're going to have then the other production chains that do require electricity as well. And for that what we still need to add here also is a power plant as always, so we can have this one right next to the warehouse there just fine, and it's going to provide now for all of these guys there. By the way, we should probably get used to now only building brick roads in the future, right? Because it doesn't make much sense anymore to have these dirt roads there. And plus, we have the sufficient amount of bricks as well to afford that now on and in the future. And it's just looking so much better overall, of course. Now, electricity. So this whole block will be electrified. Very good. For the light bulbs, we still need some more sand mines because we need more glass production. Let's just check this one real quick. Light bulbs, it does require one glass maker can have 2 light bulb factories. We do need 3. Let's make it 5. Let's say 6 light bulb factories as a potential. So that would be 3 glass makers, which would be 3 additional sand mines. Let's build those 2 guys here. And I guess we might be lucky in building us. We are of course not very lucky here. There's the oil one that is really important. I could have this one here. Let's actually build this one in this area. There's a warehouse close by as well, and with that we have all the required sand mines, and the glass factory of course is up here, so that we have them still. And I'm going to add 3 more here to the area as well that are going to provide us with the glass. They're by the way costing 100 each, so that's okay. We by the way of course have this whole area here as well as an industrial as a potential industrial zone as well, that we can use them later on for non-pollution industry. Since polluted industry I'm definitely going to put to other islands, right? Crown Falls really needs to shine there. Now let's go back to the harbor area, where we are starting with actually the steam motors, the steam motor assembly lines. They're going to require electricity, so it's pretty important that we have this one. We can have our, very good, our fire station right here. That's very important that we have it in this area. And then hopefully we can actually squeeze in 3 of them here. Just perfect. And we could probably also squeeze in some 2 more in this area. And this is actually not so bad. Very good. There's also the warehouse right for this one. For this pile there. Perfect. And another fire station up here. And this dirt road here can go away. And this is all getting boosted. And we're probably never going to need more than these guys there. Next up would be my glass production, my spectacles. So as I said, we do need around, I think around 6 of them. So I'm going to go ahead now and I'm going to start. We can have a lot of them. Let's just see how many we can actually squeeze in there. 4, that's perfect. We can make 8 if we want to. And we probably could make this row here full as well. I will definitely need a warehouse though for this area as well. And then 2 more. Actually 3 more that we could squeeze in there. This is fine. We're never going to need more glasses than this. And bear in mind, we're also boosting it then by electricity once again. So this is really, it's probably over the top, but it's better to have it over the top than actually missing something. This here still needs a crossing. With the modded tracks, it's a bit hard to see where there's already a crossing and where not. And here, we will then have the light bulb production that we're going to have. The light bulbs, by the way, they don't cause any pollution or anything like that. Right? And they're huge. And we don't need that many of them. So we do need around 3 at the moment, but hold on a second. They're improved by electricity and they're very expensive with 1,000 maintenance costs. We already have the oil power plant up there working, and plus they also do require a lot of space. I don't really like them here. I guess I'm going to have the light bulb factories in this district where we already have the sewing machines working and our bicycle production, and I can just easily squeeze them in here. They're getting their electricity right away, and that's probably as much as I need ever. It's probably even too much since they're getting boosted right away. Let's just have them in this area. And of course, this warehouse there will need some upgrades there as well, some serious upgrades, if it wants to provide the loading ramps. Righto, so I think that's going to be quite fine. And have I forgotten anything? I think we're golden. Let's just check. The brass is in. We are actually ready to push the button on this one. Before I do that, let's also pause the glasses and the light bulbs production or the consumption of these goods for now. And let's go ahead and build us the first ones in this area. So the warehouse, of course, is important that we can have. And then let's actually jump on these 3 here for now. There they are. They should get their brass and their glasses immediately. Hoping so. I'm going to boost my sand production by another 50% without actually getting any penalty there on the happiness, so that I'm allowed to go for another 2 glass makers that we can then have over here in this corner. Why? Because for the glasses themselves we do need glasses. Now that is a bit confusing, I know. For the spectacles I could say we do need the glass there as well. Let's go ahead. These are now producing. They should be producing quite a fair amount of these glasses, of these spectacles. We do have enough steel beams, so let's actually get us ahead there with 2 light bulb factories. 90,000 it cost me, and look at my balance, it's dropping really hard with that. But I'm positive that it's going up again once we have finished, or once my people can actually consume those thingies. Now farmers, I would like to probably go ahead while we wait on these products to fill up to build us a few more farmers, right? A few more districts. Crown Falls is in no way finished yet. Over here it's looking quite empty where we had some grain fields before. There is a marketplace, and there is a marketplace for this area. I might make this one a double road there since it's already making a bit of sense there. There we, by the way, have then already this alley, which is just looking fantastic really, with the trains in between, as we can see. And we still even have main roads then as well, right? So both of them can coexist. And it's looking fine. Now over here, let's just see that we make this one right. There we can have now a new district, and it's still being provided by this marketplace over there. So we can still add those buildings in here, and let's actually make this one double road. And then I would like to add my new buildings here too. Up here far away we probably will need another marketplace for these guys here. Let's continue with this main road there around the marketplace, and then definitely also once again a pub that we could then add to this area there as well, right next to it, a bit further outside then already, so we don't need to be that organized anymore. It can be a bit more chaotic, plus it's not the most beautiful area to live here, definitely just beside the trains here that are going around. And here it's probably ending with another crossing then over there to the other side, right? So those people are connected. That will probably work here that will probably work over there, and they can live in this area. Beautiful location still with the view though, so that is something. And I was also of course thinking about here somewhere where we could have a museum or a botanical gardens. I should be very careful about that. But anyway, let's build them. We have the timber after all. So this is a new block now coming out of nowhere. We still have these grain farms here. Bye-bye. I also don't need them anymore, together with that warehouse. And boom, we have more space again for more people. And then I will have to readjust this trade system up there, or this street system that we have. And now I can continue building more houses in this area. We do have the marketplace on that side, so let's make us some crossings here. So that we can also extend the range of this marketplace there to that side. And we probably will need then one more here somewhere. By the way, I remember that we will expand over there. This is another main road then here. right? So at the moment we have the lumberjack huts in this area, but it's going to be a major road here too. Why? Because it's leading up to our Crown Falls, really, to the name of this island, where we have the waterfall. So it's pretty important to keep that in mind, because of course the city will also be here then at some point completely. And we can't just neglect that. We do need to have a proper road system up in this area too. And yeah, we might actually use this one here right away on that side here too, right? So the network. I will think about that still. Let's go ahead and have us a few more. Oh, Hugo, you're purchasing my shares again, and we need to do this quickly. There you go. Taking this away. Right, as we can see, the glasses and the light bulbs are in. By the way, we're at 1,000 gramophones sitting at the moment. Also, lots of cigars and chocolates ready. The investors are going to be very happy about these developments, as this is providing, right, also a lot of taxes once we upgrade. Let's go ahead and open these products up, and I just hope that we can see a nice bump here then. So we should be going up 50,000, and also on the cash there, of course, just a tiny bit, because just we get more taxpayers in. As we can see, it's rising. It's not going to rise as quickly as with happiness goods, but it should still provide us, and hopefully we can also go for level 52 here. I think this is possible, because with that we will get a bit more influence again, and this is something that we really need. And as we can see, a nice bump here overall as these products are in, and only coffee is now missing for us in order to achieve the next big step in our city developments. Stay tuned.
Brave ideas survive through brave individuals.
Hello everyone, how good of you to join. A new day is dawning in Crown Falls, and as always our schedule is tight. We have lots of stuff to do while we enjoy the beautiful sunrise over my little harbor area at the moment. Now we still have lots of cannons here, by the way, that I might want to move then later on for something else, but well, for now let's just keep it like that, and let's just have a look around what we can do. And the first thing that comes to mind is, first of all, we have now the glasses and the light bulbs in, so my engineers are happier for that. Over 50,000 people at the moment, with a nice balance there as well, and we need to increase that balance. And some of you have rightly pointed it out. Yes, indeed, the bank is still missing. It's the last good or the last service that my engineers want. And for the bank, we do have a new building available that I've modded as well, or that is a mod actually. So let's just have a look around where we want to place those banks. We probably will go with 3 banks. One we can squeeze in down here for this whole area. And then I'm probably going to squeeze in one for this area, and then one up here for this area, right? So that is the central town. So for my first bank, we are going to get rid of these buildings there. Let's just see how we can do this. I think, yes, we can upgrade those artisans here. And we should be doing that. So also those guys here, 2 engineers, off you go, right? Because the artisans or the engineers here, they lack now some certain services that the artisans still wanted. And that is the school. And that will also be the church that we have there, right? So the church we no longer need. And down here we still have the workers, I can see, but they should be affected by this marketplace there. And that is the case. So we can upgrade them. There's also one tiny one hiding in here. So let's just do that. And now we no longer need the school here. We no longer need the marketplace, and we no longer need the public or the pub there, right? So I can actually get rid of these buildings. Let's check that there's really no... there. We still have some workers. But now we should be golden with that. So let's get rid of these buildings here. Right, of these old buildings. Probably fire station, let's keep it for now, but we probably don't need that for a long time anymore. And let's also get rid of the school there, because we have a school over here somewhere as far as I remember. There it is, right? So that is still providing for those artisans there. Now with the space that we have, we can now safely move those engineers to this area, so that we don't waste them really. Then we can add a couple more streets to this area, and then boom, we have lots of space over here all of a sudden. But the bank will be bigger, so let's also get rid of this road here. There's still one more engineer that I could probably move over there. I have no idea if he actually will stay engineer though. And let's just go for the new bank building now, which is huge. Let me tell you that's the one. Now, as we can see, yeah, it's still not fine, so we still need to get rid of those buildings here and of this one. There we have it. Lots of new space, and now we should really be in the should be able to build it. Ah, beautiful, there it is, and we can squeeze it in just fine. Let's also just see how that affects my balance, going from 29, and as we can see, this is another big bump there actually by almost 9k in the balance overall that we can have here for the bank. And by the way, a really lovely building there. So if you want to know about this mod, then just have a look at the mod list, and it's there, the bank, the new one that we have. And I think it's fitting in right nicely. And it's also, by the way, now the biggest or the tallest building that we have so far. Of course, only for now, though. Really fine-looking one there. Why, Sean, you declare war on me? There is no reason for that. Let's just check this one there again. Ceasefire is actually possible. He wants a bit of money there, I guess. Yes. But other than that, we should be golden here. What are you doing? Benta, Princess Jing. No chance, really. We could try to flatter them. I'm not paying them any money, though. That's not going to happen. And with that, we also have now engineers plus 22 happiness. And we're not even using any strong propaganda for happiness increases. So those guys are really happy right now, and they should pay me handsomely. Perfect. Next up is my industrial district. We do have a power plant here already that I would like to activate now. There we have it. A new one coming into play. We still need to connect it with our district, or with our train network. So there we have it. Perfect. This is at least working just fine. And there we still need this road connection over there as well. And with that, we can now build the motor assembly lines over here. I'm going with 2 for now. Oh, I need a bit more windows. They're really expensive, by the way. 1,800 credits they cost me, but they produce now the steam motors. And with that, we can finally then start building the steam ships that we need, especially the oil tankers that will be playing a vital role now soon. Now, another thing that I've noticed is in distant land, distant forest where we have our steel production, we are totally capped on steel beams. We do, however, have almost no steel beams in Crown Falls. What's going on here? And I guess that the steel beams that we are transporting here with 1 clipper only, and only here, as we can see, 100 tons, which is a 50 tons, because a clipper cannot transport more than 50 tons for each slot, as long as we haven't gotten any upgrades there. And this is, of course, way too little. So I'm going to scrap this one. Where's the ship, by the way, right now? It's still on its way up to the north here. So there it is, somewhere with the appropriate steel beams. Perfect. So let's just wait for this one to arrive here. And then I'm going to get rid of the steel beams here, and I'm going to have my own steel beams delivery only. Or what we could do is, instead of 3 slots with steel, let's go with 2 slots of steel beams, right? So that's 100 tons that are being transported then to Crown Falls for the ship that is arriving now. Let's just see what it's doing. Very good, there it is. And then we're just adding a second ship to this. We do have a couple of them available right now. 3, Independence, Europa, and Fortitude. And we are, of course, going then with one of the new clippers there. However, I need to wait there for this ship now to make a turn. While that clipper is on its way and we're waiting for that, I can also clean up my harbor area there a bit. We don't need these fire stations and those warehouses anymore, since we no longer have any production chains here in the main area. Those cannons, of course, I'm going to keep them as many as possible, because you never know when there's a surprise attack coming in. However, I'm going to move them, if possible, please, without taking Tobias there. If possible, I would like to move them a bit further away. This is a tricky one here. Are you actually for real? Let's have it over there somewhere. Right, and this one here as well. And this one a bit further away. The defense is still there. The defense still needs to be destroyed in case there is an attack coming. But for now, we should be fine. And with that, we have a bit more space for our docklands once again. So let's go ahead and do something else and get us the next export offices that we need in this area then here for additional, well, contracts that I'm going to add. So let's just add another 2 wings to this one here. We can actually build them right away. Let's build both of them. And let's have a new contract here, and this time it's for the hops. Now we want to get the hops in. As we can see, we have 4 contracts with the sewing machines right now, yet sewing machines is still capped. I don't know. Either we really have so much sewing machines. Wait a second. The soap is at legendary and we're only getting the pigs in. Let's use the soap for that. And let's say 300 soap that we trade. That's 560 hops. That should be fine. It should be enough. We are producing right now. Oh, we have 17 hops plantations. That is actually quite a lot. But let's get rid of them. No longer are they needed. We do save some farmer workforce with that, and also a bit of cash overall. Right, off you go. Fantastic. Also get rid of these warehouses there. We have other plans for this whole area then here. And let's just see how negative we are now. Minus 17, right? So that is what we need. That's around 340 hops that we need for every Tobias that comes in. So we are at 560. We can reduce this a tiny bit, but let's just keep it as a surplus. And if it's capped then at some point, then it's capped, and we're happy with that, right? But that's fine. So we have the hops now coming in as well. And once again, this is exactly what I like the docklands to be, using these raw materials here, or getting these raw materials in order to save me some space and cheap farmer workforce basically. Now for my trade route, the clipper is actually already down there. So let's add the second clipper now to this trade route here for the steel beams, right? So this one is on its way now too, while the other clipper should be down here somewhere. There it is, with 100 tons of steel beams and 100 tons of steel. That's exactly what we need for our city up here. By the way, there is a resident quest. Let's do this one. The grand opening, finally grandfather's canning plan comes true. A picture will inspire my own grandchildren to preserve the business forever. A photography quest and of the canneries with a random reward. I always take random rewards. You never know what you get out of them. And there you go. Not so grand opening. Few attend opening ceremony. Oh. And we get something for the museum. How very good, because I'm actually having the museum up my agenda pretty soon now. And by the way, as always, I'm not always recording it, but as always, I need to reroll and hope to find me something nice here. And unfortunately, really, we are extremely unlucky. Like, I haven't seen that before, that Chef Michel isn't. I'm already suspecting that he might actually not be in here anymore. I'm pretty sure that I've purchased him here quite a lot of times. I wouldn't know where else we could search for him. Up here, there it is, finally. I was waiting for this, the coffee. Finally, we have the coffee seeds. So affects coffee plantations, productivity 25%, plus coffee fertility provided for a bit of cash there. And that's it. We also have the coffee roaster special item here already, productivity 30% and workforce needed. Plus, we only employ jornaleros then. And there is something else here? No, not really, right? The other items are not that useful. Let's get the coffee up here to my auspicious isle. And here we can now finally start with the coffee production. For the coffee production, I would also like to get my next clipper in. Oh, wait a second. We have 13 steam motors finally working. I don't have enough steel beams, though, to build me the shipyard yet and any ships. So let's build us another clipper. And let's send the independence here to the new world already now. Let's make it Tristão and then Auspicious Isle, right? Because I'm not entirely sure that they take the right path there and getting destroyed in the process rather quickly. Steel beams, yeah. I hope the fixing of this trade route is working now soon. There's 100 tons coming in that we can finally continue building something in Crown Falls. By the way, yes, there's only one more thing now missing, and that's the coffee for my engineers. And that's what we need to work on, and that's working up here. The caoutchouc we have already, and I'm going to keep this area for caoutchouc, right? And down here it's going to be for coffee. Let's go ahead and get us a road all the way to that side. And here I can then start with my coffee. And yes, for the coffee, we need to be really efficient there. So there we have the trade union, then the future trade union. And I'm trying to squeeze in as many coffee plantations here as possible that we can then have in all of these areas. Let's also have a road here because we are going to need more, space here then. I guess here we're going to have the coffee roasters then working for us. And up here we have one more gold mine and also a clay deposit that I would definitely like to use then later, but much more important is the gold mine here to me. So let's get the gold mine over there as well. And then I'm just trying to squeeze in more of them as possible. So there we have them. Of course, we will also need some warehouses. So I'm going to have a warehouse a bit further outside and one right here in the center that is then going to work for all of them. We should be having enough resources to upgrade them as well then. And then I can squeeze in 2 more here from what I can see. Perfect. And then probably, yeah, a lot more here then. So that's still lots of coffee plantations that are possible. Let's just finish this one there as well. Down it goes. with all of them. And then this one, by the way,
Constructed.
that we can just... Oh, but yeah, very good. We also got some clippers ready there then again. And this one here, right? And we still have plenty of space here for more. Basically, I can double the whole thing here on that side too, that we need them. We do, however, let's just see how much do we need to produce really. How high is the demand in Crown Falls? My quaint capital for the coffee at the moment, 17. That is a lot. So 17 coffee only with the city that we have right now. So I can easily say 25 that we need long-term wise once I start upgrading. And since investors do need coffee as well, let's actually say 30 to 40 coffee that we need per minute. This is insane. That is a huge amount of coffee that we're going to need here. That's why I need to be very efficient about that. And also, I'm going to use a lot of items to boost the productivity of these plantations. Let's get my Royal Galleon down here once again. By the way, there is a ship for sale. How expensive is that? Still not selling it? There she is. 50,000, but 80 influence. We cannot afford that because of influence reasons. The cooldown should be off again. I would like to check my Eli. I've wasted so much money on this guy by now. He has become a rich man thanks to me. There is something for the artisan kitchen now, but it's only affecting the workforce, not really their input at the moment. So for the production that I'm aiming right now, that is 25, perhaps even 30. I need 15 coffee roasters. And the coffee roasters, well, I also do have a potential item then up there that can work for the coffee roasters. So I would need another trade union. Now these trade unions are getting a bit expensive because each one of them costs me 20 influence. But still, I think it's going to be worth it. I mean, it's definitely going to be worth it, and the influence should not be the biggest problem long-term wise. Let's get us the trade union up here. I'm going to have my warehouses down in this area where those people can deliver, and probably also one warehouse here, right? And then around this trade union, we can now have our coffee roasters. So that's 19 coffee roasters. Let's make this one with one more that is then probably not boosted, but we can still use it to have 20 coffee roasters. That's up to 40 coffee per minute that we can produce with them, but that's not the end of it yet. We can boost that with another 40% with the items, and we could also increase their working conditions, right? So this is going to be for up to, I think, 70 to 80 coffee per minute that is possible here. And, well, for the coffee plantations, we do have 13 plantations at the moment. That leads up to, well, only 6 that can be fully utilized. So, well, I do need way more coffee plantations, and we can only really have them in this area. So let's just squeeze in a couple more here. As long as we're connected with the trade route, we should be golden, the trade union. So there you go, with all the coffee plantations now surrounding this single trade union. We still have plenty of space, so if I find that item again, of course, we can double that whole thing easily. It's basically now this whole coffee. We have more here for the caoutchouc then, more here for the caoutchouc if we need to. We could also get tobacco on Auspicious Isle if we want to, but I think we should be golden with that. Now, before I build them, I do need influence. We don't have the right amount of influence to get these items. Also, let's just check what kind of items we want to use here then. The hybrid coffee beans, so this one affects coffee fertility and also productivity, 25% on top of that. Plus we have the arborist, another 15% productivity on coffee plantations, and plus the trade union coffee roaster, 30% productivity increase, and also workforce substitution. Perfect. This is really looking good. What is not so looking good is though my influence with that. So I should either tone down on my defenses, and I'm probably going to do this in Crown Falls, because I don't think we really do need that much defense here anymore. Let's tone it down, and also here, those 2 cannons we can get rid of, getting us 32 influence. That's enough for 1. I do, however, need 2 trade unions, right? So we still need some 8 influence. How far are we away from the next level? Not that far. 1,500 people away, 2,000 people away. So we could upgrade a bit. We have the steel beams. Let's go ahead and get us cracking in Crown Falls with a few more engineers. Also here down the road. And here. And by the way, yes, I know it's looking a bit uniformed here, right? Only engineers. This is getting much more diverse than once we have the investors and the skyscrapers coming in. So for now, we just need to work with what we have there really, and get us, well, all the engineers that we can get. There we have it. There we can have another full block working. Perfect. And now we are actually out of windows. Also, we have lots of bricks. So I could go ahead now and get us more paved roads. And I know some of you have been aching as well for some ornaments, right? And of course, at some point I should just add them to that city. For example, here we do have our temperate groves then, and I would also like to get me some elm trees then here, especially to fulfill these blocks there, right, into something that is looking a bit more proper, a bit more city-like. And then we just need to have really those entrances here also being paved then as well. Lucky there is also some new mechanics here that allow to make this one a bit quicker overall, right? So I can drag the streets over there even though they're not connected. They still get their respective upgrades. Also here in the center, we should of course look out to not have only big trees, but also these poplar trees. I do like them as well. Just some smaller ornaments here in between. Also here, more trees, and then also my roads. There's lots and lots of these smaller gaps everywhere that I can fill up with some trees if I want to. The temperate grove is my favorite to go because it's just looking very diverse. Also like the oak trees, of course, because of their autumn feeling that they have to it. We don't have any parks at the moment, and this is also something that we can have a look at then later. Look at that, that's 3,600. Now we can afford it. There was a time when I was not able to afford me that much. Let's have some elm trees then here for these areas, and then we continue with some proper roads as well in Crown Falls while we wait for a bit more influence to come in. It's the details that matter. A little chess garden here as well, a little chess table that we can have right next to some cypress garden with a few benches on the way where people can sit on, together with perhaps some trees to get the shadows in, and also some flower beds in the back. Let's just add us a few more trees here, and then some flower beds in between. I'm also continuing with adding all of the different avenues now with brick roads, which is going to take a while. That I could speed up by copying my paved roads and just copy them over the original ones, right? So we can speed it up like that a bit more. A bit more, I should say, actually a lot more. And we can also see how expensive it is, one of these blocks to add when it comes to the bricks. Really, it does add a lot of flavor there, having them paved roads. As tedious as it is. Since windows is lacking really often now, let's build us 2 more window factories. We can afford it. I should also upgrade my warehouse in order to accommodate for the additional transporters now. And let's just have paved roads in my industry districts, of course, as well from now on. And by the way, we've just spent 400 tons of bricks in just paving the roads. It's visible in some areas, not so visible in others. Alright, let's have this whole area now also being upgraded as we continue. So step by step, of course. The next big one, this really should us push please now to 52,500, so 1,000 more we need. It's really important that we get this very upgrade there for the influence, because I really don't want to tone down any more on my defenses that we have, right? As that is very, very dangerous, really. Let's upgrade these guys. We are out of bricks now, so I need to wait there a bit, and out of windows with all this upgrading here, but it should come in quickly anyway. I might also build us more farmers. That's more people as well. We have a marketplace over there. I would like to probably have, let's just see, let's have actually some normal buildings here only, right? As this is a, how far are we outside here? Right? It's still going to be a city center there, more or less. It's still going to need to look proper there at least somehow. So let's upgrade, or let's get us a few more of the known blocks in that we already know. So there is another one of these that I could add, and then I would like to have my marketplace here somewhere. Yes, there's a lumberjack hut. that we are destroying in the process now. Since timber is not our highest priority anymore, we can also get rid of one of these sawmills here. It's not the one that we need the most. Unfortunately, I need to go down back to dirt roads again, since there's really nothing else I can do in that case. Let's have here some more farmers then once again. This is the main road, right? It continues then over there and then into this area. We might actually need to remove them again later on if I want to extend my train network. It's important though that we build these farmers now, so this whole block we can definitely finish as well if we want to. Probably with one of these, or we have these guys there as well. We do have a bit of a patched network here right now with the road systems that we will tackle then as well once I have more bricks again. All about that final push here to the next level. It's really hard. And some of my ships are under attack, it seems. I hope not. I don't see anything. And he's doing that a lot now. Look at that. This is not going to end. He wants this island here. And he will try to do this now forever. But we can't give it up, of course.
Is that how it is?
Also, very important, in Larson, we have the beef farms and the red pepper farms. I've boosted them by 50%. We do need some police stations here, just in case there's some raids. I am not expecting any raids soon, but there might be some. So let's just add one police station here and one police station up here, just in case. We do have the materials for that. We do need a bit more beef and a bit more red pepper for the canned food that has, or the consumption for this also has risen there a tiny bit. Building materials though are really coming quickly, so we can continue upgrading our artisans here to engineers, more and more of them. And I probably still would like to have more farmers in this whole area. There you go. I'm going to keep this area open or free right now because I don't know how I want to continue with the main road then there. And for my train networks, we can of course continue as always adding some more decorations along the tracks. My people don't have to see these tracks. The exception would be here in the industrial district. So far so good. I'm waiting for that last final push now for the upgrade, which really should be happening now. And there it is, the push to 52. With that, we have now 40 influence. That means 2 trade unions that I can use for my new production. That is the coffee. Pooh, that was a long way. But at least the city is also looking much better now. And we can finally head on for the last push towards investors. Stay tuned. Hello everyone and welcome back to Anno and welcome back to our city at night. Some of you have suggested it or wanted to see how the city is looking at night. Not very impressive at the moment, right? It's still a very basic city there, so not that much changes with the lighting. We don't have any skyscrapers yet, nor do we have any spotlights that and illuminating the city there even further. So let's rather switch back quickly to daylight, and yes, we are actually not going to stay in Crown Falls for too long. We're staying in the Auspicious Isle because I have now enough influence to build me the trade unions that I'm going to need. So trade union number 1 that we have down here, and trade union number 2 that we have over here for the coffee roasters. 2 of them, boom, there we have it. No more influence, unfortunately, but at least everything that we need. For the trade union number 1, we get an influence bonus here, administrator. That is something I haven't seen that often because I'm not using that many trade unions usually. Maintenance cost minus 3%. For everything? I need to check this one up then. Let's get the hybrid coffee seed now activated in the trade union. And I'm also going ahead here with the arborist for my coffee plantations then as well. Occasionally we produce some tobacco with this item. It's just going to be interesting how much tobacco we really produce out of all of them at some point. Now, timber, we have enough, not really. Now there they are right away. We do have the building materials that we need. This one actually, and also some new items. Oil well productivity 25%, a 20% increase, another coffee bean that we want to have here. This is only seeds though, it's not affecting productivity. And then the bean sifter, very interesting word that we have, and of course more timber and more bricks. And we should be having, yep, and more clippers coming in with way more timber. We do have around 335 people at the moment. We're at 53,000 on the balance. That means I should be able, and I'm probably going to do this, afford me those commute peers once I have enough influence. For the workforce, however, I do need to add a couple more people here, and this is really just a farmer village, right? I'm not going to make this beautiful or anything. It's really just to provide enough workforce that we need for all of these additional factories. And since we only need $100 here, it's making the things a lot easier, of course. There we have then more timber coming in. Lots of that. 300 tons we have. Perfect. I would actually like to go ahead and upgrade. Probably, let's do the depots there. Let's have some more depots, actually. It's a very small harbor area, unfortunately, making things a bit tricky here. So I can have another depot there. And then we just basically, we could build all of them right away. Let's build us a warehouse here, a second warehouse, and upgrade that. And let's start slow but steadily with all the upgrading here, as they, of course, do cost me some farmers there. Not a lot, though. As we are painting this island, basically. Beautiful. Let's just finish everything here, actually. There you go. All of them are now working. All of them have the fertility, and all of them are boosted by this additional item here. So productivity 25% and another 15% on top, and that should lead to some nice bonus here. The AI is getting a bit more active again, from what I can see, so she's pushing more military ships again on her trade routes. There might be another wave coming soon. While we wait for the coffee plantations to ramp up, I would like to do something else here. We have enough steel beams in again. It's also time for my steam ships. For that, I will need a steam shipyard. Let's go ahead. Over here, we should have it somewhere lurking around. There it is. It requires electricity. The good thing is we have the power plant working here as well. That's why we need a second one here in the harbor area, by the way, just for this to work. And then I'm just adding this one here right next to the sand mine that we have there already. And bear in mind, this is all not finished yet. This is all temporary. I need to unlock more ornaments and more harbor buildings later on in order to really finish something then. There we have it. Cargo ship, battle cruiser would be buildable now, and the oil tanker. The only thing that's lacking here is a bit of influence, as always. So that should be coming in then soon. I might really need to destroy a few more harbor defenses if I'm being honest here. This one, for example, we should really aim for at least one oil tanker. Now I can build it. There it is. The first steamship will be coming out now soon, and it's going to be an oil tanker to get more electricity, more oil to Crown Falls from the new world. Let's also upgrade my oil harbor here right away while we do have the resources. Perfect. And let's go back to Auspicious Isle. We have more timber coming in and more bricks. We're going to need those bricks now. Very good. They are working now. Now those warehouses, as expected, are a bit overloaded even though they're upgraded, so I'm also sending some steel beams over there. So don't worry, they're all getting their ramps ready. Of course, this is a bit a problem there for the coffee production itself. So we have we have 35 now per minute right now. And let's go ahead and build us the coffee roasters. Also, once again, with the first one in the center, or the warehouse. Then let's have the warehouses around it, and then we can basically start now with those. However, they do require your railroad workforce, and this is where the other trade union is coming in now. That makes the coffee roasters using jornaleros, and there we have an even balance again. Also, productivity is increased right away. I think we still have this one here. Coffee roasters, workforce needed minus 20% in addition, right? So we can build even more than on top of that with the same amount of workforce. So this is really working out fine. I, however, still need to increase the size of my island here nevertheless. And even though we had over 400 tons of timber delivered, it's not enough. I need more timber. Of course, this was a massive and a really, really massive production here that we finished now, and it's pretty important because coffee is going to play a vital role in the future as well. Let's get us a bit more timber than over. So from Tristão, there we have enough timber anyway. I'm not going to build up a timber production here, since once we have finished all that industry, we're done, right? We don't need to build anything else on this island then. Also, what is ready? Our very first steamship, the Kraken's Call. What a cool name. And this ship here is now transporting the oil then to my crown falls. Let's get this one actually over to the new world already. This is going to be very important. It's only the first one. We're probably going to need 2 or 3 of these ships then, but for now that's it. On its way it is, also with some steel beams so that we can start up our next oil production. And while we wait for those thingies, let's go ahead, and I would like to upgrade more farmers. We have lots of farmers still that want to, well, get up in the world there and, well, earn more money, I guess, and stuff like that. Also not being farmers anymore, which is always a huge boost, I guess. Here we do have lots and lots of them in this area. That is going to be very interesting up here. We still have some pig heads. Let's just see. We should actually be really full on pig heads. And we are, so we don't really need them anymore. Also, what I've just seen is that the sewing machines is now epic level up there, so it's worth even more. That means we need fewer sewing machines for more goods that we can import them. Very good indeed. And that, of course, also directly affects then all the goods that are coming in here. We still have one more trade contract available for later, but what we definitely don't need here anymore is those pig farms. Let's get rid of all of them. That's also going to add another level of attraction there. Once again, we've reached the next level, the fair capital. A place at least one person absolutely doesn't hate. We already had that, and I still like that phrasing. Let's go ahead and get rid of these roads, and boom, all of a sudden we have another district or another space for more buildings if we need to, which is going to be very important. Up here we're probably going to have then the botanical garden or the zoo. Oh, the zoo could look epic up there. I think that's just fitting in there nicely. For the zoo museum and stuff like that, we, by the way, don't have the influence right now as these buildings require influence, so I can't do that. Now let's continue with upgrading more farmers. Here we do have more of them. Here, oh, there's actually lots of them, and we do have the timber for it as well, so I would just like to do it once and for all. Of course, this is also going to rise the consumption then again, or increase the consumption, but we should be fine. There's some here that don't have the marketplace really, and there we do need more paved roads then along the way in this marketplace. And this one here, by the way, we could also make now paved roads only. And then also more trees again and upgrades here as well. As the city is coming more and more to life. Oh, there I would definitely like to have some of my elm trees in the center here. And we have more timber again to build more coffee roasters. Let's go ahead and have those guys here. Always having a look at the jornaleros, of course. This one up here is not being affected by the trade union, so we do lose a bit of Browers workforce. It's still going to work because it's got basically 2/3 of its population there of its workforce working for it. Let's upgrade these warehouses there, and oh, I can actually go ahead and have those 2 there as well. Perfect, and we should be upgrading this warehouse then as well. And with that, yeah, quite a lot of coffee roasters boosted as well. All nice and dandy looking. Let's just see how much coffee. We already have 300 tons of coffee beans in the storage. That is insane. That is a lot of coffee beans. Upgrading the harbor does require more steel beams once again. The caoutchouc trader. And we can also now start establishing our trade route, the next one, and that is the coffee trade route. It's going from Auspicious Isle to Crown Falls. And we already have almost 200 tons of coffee waiting. That was really fast, by the way. Let's not wait for goods here, because I'm not going to have too many ships on this trade route, and we only have 1 pier at the moment. I might add more than later on. What ship is waiting? Independence is already in the harbor area, and Independence will now start with this trade route.
Ready for a challenge.
Right, and as we can see, there's the caoutchouc, for example, at the moment. And by the way, this one is a New World trade route.
A new commission?
Also, I think some ships have arrived. This one here with the steel beams, we're going to need some steel beams here in Tristão, and I'm also going to need a few steel beams in Auspicious Isle for some upgrades there. Let's send the remaining 50 tons on its way. By the way, there's a second clipper with another 200 tons of steel beams on its way right now to Tristão, because we're basically going to need that. Now, in Tristão, very important and very, very cool now, we can start with our oil production as well. The first thing that we'll need to do is an oil harbor. Doesn't require that much, really. Let's just see where we can have it. Probably a bit further outside, right? There it is, a good spot for it. Perfect, there it is. And then we do have, I think, 3 oil patches really, or oil areas. This one, and this one. Is that right? I think that is right. Combining 19 oil springs that we have then with that. That is just perfect. The steel beams have arrived, so at least 2 of these warehouses I would like to upgrade as well to the next level. So that's a few more ramps now available to get these coffee beans much faster in. We are now producing 33 coffee per minute. That is perfect, and we will not reach that capacity for quite some time now, as the coffee here is at -18. It has grown a bit there now from -16 upwards, but still we have plenty of headroom for the coffee in the future, especially once we push for those investors. Alright, we should have everything in store. Let's go ahead and build us the first oil refinery over here. Let's try to... Yeah, very good. We can easily squeeze them in all into one. And I'm probably going with the second one up here then as well. So for that, I do need to be very careful though. There is another oil patch over there. That's going to be... Yeah, unfortunately here I will need to get rid of those buildings there. I need to get rid of them anyway for the trains then that go down here. So this was actually not that well planned. I can get rid of this road there without hurting any of these buildings. Right, and then it goes down. And here. But that's it. That's all the destruction that I need to wreak on my city. And here we do have then everything for that influence. Very good. We can take all of them into one. Just as it should be. I think this... yeah. Perfect, both of them are working, and then we can get that trade system, the train system now down, and this is going to cost me of course a lot of steel beams, but we should really have enough. Let's keep a bit of a distance here to my people, and we might add then some trees to that later on. There is a connection that is still missing, and also here. Right, and then it goes all the way down, because don't forget, this is going to be another major city of course. And we should definitely have something, yeah. Perfect, that's that. That's the first network that we have. And the second one is really easy. It's just here, really. And that's going to be a very small train that we have. Let's actually finish this one first. It's going to cost us a lot of resources anyway. 52 tons. That is what we can afford. And I think we can actually afford this one here then too. This one has more springs though. Oh, alright. Then we do need one less. This one. Then we can build them all as well. And with that, it's finished. This oil spring here, we could move with these scholars then. It's not really fitting in, is it? And around the train network that we have. So here we could keep a bit of a distance there to my people, basically, so that, you know, they're not being affected by that road system here too much. Not very pretty to look at, right? There you go. Right, so those people at least have a bit of a distance there to the trains. And it's going then all the way down here to that oil harbor. 2 trains are now on the way delivering that, and the oil tanker, the Kraken's coal, is already waiting at the shore. I cannot upgrade that oil harbor yet. It can house 500 tons, so 2 oil tankers will definitely be busy with that. We've reached another level, by the way, so 15 influence we have at the moment. With that, I can build another oil tanker, and we probably should go ahead and do this. There it is. I could also go ahead with the cargo ship if I want to. That's going to be interesting, I guess. And yes, let's have this one, and the Kraken's coal is going to be on that oil route. My very first one from Tristão to, whoops, there we have it, Cape Trelawney, Crown Falls. Everything that you can, and wait for the goods to finish up. This is actually pretty important this time. And we unload that, of course, in Crown Falls. The route is going out here right away, and this one is also moving to the New World. Trade routes available. And I can't even say how surprised I am. We found him! Chef Michel, there he is. Affects the canaries, replaces the input of the goulash to pigs, which is extremely powerful and extremely nice to have. 300,000, we can afford this one. It's also producing extra sausages on top of that. So he's really taking everything from the pigs and processes that into his own little thingies there. Chef Michel, finally, oh my goodness, we've wasted so much money on the freaking re-rolling. I've got a lot of other interesting items here as well for the bakeries that produce chocolate on top of a productivity boost, and then also Ferros here that we have as well with his productivity boost as well. Probably also for the canaries. Let's get this one to Crown Falls, so you sexy clipper with my items. Chef Michel on his way. Finally, oh my god. Now, while we wait for the items to come in, while we wait for more oil to come in, we can prepare our next train network. So over here, where we have the train network from the oil harbor going outbound, it's now this whole path that we need to destroy, right? So all of it going all the way down to my main train network. Here we have it. We probably we can move this one away. I'm not going to destroy it because it's actually quite valuable. Let's get rid of this road here. By the way, we might be facing a workforce crisis now. Let's move this one quickly over there. Now we are shared again. Here, we probably will have either the docklands that I'm going to move into this area, or we're going to have the tourist port yet. I have no idea about this. Perhaps you make some suggestions about that in the comments and I'm going to read it up. Now, there we have the dirt roads, the old ones, that we can also get completely rid of now, and instead have our beautiful train tracks going all the way now from over here. I'm not making the connection yet, right, because I don't want to have the trains commuting here at the moment. And then we have those parallel tracks now all the way to that side, once again changing the face of the city for the better, I hope. And this one goes all the way up here. Why do we need to do that now? Well, basically my investors do need electricity, and we need to provide that with these trains. There's also going to be our passenger trains on these tracks, so the central station that I've said is probably then somewhere here later on, or on this side. That might be something. Here we still have the road as well that I can add, so now let's get rid of that.
Ship under attack.
And then we just continue with that. Oh no. This is a bit of a trick there. Why I cannot do that. So, and we quickly need to replace those roads again. There you go.
All we're asking for is protection.
And why should I provide you protection there? Pray tell me. There you go. And then we continue with the train all the way to that side. Now, as we can see, the power plants are not having the biggest reach, right? So if I build it here, for example, I could reach all of them. I could also have it here to really, not even then would I reach all of the people in this district there. I could push it a bit further down here, but then I have the problem of where I should get the tracks to. This one is probably the best location for it, to boost all of these people here. And then we have another oil power plant over there for these people. Because there is no central location here where I could have it that is affecting all of these people there. So I do need to have two, and one of them will be probably then here. Let's build this power station right here in the center of this district, and then the train is going out and all the way up here connecting with the major system, right? So it's a very, very small one, just beside the bank, behind the bank, kind of like. So the bank still has, of course, its normal system there. We've also lost a few trees on its way, so we can replace them once again to hide those tracks as best as possible. There you go. And yep, we can now actually build it right away, I should say. There it is, our first oil power plant in the city itself that is providing now electricity. It has the sole purpose of providing it. Let's also finish those crossings there again and make sure that there is a connection of the power plant all around it, which is just really important to provide enough electricity, really. At the same time, the next oil tanker is coming out, Mermaid's Purse, and let's put this one on the oil trade route as well. So those two are working on this, perfect, which will hopefully supply us with lots of oil now. We could upgrade the oil harbor once more. I'm not doing that right now. I think there is not enough oil to power 3 oil power plants at the moment. Nevertheless, let's make the final connection over here for the train network. There you go. This one already has the connection. That should be fine. And let's make another connection here. Right? Perhaps I'm a bit surprised. Perhaps I'm getting surprised there with a bit of oil being transported. For my oil refinery, I think this is already working at what it can deliver. Let's push it by another 50%, squeezing out a bit more oil. My happiness for the workers is extremely fine anyway, so that should be not a big deal. This one is now on its way, and I'm really just waiting for a bit of oil now, and then we can finally push investors. Stay tuned. Stay tuned. Hello everyone and welcome back to Crown Falls, to another very exciting episode. Today is finally the time to upgrade our glorious town to the 5th tier 5 stage of my buildings. That is the investors, and with them once again, radically, we're going to change the surface of that city. The first thing that we need to do on the way to that is check our storage, because there's something in now, and that is the coffee, the last goods that my engineers want. And there we can finally provide it to them. This will once again give us a nice population booster, but also a nice income boost as well, as now the remaining people are going to move into that. I'm also waiting for that last batch of oil now. We have 2 oil ships that are also delivering now oil to Crown Falls that I'm waiting for. And what we want to do as well, of course, what we've all been waiting for, using our epic items here, and that is above all Chef Michel, that has arrived at Crown Falls together with the other items that we already had in store. And this is what we're going to use down here. Now for Chef Michel, we are going to need another trade union once more, unfortunately, right? Another 20 influence. We're at 10 influence sitting right now. The next population boost is not going to happen for too long. So I'm actually going to destroy some defenses here. We do have a nice amount of ships right across here at Western Frontier. By the way, let's take back one of the shares here. So I can actually get rid of 2 of these cannons there to get us the influence back in. I think we can allow that since we have those ships close by. It should be fine. The canneries, where should we have them though? I was thinking about moving them actually up here to this area where we already have some smaller industry. It would make sense. But since canneries are not really producing any pollution or something like that, we can actually keep them in this area for now. We could move them later on if I want to, but right now let's keep them here. I do need to change a couple of things. First of all, let's get rid of all of the artisanal kitchens. Oh, that's going to feel so good. Boom, off they go. Lots of money, lots of additional workforce once again in. Let's get rid of these roads here and let's move these canneries to the other side then a bit. So those one here especially, because in the center we're going to have the trade union working here where we're going to use the item then. And I would definitely like to have it as far in the corner as possible. There we have it. And then we just really need to move them a bit further away there, and those guys a bit further into the center here. And boom, there we have all of the canneries now being affected by the trade union. The only thing we now need to finish up here is the road system around the canneries here, and then also the connection up there once again, so that warehouse has its connection. and all around it as well. All of them should have it now. Let's activate Chef Michel finally. Affect the canneries. Boom. All of them are now processing pig heads and iron ore. Of course, that will ramp up my pig consumption significantly, but it should still be fine for the most cases. And also, there's some other things. Affects all food production buildings. 30% increase. So this is also something that affects the canneries as a food production building. And then we do have slaughterhouses. We do have ferrous as well, with the productivity bonus of 50% on top of that. So we could really have canned food here as a one big giant new product basically working. Let's upgrade this warehouse there as well with a large warehouse, or a ground warehouse, actually the highest level that we can have. Finish those streets there as well. And those guys here will need another warehouse then as well for them. So let's also have this one and upgrade it appropriately. And yes, pig heads and iron ore. Now iron ore has been the same. Pig heads though is a different cup of coffee. So let's go ahead. We do need a few more depots ready then for those. So let's just have us a few more dockland buildings, a few more dockland depots than here in the harbor area that we can then add. And with that we should be able to get more pig heads. And how many do we get right now? 1,300 with the soap. So I will probably need a bit more now. Let's up ramp this one up to 1,665. And I hope that we have enough soap, but we really should have enough soap. By the way, if we ever run out of pig heads, soap production would tank. We would not be able to get the soap anymore. It's an endless cycle here, right? So we always need to make sure to have enough pig heads. I've learned my lesson from a previous Let's Play, and this one is working fine now, hopefully. Iron ore is also coming in enough, and in 11 minutes, Tobias will be arriving here once more, delivering that to us. Now the canned foods, the canneries are working. Some of them already passed 100%, so this is the items that affected the cast iron stove that we have, and also Chef Michel. And yes, the administrator effect is affecting them all with the maintenance costs reduction on top of that for all my buildings basically. Very good. How is it looking here now with the canned food production? +3 only. Look at that. It's not even that positive, right? So we will run into troubles there once again in the future. I, however, still can increase productivity directly, and we still have a couple of items ready then as well. With that, something very different, another major change is happening. We don't need a trade route any longer, and that is the beef and the red pepper trader. Let's get rid of this altogether. Gone it is. And I also no longer need these fields here, nor do I need the beef farms, or the animal farms that we have here. So I can basically make it like so. We have some rights here, so I will need to wait for the red pepper to demolish all of them. But this is also another major step forward with the... Oh boy, they're all being affected really. I do have some police stations here ready though, so let's use them.
Busy season.
And let's also get rid of their +50%. I think this was causing it.
There's no forgiving. Never.
And this will also save us some workforce again, and will make it possible for us to upgrade more farmers to workers. By the way, the oil trader has arrived. We have over 200 tons of oil right now. All my power plants are being affected. There is also a train now moving towards the main power station, and another train on its way back. That means only one thing, that those guys here have electricity, and this is looking good. Right now we have the oil power plant. There is some oil being unloaded as of the moment, which also means my engineers now want to upgrade to investors. Let's go ahead and do this. Let's get the first investors into Crown Falls.
They call it civilization. It's love.
Once built, your court of justice.
And this is doing a lot of us, especially when it comes to influence. We are no longer burdened by influence. We can also build an embassy now, our very first monument.
I'm not fond of garlic or profiteroles.
You reached a new milestone.
And we've reached the age of big business with that as well. City status Metropolis. Crown Falls is now officially. Hello there, investors. We also have the upgrade skyscraper ability now, so we should be receiving the quest for that soon. Power it is now. We also have champagne and chocolate and cigars, which is already filling up. How crazy is that? Because we have that thanks to items and the gramophone on top of that, right? So those investors are actually already pretty happy when it comes to that. I would like to see how it is affecting the consumption of these goods. So as we can see, -1 for champagne, -1 for the cigars, and +6 for the gramophones. We still, and just think about that, have a +6 surplus on gramophones without having any gramophone factory, only to one single item. How powerful. And all of them have a gramophone. We can have so many more investors because before we need to think about gramophone production. 86 influence. Finally, that big blockage is gone and we can start building cargo ships. 2 of them I'm going to push out there right away. I will really need to ramp up my steel beams production, as that is now one of the goods that is constantly low, especially when we think about the high-end buildings now, also the monuments. So steel beams it really is. I do need to get some timber for that, down to Distant Forest where we have our steel works for the boost of this one here. As I can see as well, we are capped on steel constantly, and iron ore is really en masse. So I can also continue boosting all of these here with perhaps a trade union. It might actually be worth it to boost them with a trade union there as well. Now at this point it's just not funny anymore really. We are almost capped with everything the investors want, basically everything here, and the same almost goes for this area where the members club is missing. Hooray! At least a bit of work for me to be done. Since the consumption is actually going up for these goods, we can actually see them dropping there as well, right? So decreasing at -1 right now and decreasing at -3. However, I know there's some very good items for the bakeries that we can use, and then we have it. Fine cake decorator affects the bakery's productivity, but extra good is chocolate on top of that. And the cool thing is we have so many bakeries in this game that, well, we could use all of them now basically for this. Now let's just have a look around where we could squeeze in our next trade union. And as we can see here, I would have to squeeze it in. Well, however, I'm not going to delete those buildings. I'm just going to move them away here, those slaughterhouses right in the center of it all. Let's just push them a bit away there. Have additional bakeries then being lined up here. And I guess, wait a second, can I build my trade union right on top of that already? Yep, actually I can do, because who needs that double road there anyway, right? And with that, we can push them in here. That's another 20 influence, but influence at this point we have plenty of. Let's use this one, and let's get the additional bakeries then over here, and the slaughterhouses to that side. I'm just mixing them up there a bit to use more and more bakeries, and I don't think we're actually going to need a chocolate production with that, since it's so many bakeries really. There's still 2 of them, so let's just push those slaughterhouses to the other side, and those bakeries that are a bit further away to the inner side here, right? So yeah, basically we have now all the bakeries available, and let's use this item there, affects the bakeries, and boom, we have another additional chocolate production working now. Next up is this small district. We have the pub, the marketplace, and a school here. We don't need any of these buildings anymore, so let's get completely rid of that. I would need my next power plant here. Why? Because this one is for this whole district. It's ending, it's reached, and well, I mean, we could try and have it reaching that, but how far would it really go? Not very far as I can see. Wait a second, this one, nah, it's really not that far, or something is really wrong here. Now it should be working, but it's not any different. So we need it for this one, and also this block here needs electricity later. So having another electricity plant here makes a lot of sense to me. Let's add this one to the area. Later on we could make them to gas if I don't want to use too much of my oil anymore for all of that. So here, that is a good location for it. The only question is, where should we get the trains out? And I guess if we make it like that, we need to make sure that this one here is reached with electricity. And it is at this point. Actually, you know what? Let's move those engineers to the other side over here now. because that is just way more efficient when we use it. So off you go. And the cool thing is they even adjust their shape to where they're standing. And this area here is a train system anyway, right? So it goes all the way down to this area. These roads we might actually remove for now. And then the only thing we really do need to have here is the power station. And it would be here a very good location for it. So as we can see, it is then taking not only these buildings into account, but also then these buildings here that I'm going to have. There we have it, another power station. Let's have the connection with that down to this area. And here is our double track system again anyway. And then I can have my finished trees here again. The only thing we need to make sure is that we actually do have a connection here as well with the lower side, right? Other than that, it would be a bit problematic if we don't do that. The thing is, though, I need to get rid of that road here once again for the tracks. There you go. And then we can have the road all the way down. And now this should extend, otherwise the reach would have been severely crippled with that. Here, another turn. Very good. And also, let's just see another connection here. And definitely here, before I do the trees. But that should be fine now. And then we can just have our whole area here now being used with trees. And that's around 15,000 credits in total of trees now popping up here. Beautiful. As another road is coming to conclusions, this one should be getting its electricity now. It's oil now, so the train should be on its way. Here we can make a small detour around the power plant, and here we actually have then some space for something else. Who knows about that yet? No idea. Another thing that we can change here in the town center of the first district that we have, there is a church here that we no longer need. We have a church over there, so it's fine. We're still going to have churches in the city, of course, right? And with that, actually, we've reached a new attraction level by reducing the church to funeral city once again. Why is that? Vulgarity is... Oh, we have 760 ruins. Oh my goodness. I guess I totally oversaw that here. And it's here again, right? That was quite a lot. Yes, it's gone. All the ruins here are gone. We, by the way, should check this from time to time, of course, if there's any ruins in the world. At the moment, there's none other anymore. A busy harbor, always nice to see as well. For everything that is being transported over. And with this empty spot, I can now move the variety theater over here. We no longer need this in the area because investors don't need variety theaters. I can have this one instead here at the crossing there, right? Or looking towards the river with its statues and also the streets. Then another street here, and then basically these blocks just around it that we can then squeeze in like that. Perfect. And what we have here, no idea yet. We might actually just have some trees. Do we have... No, we don't have the cherry trees yet. We do need a tourist mooring for that. But that's coming then later. A duck pond would be a bit too big. We could have one of these fountains here. Fortunately, yeah, let's have them on that side and on that side. On the back there as well for the variety theater. And with the space that we have available now, we can do finally the members club business. Unfortunately, what I can see is the post office still is required by investors as a happiness need. So unfortunately, I need to keep this one. The police station can go away though, because I don't think that I've seen investors really rioting up to this point. Also, the fire station here is no longer needed. So let's get rid of them, and instead, well, we can have more buildings here that I can move into this area, right? Because at the moment, I'm making a bit of room here for a central member club that we're going to need. So there is the buildings for that now, and here I can actually have my post office now in this area too. We are having some attacks once again, but it's just warships passing by. And yeah, there we have now a bit of a space for a members club that I can squeeze into this area. That should then affect the whole district down here, and that's the goal. There we have it. And we probably have one here, one for that side, and one for that side then. There we have it. Let's make a connection. Let's also have a connection in the back, so that goes to both sides. The post office really doesn't fit in there though. I would like to have this one somewhere else, over there for now, I guess. And then we could also squeeze in some more ornaments in between. Actually, here we could have a fountain. Oh, wait a second, it goes beyond that, because we also have a central post office that we could have in this area somewhere that has a huge range. We would no longer need the small post office, so I could have this one here. Look at that, this is beautiful. We could actually really put it in the center, and it is affecting almost the whole town. Yes, let's do this. I'm going to put it somewhere there. It's also a nice looking building, by the way, so it would actually fit in here in the center. And this, of course, is mixing up then the whole city there itself, right? Where should we just have it? I think we might place it here. Yep. So we only need to make room here in this corner. And since the range is so big of it, it is totally fine to have it there. Those two buildings we can move over there for now. And then I can place it in here in a very, very beautiful building. Let's take this one here. Glorious. That is another modded building here, but that just fits in perfectly into this whole town.
Your people are starting to get sick.
Very nice. We no longer need the small now. Let's get rid of it. And instead, we can use now these additional houses then around it. I have another corner here. And in this area, I will probably just have those here. There, and then we have a bit of space here for until the power station. Or we actually get rid of this house there and build us a nice little park like this one here, for example, with a fountain, a fence around it, and probably in here a path that goes right to the park in itself. These roads I really don't like though. So instead of that, we will probably just have some patches of grass. We could have some benches here, but we already have benches on it. Let's just really go with patches of grass there. Here in the center, and around it once again a few ornaments in the form of trees. This is, I think, something that I like a bit more overall. Very good. This one is here now too. That should make my investors really happy. Plus 15, also 72 on the income. So this is really unstoppable at the moment now. I think money is never going to be a problem anymore. So far so good. The town is changing, and it's now changing dramatically in the course of the next episodes. Stay tuned. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Crown Falls, to Investor Megacity that we have now. And yeah, last episode we made quite a nice progress. We are a curious metropolis, by the way, so peculiarity can be attractive. I guess that is a good thing, a good step up there we have. And we don't stop with the few investors that we already have. Of course, we have lots to upgrade and lots of upgrades we're going to do. And next block already, this is pushing really our influence so much. It's beautiful to watch. Got a few status there, so I think we might be unlocking a few more DLCs that are along the way in the background right now. Going up, soaring skyscrapers and cloud-shrouded towers, elevators and iron frames set to revolutionize the skylines of tomorrow. Onwards and upwards go the citizens of our great cities, fueled by the burgeoning retail market. Now that is something that we keep now in the background. There he is coming to life and saying hello. We are not doing skyscrapers right now. I rather push for more investors and build up my other cities. And other cities it is, or well, other districts we have. Yes, I'm going to accept this for now. So this is another quest that we have now open for later on. This whole district here will want to upgrade. We have lots of farmers, by the way, that we no longer need. So let's continue with the upgrading frenzy. As I like to call it, we have lots of timber anyway, and it's just a lot of fun really doing it. step by step as we expand this city. There we have some more. As we can see, we're now negative on the farmers. That is fine though, because we're going to add now more districts of it here. Now, as I said, the city is probably going to continue expanding into this area. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to get rid of my lumber or timber production here. We no longer need this one here anyway, right? And the city needs to grow still. It's not big enough yet, I think. So this is the next step. And here we do need this road here then, right? So this blueprint that I've already had. We still have it somewhere here. Let's use it that way actually, with already the paved roads. And we can then just continue here. So we do need to be careful how we place it now. I think that should be fine. Let's actually get rid of the old one. No one needs that anymore, nor does anyone need that one. And there it is. So it goes all the way then more and more into this whole area up there with this road system. Those guys here, of course, will probably still want their road connection, even though I think they were still working for some reasons. They shouldn't be doing that. And here we have then the connection, and we can now happily continue building the city in this area, since now we know the distance, right, that we have to the next major road then. And there it continues. And we are actually for the first time in a long time out of timber and almost out of bricks there as well. Now for the timber, we are getting, do we get the logs in? Logs do consume a lot of space. We don't get logs in at the moment. So I would like to use logs now as my next good. We've upgraded sales now. I'm not going to use sales here anymore. We have the bread still available, and I think that's a good one because bread is plenty of, and bread is very valuable when it comes to logs. So we can go ahead and say we trade 300 breads to get the logs that we need, right? And we're also going to use these the rest of the bread here to get the clay in that we need. And let's say 200 bread should be fine for that. So that's 500 bread that we are going to need there every time the trader arrives. Now for my propaganda, this time actually we can use quite a lot of propaganda again if we want to. I don't want to. We are only sticking with one newspaper now, and that's the minus consumption. And the rest can stay as it is. And we do have 126 influence as of the moment. Very good. So the logs are being transported now, and that means I only really need lumber, or I only really need those sawmills here. Those sawmills, let's push them a bit further outside. Right, so we can have 3 more here. I will definitely need to upgrade that warehouse there too. That should be fine as we continue moving away the industry from the city center itself, or from the city there. I'm trying to continue building paved roads only. Unfortunately, that's not going to work out as we don't have enough bricks. Alright, we do have some timber again, so this whole district we could probably build now most of these buildings there as well. With that, a farmer workforce is stabilizing again. This is as far as I can stretch the marketplace though, so I should not build any further. For later on we might be thinking about there some ornaments once more. So this is coming, and as we can see, we are really now merging the city then with this industrial zone there that has been active for quite some time now. By the way, these bakeries are producing so much bread. We need to keep them producing bread, otherwise they don't produce any chocolates. This is actually something that is pretty cool now as well. We have a chocolate surplus production. At the moment it's stable only because the bakeries are no longer working, but it was actually going up there again. So we can actually be self-sustaining there with the gramophones and with the chocolates, just with the items that we have. I think that is really cool. The cigars though, that might be a tricky business there. Now, the center of my town has been empty for quite some time now, for quite too much time. And yeah, it's time to build the Grand Central Park, so the one that we have here in the center of Crown Falls, to really beautify that settlement to a new level. And this is going to be looking hopefully pretty cool. Let's start. We have lots of ornaments available for that, right? Here we have then the big, it's actually a question where we should have the Central Park. Here? Or here? Nah, we're doing it the central park here, and here we're going to have then the town hall, for example, the world fair, and some Christmas markets and stuff like that. So seasonal markets. The game has a lot of them already in this game, and yeah, the Christmas market would be one of them, I guess. For the monuments, I'm thinking about the skyscraper then somewhere in this center, where we have then all the skyscrapers also combined, perhaps, or here somewhere more, and then also the Iron Tower. No idea about that, and the central station, godness, so many of them. Now this is a good location though still, so let's go ahead and start with our Grand Central Park. For that, once again, I do need some park fences, and I would like to have these guys here all around the park that we can have them.
There's a distinct
The fire left ruins behind.
Screw that, we actually have a bigger park there like that one already as a in the City Lights DLC pack, so why not use this one as the central point, the Clearwater Pool, which is just looking fantastic really, and around that we can have then certain other parks as well. Combine this massive pool in the center with some children playgrounds that we can have here as well throughout the park. So there would be one that we can have in this corner. On the other side we could have one as well. They are going to be hidden quite well then in with all the trees then. We also have some drink snacks here that we could have around the pool itself, like this one here, together with a bakery, for example, where people can purchase something. And we might also do a pizzeria and a sandwich shack on the other side as well of this whole thing. And there we also have, by the way, more smaller sand pit and slides, so something for the children along the way as well, where they can play along. Of course, we should always have something for children. And what else do we have here? Yes, well, a Ferris wheel, so we can add one here if we want to, and one on the other side at the probably same location, something like that, where people can just take a ride and enjoy the day in them. Beautiful. We can add smaller ornaments like some columns here where there's some, perhaps, I don't know, something written on them. And also here. Don't forget that it's entirely possible to book a hot air balloon where you can then travel around the city if you want to and take a nice view. And for those of you that enjoy a bit of chess playing, we should also have a nice little corner where people can quietly and safely play their chess. So let's have some chess tables over here as well, right in the center of it all. What really belongs in every park are these smaller statues that you can find when you go through the park. So let's have a statue here. And I would probably like to have another statue a bit further over there. The Anno 1602 memorial statue just outside. Perfect. Now the entrances to the parks are always very important, so we could have some lion statues as marking the entrance of this park. A memorial garden to perhaps, honor the fallen soldiers in the wars that we've already had to fight. So perhaps a bit further outside. Not where we have the balloon though. Perhaps a bit further here. We definitely shouldn't forget about toilet houses that we can add in the... Well, we definitely should add that around the attractions. And as a final touch, I would now put everything under one big central or city park. And for that, we use the city center, the city park ornaments mod that I can use. And yeah, this is going to cost me quite a bit of cash. And with that, the park is finished. We might actually also add a few more things or remove a few more things later on, but I think for now it's fine. We do have these fairy wheels. I like them a lot here in the town center, and there is also a balloon. It's of course not the New York Central Park, but that was never my intention. That's looking fantastic now. Perfect. And we can now finally move on to, well, upgrading. A lot of building materials have been added over time while we were planning this park. So let's go ahead and have a few more engineers on that side here. By the way, we still have 1,200 artisans. It's not that much anymore, actually. And I would like to upgrade more workers to artisans as well, especially here as we continue. Oh, there's some ruins again that I will need to attend to later on. And those guys, perfect. We still have plenty of resources for more. And I can already see my consumption rates going through the roof with all of that. Very good. And I'm actually running out of resources now. That was a major upgrade. And now we can just wait for all of those people to move in then finally. And I can't wait to have them big skyscrapers here. I might actually put the ferry wheels away. I have no idea about yet. It's still fine. It's still fine, but we might need to do some adjustments then here as well. Alright, meanwhile, also some products are out, like light bulbs. Why is that the case? Because of glass. We don't have enough glass, really. I never thought that this is actually possible. Do we have sand, though? We have a lot of sand. So it definitely is not the mistake of my sand mines, but rather of my glass makers. We still have 3 of them blueprinted, so I would like to go ahead and build all 3 of them right away. In this process, I might then also upgrade my warehouse here to the next level, because of course there is going to be a higher demand for ramps. And can we boost them? Have we boosted them at all? Nah, that is just too severe, that input. I will also remove this boost here. The sewing machines I still keep because we just need a lot of them anyway. Also, our latest fleet of cargo ships is ready. We've built a few of them finally, and we can finally use them for something, well, useful. Let's go ahead and open up our trade routes, and I think I have just the perfect idea where I put them into my rum and into my coffee. Both of them are products that we need quite often, and it's just a very good idea to, well, spoil this one here with coffee and with rum, my city. As we can see, coffee is full in Auspicious Isle. That should never be the case. Cargo ships can transport a lot of goods, so we're going to need to increase the storage then as well. Let's add the first one, Herald, which is on its way now. My trade ships are also on the way, so I'm going to mix them in now as we continue. And also for the rum, there's the Sea Eagle on that. And I'm probably going to remove one of these clippers here, this one and this one, while we continue to add more rum then to this block here as well. To also make this a bit more efficient. This one is on its way. Let's get the next cargo ship out there right away. We might need an oil tanker. My oil storage is looking rather fine though at the moment, even though there's lots of oil being transported around. I've also commissioned another oil tanker because 2 oil tankers clearly aren't enough. We are constantly capped here at 50 or 500 tons. That's actually more than 1 oil tanker can carry, so we need more of them. 2 more should do the trick here. At the same time, up here in Auspicious Isle, the timber and the bricks have arrived. With that, I can build up some more storage, which we should. Let's actually have the storage door on the other side. I hope that it can survive here. So I'm going to add us a couple of blocks here for additional storage capacity, since we really do consume or produce a lot of coffee on this island here. So much that actually, yep, those ships are full. Even the cargo ships are completely full. There's more coffee and caoutchouc waiting than here. We do have 168 tons, so the next one will not actually wait. Oh, my ceasefire with Sean has ended once again. I need to go with that again. There you go.
Not the first gamble that didn't pay.
That should do the trick for now. So more
Ship
coffee that
under
we can
attack.
store. Also my coffee beans. Yeah, we are really full on them too. I might actually go ahead and build me some 2 more coffee roasters over there. We can afford it, so now we are down on the Honoreros there completely. Let's go back to Crown Falls, because in the meantime, I should be able, yes, to upgrade more engineers. And that's always something I like to do. Those blocks here, more and more influence coming in. There we still have a few. There is electricity lacking then. And in this corner here, we could also have a few more investors. And here. And that's probably all that I want to do for now. We have more and more buildings unlocked here as we speak. And then more artisans to engineers. So that's these guys there. That we can continue to grow. Now, we still have enough steel beams. I would like to go ahead and actually continue with my tracks as well, since it's really not looking good to have these dirt roads here in the center. There it actually can then merge together with the network that we have coming from the industrial zone. So it's taking a full turn, by the way, and coming together again at the harbor area. And for that, let's get rid of the roads here. Correct. And then here I need to cut the city in 2 for the moment, until at least we have the tracks built. And there we make contact. There is something in between here, I think. Oh, there's a crossing. We need to get rid of that. Let's actually make this one new, because I think it's not really good working. That should do the trick, going all the way up there. Oh, we do need timber for these tracks. Very strange. Very good. But there we have it. The tracks have been built and are also now going through the center here. And in these areas, we now just need to make then the crossing over it, like so. And the same thing we can do then here. I think we can't go through the center there, unfortunately. But it's still fine. There we can make another crossing. And then we just have some normal paved roads here. Again. And probably somewhere here a crossing, and here. Very good. And then the only thing that really misses here is my temperate groves. And so also this side here has been finished. There we have those entrances. Let's also make some trees in this area. And the same can also be said now for this district. No more dirt roads, so everything is brick roads. Once again, very expensive. Once again, a bit tedious. Once again, we are running out of bricks, but once again, very beautiful result at the end of it. I'm just going to finish those now. And then the only thing we now need is adding those trees once again. So in the inner courtyards, I usually like to have my elm trees. There is still something, right? And then where it's a bit more visible, we are having some temperate groves as well.
We'd never turn on ours.
And a nice little fountain that we can also add in the center of this district. I guess we could do it the same with that and that. Also finish those courtyards there now. Finally, what? We still have an avenue with dirt roads. I don't believe that. I thought I would be done for, but unfortunately I'm not. There you go. We should not be having anything like that anymore. Beautiful result there is. The city is growing nicely. We are now at investors, and from here on we continue. Stay tuned. Hello everyone, welcome back to Anno 1800 to Crown Falls, the mega city. Now in the last episode we did quite change the city a lot, and we are only going to continue here. We do have some building materials back on track, so that allows me to first of all upgrade more buildings again. And upgrading I would like to do, that is from workers to artisans a few more. We have way too many workers in the city at the moment anyway. We might actually think about a second island at some point that just houses workers, for example, and farmers. For now though, we should be fine with that. There's also some ruins here thanks to having another smaller plague, but nothing serious. This area I'm going to neglect completely because I think here is where we're going to have the scholars this time around. I think that makes a bit of sense there. Let's upgrade those workers there to artisans. And I think over here we also have a couple more. So isn't that nice to start an episode with some upgrading there, changing more and more of the city once more. But that's of course only a small thing that we need to do while we continue, well, building our production chains. Let's actually go ahead and upgrade all of them. Now we are out of bricks again. Perfect. One thing that we need to do is getting my steel beams production up there a bit more, especially if we want to prepare for the skylines or the skyscrapers. Down here we have in distant forest, we have lots and lots of furnaces already. I could also check just how much iron we need. 38 per minute, 40 per minute at the moment. And despite all of that, we are capped on iron and coal still, right? That is one thing. I'm going ahead here now, and since I don't really like to be capped... Oh, look at that. They're together. This one here will wait. They're really right next to each other. It's incredible how these things happen all the time. Newspaper guy, this looks pretty good this time. Perfect. We got some nice standard ones and then one propaganda there to save even more influence. What I would like to do here right away is, first of all, we get cracking with some more storages that I can have in this area. Let's actually make 3 additional storages that I'm going to need. We also have 2 iron deposits available that I would like to use as well, since I would like to increase my furnaces a bit more, right? So we're going to need another one here and another one here, plus the iron mines. So number 1 and number 2. They're going to produce us a bit more iron now on this island as well. Unfortunately, we don't have any coal deposits really. And with that, what we can do now is either I'm going ahead here and building more furnaces, which would cost me workforce. We could also just boost them. First of all, I do have the ability to boost them like that. We don't have any population on this island, so this would not be so bad. I could also use electricity, and how it actually is, we do have some oil right next to that, so it's possible to use the oil on this island here. Hello there, old mate. I'm going to have my own airships then soon as well, hopefully. What I also have is already here a triple road, so as we planned ahead there a bit, we can use that. Unfortunately, these oil springs are really far away from each other, so I'm probably going to need 2 of these oil refineries then. Let's get this one down and this one over here, basically, where we can then have our road system. Then I only really need now my electricity, so we do need 1 oil refinery for this area. Yep. And I think 2 springs might not be completely enough, so I'm just going to have this one over here too, and we can actually use it like that, and then build the oil wells, right? So 2 here and 2 for this, costing me now 28. We can actually build 2 of them, I think. And then I need, of course, my tracks, so we're going to have 1 track up there to this one, and then 1 track from this one to the major road, and from here then to the oil harbor that we still need to build. Oil harbor is though, yeah, costing us again. So let's build the oil harbor. We already have the tracks. Let's build the power plant, which is costing quite a bit. There we have the road once again. And then I just need to build an oil refinery like that one. The second one we can afford, however, I do need to wait for a few steel beams to come in. In the meantime, I could push this refinery here to 50%. And it might actually be enough, to be honest. It might be enough, those two, for one power plant only. And as we can see, this would really power then almost all of my factories. We might extend the reach there with some brick roads there still, as best as possible. And yes, actually, for the exception of those two, we can power all of them. And I could just move them down here to that warehouse a bit closer. And with that, we can reach everything. How very good. A little bit later, the oil is coming in. And all of these factories are now electrified and producing 100% more steel. This is though skyrocketing my warehouse load. So I'm going to need a bit more bricks over here on Distant Forest. In fact, what we could do is, since it's getting a bit annoying, I could also get my own brick production up there if I want to. So let's go ahead and upgrade some of them that are heavily used, like this central one here we can upgrade to tier 3. Probably also going to have a couple more of them. And as we can see, we are already full on the output storage. Now let's just check my steel and steel beams delivery. And as we can see, yep, there's one ship now. And I'm also probably going to add now my cargo ships to that. In fact, since this is so important, let's get rid of both of my clippers for this and start with having now only cargo ships on this trade route here, right? They're also much faster. And I'm going to have the steel here, so 3 times, and then I'm going to have 3 times the steel beams. That's also more delivery than overall. We're not going to wait for goods though, as I don't think this is really necessary. And there's also one cargo ship already waiting at Distant Forest that can now start with this trade here. So there it is. And I hope that I didn't delete now a clipper where there's already some steel beams. There it is, though I did. So we need to manually get this one over there, but that should be fine. All right, so there is a bit more steel beams coming in now, and steel, lots more of that, by the way. And what I can see is we should be having enough oil as at the moment. I could, however, build this one if I want to. Now, let's actually do this, right? If it's a surplus, then it's a surplus, and it's fine. And that should be the end of it. Here, I still need that connection. There is a weapons factory, but I don't think we're going to need that weapons factory anymore. This is looking good. This is such a huge boost now to the whole thing. And how is it looking with my iron ore? And since we built the iron mines, it's actually looking pretty fine there. Right, so those two are compensating a bit for the increased consumption. Let's actually push this by another 50%. Make upgrade. But that is now a real powerhouse here, boosted as well. We might even think about a trade union then here. Now back in Crown Falls, I'm thinking about the next district that we want to electrify. And since we are having an oil power plant in this area, we don't have electricity here yet. And I would like to change that. I think we do have a couple of good options available. The school here is, for example, something that we don't really need anymore. Let's just have a quick look at how we could make this one work. As we can see, this would work. We could also power this whole area there as well. That is not powered yet. And of course, the whole upper side here with that. And for the upper side, I do have then more options with another power plant for this area, for example. Yep. Actually, I think instead of the school, we can make this one work. The school, however, I will probably need to move because we still have workers and artisans down here in this area. I will move the pub down here for now, so those people still have the pub. And then I should be able to move the school over there. Of course, we will need to adjust the space that we have there just a tiny bit. Now, I'm probably getting rid of this one. Actually, let's move the marketplace a bit further up here to the north. We can make this one work. Reason for that is I don't need this one here necessarily anymore because we have another one down there anyway, and these guys here should still be reached. Yes, still 100%, so that we can move the school now over to this area, and boom, we have that spot available now. By the way, there's still a dirt road that we certainly don't need. And now I can get my tracks up there somehow. Now we still have one problem, that's these two houses there that I will probably need to get rid of. We can, however, get rid of this fountain, move this guy in, and we should be able to... That's a tricky one. Ah, I know the solution. We have still a pub and a marketplace here that we no longer need. Let's move the engineers over there that we would otherwise have to delete. And those guys here probably as well. So let's just make this one a whole block of engineers, right? And then boom, we have lots of space here available that I could use now for, first of all, of course, our power station that I can have like that. Then we need to make the connection that goes then all the way here. Right to the power station. The power station needs a street all around it to really have the maximum amount of boost available to that. And here, yes, we do have now some tiny space available that I could either have a road. So we could have a road actually here with another engineer building, or in fact, let's make here a smaller park if we want to, just beside the
Ceasefire has ended.
Just beside the tracks here. So we could start once again with some temperate
Ship
groves
under attack.
to hide the tracks a bit better overall. And here we could then have a smaller
Ship
park.
under attack.
And we have some really cool fountains there as well available if we want to use them.
Ship under attack.
Oh, this is looking like, or it's sounding like we are at war. Yes, this is really annoying. I don't get the message really that ceasefire has ended. And we're always having then this smaller war there. But Sean also, since he's on very hard settings, he still doesn't want to go with peace with us. Zero chance for peace. We're military weaker than Sean, which actually means a lot. Alright, meanwhile, the first train is already coming to this power station here. So this one is now being used, and those people should be getting their nice electricity and finally some TVs. Of course, there's no TVs yet. Have another plant there. In fact, we could actually have a smaller market here. So we have this nice ornament and then a drink, a snack and a bakery store there as well with some tables, and people can just enjoy their day here. Who cares if there's a train occasionally passing by? I think this is looking quite fine right here in the city center, just beside the electrical power station. Now this is polluting a bit, of course, with oil. Later on we could make it this one gas as well then, once we have enough gas, and with that also reduce pollution in this area. People still like this this spot here though, and it's a nice additional space now that just adds a bit of character to the city. Now with electricity, as we can see, a whole bunch of new upgrades are available. So let's go ahead and upgrade as many engineers in this area as possible. And there was another major boost as well to my influence, but also to my income, as we're now reaching 100k income on the balance and 62,000 people in total. As also this next block here becomes ready. By the way, we're lacking bricks there once again. I already built a few additional brick factories as we're capped on clay. I might actually continue with that. It's insane how many building materials we really need. So we can still build us a few more of these. Now, by the way, up here in this area, yep, it's looking a bit empty now too. We do have here the iron mine still. This is the end. Oh, by the way, yes, totally right. Some of you have already pointed this out. I've used the wrong wall here along the way, right? So of course I wanted to use a different wall, and it's apparent when you look closely to it. So now let's also make this one right and use the real brick wall that I actually wanted to use all along, which also just, by the way, looks much better than the original one, at least in my opinion. By the way, there it is. There's my gate. And then we continue with that. Probably, yep, there's the gate as well. Probably to that side where there is another entrance that I actually wanted to have as, I think, for the people that need to work there. Let's also use some different ornaments here for these, as this one marks the entrance. And let's also have some more paved roads then in this area, making this whole thing now a bit more beautiful. Oh yes, we are out of bricks. Unfortunately not possible for the moment. Very green track there leading right into the industrial zone. The industrial zone, let's just see how far electricity goes, is going all the way to this area. So here I will then end it anyway, right? So we should be able to do it like that. Unfortunately we are not. So I will need to get rid of this road there once more and move it to one step to the left. Now it's possible. Now it's looking a bit better as well. And this brick wall is then going up to the iron mine all the way. and probably ending then here on that side, making this whole thing complete. Oh, wait a second. This was actually intended for a train to go through. We no longer need the train here, right? So this is now a normal triple road that we have. Actually, now that I think about it, this is looking wrong all along.
Can't you see?
I will need to get rid of this one and of this one. And then we are going to make the entrance here, right? Like so. And then it ends. I think this makes a bit more sense now. I'm also, while I'm in the process of actually, you know, remodeling here the connection that we have to the upper area, since this is also getting a city district at some point, I'm already moving my train network that we have here. I'm already moving this one upwards now, so I will just copy this layout there, right? And we already have then our nice track system there. So this is probably going then all the way up here, which is kind of like the main road, right? And then probably like that. And then we continue just along here upwards. But this is for later, right? There's not going to be any trains for now on this one. And then we just need to make the manual junction here. And there's the junction, number 1. And also going up, of course. And then also going into this direction there. So that it's just one turn then into this area then for later on, so that we get electricity up there as well. And that also means that this whole, this whole area is finished now. So we can, or well, it is actually finished when it comes to the roads. So we can go ahead and build us just a few more houses along the way then as well. This one is looking a bit tricky there. There you go. And the only thing once again is some street connection here. Getting us a whole new district then to work on here as well. By the way, we do have more and more ruins that I always need to check out. It's pretty important. There's actually a marketplace here. I think there was a fire. We don't have a fire station up there, but we should be fine. In the meantime, we can also once again upgrade a few more houses along the way. So there we have them. And now here along the central park then as well. So more and more of them. Perfect. More influence for us. And also more buildings that we unlock. Another thing I want to do right now is, since we're not going to build skyscrapers right away, but we would like to start building elevators. We're going to need hundreds of tons of them. I think more than thousands of tons. And for that, we can start with it right away. However, as we can see, it is a rather complex one. We do have this motor assembly line already. So I'm going ahead here now and I'm building a second one that can start the work on my motors. And on the other hand, we don't need steel. We have plenty of that. But wood veneer, that is something we don't have yet. And we can actually build it on Crown Falls itself. We just need a tiny bit amount of space. And we don't need that much of it. So I don't want to waste it with in a spot where we do have electricity and stuff like that. So over there with the canneries, I think we have a nice location for that, for our wood veneer production. And let's just have a look and add us a couple of them right here in this tiny area. We might also go ahead and have a market or a warehouse then here. Wait a second. I think this road there, we can actually delete it for now and make it here. I think that is a bit better, and having then a double road going over there, as I like my double roads. Let's also have a stone bridge here now that I can use, and it's already connecting then with those stone bridges there. This is going to look really cool, by the way. All of these bridges there, together with the city districts. Perhaps, there we have more islands, so the Riverlands would be one of my next targets, I think, to really start building on. We could make the scholars here, for example. That would make sense, as it's also closer to some industry. It's difficult. We have the wood veneers to work for right now. Let's go ahead and do this. So let's push them a bit closer together. That's 4 of them, and each one of them produces every minute. And with that, we can start producing every 4 4 every minute if I had, of course, enough timber. We don't have enough timber for yet. So let's build those 2. And since there's a bit of space in between, let's also add us some elm trees then, or elm trees it is, along the way. And they should start working now. They consume logs, however. I hope that we have enough logs. We're capped on logs, but I think that's because Tobias just arrived. Yep, he's trading at the moment. We are getting the logs here with the bread, so of course the consumption of that will further increase. And what we could also do is now we can switch the soap with the sewing machines. I think we're going to do this. This is changing dramatically once again the value of the sewing machines. And so much that I would like to have the sewing machines now here instead of bread, focusing on the logs, right? So we really only need a tiny amount. Look at that. 300 sewing machines would be 7,000 tons of logs. I think we can actually do with 50, let's make it 100 tons of sewing machines, which is really not a big deal to get the logs in there, right? My sewing machine production should be really high up there, 26 per minute surplus at the moment, and that's a lot. Right, we can still increase on that if we want to. For the sewing machines over here, we have them. They're getting boosted already with this item. Do we have another item? Yep, we would have Ferraz. And I think we can use him on them now too. So that's another 50% increase for those guys here. Going to up to 300% now on the sewing machine factories for each one of them. Insane and just so beautiful at the same time. Stay tuned. Hello everyone and welcome back to our, well, steel island that we have over there. And yes, we might be seeing a little aggression on the part of one of the AI opponents. It's, I think, Bente. It's Bente, yes. And well, my ships are already on the way helping the oil harbor that at the moment is on fire. So we'll definitely need a fire station rather quickly for the oil harbor before it really burns down. And there's my heavy warships arriving now, taking down this ship. That is the first direct attack in quite some time. We're going to lose the oil harbor, god damn it. And there it is down. You are going to pay for that. This is not something that I can take lightly. Bente, your island is going down. We have the influence, we have the money. Let's take over this island here. It is, well, rather underdeveloped anyway, and what we can see, very heavily defended as well. And since she started, I don't feel bad about it destroying her islands there, just for the heck of it. I'm going to need some building materials though in order to repair that oil harbor, since I don't have them over here, not all of them, right? We do lack some bricks and definitely some timber then as well. So let's go ahead and get us a couple of these resources over quickly so that we can repair this one. But Bente, long-term wise, you're going to suffer for this insult. Now we are back in our beautiful metropolis that we have. Curious metropolis it is, so peculiarity can be attractive. It's not the worst anymore, is it? We do have still the rendering works and the slaughterhouses that are causing a bit of discontent there among the people with beauty, or with that can see the beauty in a city, I guess. I definitely can see the beauty of my city, especially here in these areas, districts that we have with our investors. Now I do have a couple of resources available. Oh, and newspaper guy, I should really just do this one. And since we have one negative here, let's actually go with, we could go with more money if we want to, but let's rather go with a tiny bit of additional happiness. After all, we can afford it, and why not use the influence for that? Let's go ahead, upgrade us a few more people so we can go ahead, more investors on that side, and we can also go with investors now on this side here. I think down there we had a couple more as well. Perfect, let's go with them. This is so much, we're swimming in influence by now, and that is exactly what I like to see. There's also a block here just across the bank, and I gotta say it, I love this bank. It is really fantastic. Let's just go into the first person perspective there real quick and have a look at this beauty. Really awesome and yeah, awe-inspiring there, really, this beautiful building. And I think we should not have this one as the only bank in our town. I'm going ahead. We need a second one anyway. Now we actually need a third one. As we can see, this district is under provisioned with the bank. This one doesn't have it at all, and this one is also very weak on that side. So one bank here, and then one bank over here for the other people should be fine. Let's go ahead and get us the bank. I, by the way, switched back to the old building sorting of progress. Why? Because some mod buildings are only visible with this one here. The Town Hall Monument is not visible in the type building sorting. I didn't find it anywhere on the list. And with the progress, I can see buildings that I haven't seen before. Basically, my modded buildings. Not only the Town Hall Monument, but also pretty cool, the Palace of Justice. Another big monument that we're going to add. And oh god, where should I get the space for all of these monuments? We're just going to have some... Well, we're just going to need to destroy a couple of buildings then again. It's down the road. Now for the center, I was going with the World Fair that we should be starting at some point now. I would probably really like to have it here in the town center. So we're going to place it right here in the center, but be aware we can move monuments as well just as easily. So this time around, nothing is set in stone. Perhaps we find a better location for it later. Right now, I would really like to have it in this area. We can have it central, which is pretty cool. So let's just have this monstrous building here in the center. There you go, the foundation has been set. And what I would also like to do is the Town Hall Monument that we start right away as well. This should be central. It's the City Hall after all, right? It's where we reside in, and it should definitely be somewhere here in the center as well. And I would like to have it probably like so. Reason for that is, wait a second, let's make this one closer to the street level then. The reason for that is that here we will then have a Christmas market and stuff like that. So I do, well, the season markets and stuff like that, right? So here in this corner we do have it then, and then we have the town hall. Yes, I think we can keep it like that. I will have a warehouse just between the two of them, just for now as well, right? So this is just delivering the resources then back and forth between the two once we start building them, and then we can move them to the final locations as well. And yeah, this is probably the Christmas market here then, for example. Now, one thing, there was the bank, right? We wanted to build another bank, and I'm not going to spam the same building even though I like it. Now we have lots of banks available. We have the central bank as a new bank building as well. That is looking just as impressive. And this beauty here, I would like to have some over there, where we are going to have lots of skyscrapers as well at some point. So it might just be worth it having a huge building there that is also pretty tall, right? So this would fit in. Let's just see. This bank is here going over... Yeah, actually, it has a nice reach, as we can see. So it's definitely going to overlap at some point, but not too much. And then another bank here makes total sense. Perfect. So this one here, let's just see. I think here, yeah, I think this is just perfect for it. We do have some buildings here that we don't need. We have the school here that we still need. So I will need to move the school to another location, most likely over there. So just let's get rid of this road there. Yeah, unfortunately, I need to destroy some buildings there. It's inevitable. Those ones here, now we can move the school into this corner there. We still have some free space, but right, we're going to look into that later. And do we not have... There is our marketplace. So do I actually need this marketplace there? Ah, yes, we do need it, unfortunately. But over there is a fire station that we don't really need in the city center anymore, because the chance of fire is really low with those concrete buildings. So let's go ahead, have us the engineer. There's a police station that probably doesn't really fit in here anymore. So we might want to move this one. I'm not going to destroy it though. I will just move it for now down into this area, where we still have a bit of space. Wait a second, in fact, we do have a marketplace and a pub over there, and this is where I can move the police station, since we don't have a police station close by, so that we have it for now at least. I don't want to pay those resources twice, of course, and that means that I can move now those engineers a bit further to that side, and those guys here as well. And this will just lead to another block of engineers now. There you go. Let's get rid of that road, of that park here. There you go. Now we have the space for it, and now we have the space for one of these beautiful big banks. How should we build it though? Like that? I think this one fits in a bit better. So there you go. This is looking fantastic. I mean, it's a downtown city, right? So it should really look dense and populated everywhere where this beauty is. It does cost me quite a lot, and also 1,000 maintenance costs. Well, we can afford that anyway. And this one is going up now, as we can see, because all of those people here get their bank happiness there fulfilled as well. And of course also all the way down into this into this area then as well, right? Perfect. We still have a bit of space here, so we could actually move some of my people again into this area that I've just moved. Or, well, we just built them again. Now, what makes it a bit easier though is that we can build engineer residences right away. It might seem a bit cheaty. I'm not going to use this too often, right? So we are only going to use it now because there is... I just don't want to wait here, really. It makes things easier. Let's have the road going around that. And then we have this whole space here now available for something. In fact, I might actually go ahead and make this like so. And this should make up for a nice corner here that we have then just across the bank, really. With, yes, my cherry trees. I like my cherry trees. Let's have a couple of them here, right in the center of it. Beautiful, really. This is how it's supposed to be. In the back, we might also put something there. We have a globe statue. We have, by the way, the spotlights, right? So I could use the spotlights here. Let's use 2 of them on those sides. And they're just going to work then through the night. And then we might have some billboards here as well in the center, and of course also some trees. Oh, not where we have the spotlight though. That would not be so great. But a road, because there is actually an entrance and an exit there, and a point as well. Let's just go ahead, have a look at this at night. Just fantastic. What a beautiful building. This is kind of reminding me of Gotham or something like that. I should have called this city Gotham. Beautiful, really. And yeah, this bank is going to hopefully never get robbed, which should be the most important thing. Another glorious skyline building, I should say, because it's really huge. We can't linger too long with the bank here. The next thing that I would like to do is the elevators that I said. So we have now the wood veneer, right? We have 4 of them that are building that. Bear in mind, an assembly line produces elevators every 15 seconds. That is insane, this rate. So that means those 4 wood veneers that we have can support 1 assembly line for elevators. And yeah, let's go ahead and have this building here. It's another monstrous building, really. It's huge. And it needs electricity as well, right? So it really does fit in there. And Donnie is liking that. Oh, that was actually the quest. Alright, so we finished his quest there.
Time to get the elevators up and running. People want better views.
Yes, so this would be our first step then. And it should get now everything here. The steam motors, the wood veneer, and the steel. And this is a multi-factory here, so a new type of building, a new type of factory that was added with the Skylines DLC that allows us to actually produce not only elevators but also biscuits and typewriters if we want to for later. So we're definitely going to need a couple of them here. We should probably reserve the space for them. They produce a lot of goods though, right? So, or very fast too. So we don't need to have too many of them. I think that should really be fine already. And then let's just mark the end here. Before we go then down into this area where we still have space, and we still have space here as well. This one is starting its work now though. And the first elevators are actually already coming in. We also have enough bricks to build our first foundation for the Town Hall Monument. I would like to start with this one first because I really do like that building. And it's pretty expensive, as we can see. 300,000 credits. There was a time when this was actually quite a lot. We are capping at 20 million soon here, so no big deal anymore. 200 bricks, that's hurting me a bit more though. Let's go ahead, build it. We can't really see in which direction it's looking, but we can move it then afterwards. And this one is now starting phase 2. So phase 1 was the foundation, and the Town Hall Monument is a rightful building constructed in multiple phases. It will provide more specialists and a wider radius for your town. And let's go ahead. The only thing that we need here as well is cement. We don't really have that much cement right now in Crown Falls. I think we're consuming a lot of that. So let's increase productivity by 50% so that we will have a surplus of it. Because the current rate, of course, is calculated for 0%. Now we have 50. So now we get more cement into the town, and that should make up for the monument here that we have, right? We still have a bit of bricks. So let's go ahead and upgrade us a few more buildings. And, oh, there is another thing that we still need to do something. Oh, yeah. And with all the building and stuff like that, I forget, of course, about those shares. And I think Hugo is also in the process here of taking over one of my islands. Let's not allow this one.
For the vote of confidence.
And yes,
Cargo stations.
it's incredible. I do lose all my progress there, all my track of my progress. Of course, we need to rebuild that oil harbor there as well. Load the steel beams back again. There you go. Without it, my steel furnaces and steel works are not boosted, and we can't allow that. Let's rather keep those ships here in this area for any kind of attack that might come in. Also, a new type of ship, Electra. A huge collier that has been built now. There you go. And I've also built a Royal Galleon, Franklin. Why? Because I think this is an excellent ship for some expeditions, and we will need to do some expeditions soon again. We have a couple of them on the list right now. We need them, of course, for their special items. Let's have a look. Rescue mission. We could do a rescue mission with Franklin there. Let's just have a look at that. I haven't done these in a long time. And one more thing that we still need is the gramophones here for diplomacy. We are only at 52 morale though. Do we have some special items that we could equip on a ship? Unfortunately, we don't. We have Dario, the mechanical engineer, that I could add. That gives me a bit of more, morale. 63%, that is too low for a Star 2 mission, I think. So I need to wait on that a bit more. Oh, and he's purchasing the next chair again, so... Oh god, I hope I don't forget it. In 5 minutes, we have to purchase back one of these shares. Alright, the Town Hall Monument, as we can see, is now in full construction. How very good. And while that is on its way, let's continue upgrading more houses so we can have more investors. We can have more engineers here. Here we still have farmers, by the way. Let's get rid of them. I don't think we actually need them there anymore. And let's upgrade those workers there to more artisans as well, so that we can also upgrade more artisans to engineers in return. Perfect. And on that side, I think we still have some farmers over there. Alright, while we're at it, we can actually start another expedition, and that is the Arctic expedition. I would like to start now. We're actually taking a tiger with us here for the force. So if someone tries to attack my ship, well, we get a tiger on board that we can actually release and hopefully not kill my own man, I guess. That would be really bad. Now off it goes already. It should have done everything with it. And with that we will unlock the passage, because I want the passage for gas and I want it for the airships. I would really like to get some airships on my trade routes there. Very important. We, by the way, should also not wait too long on Africa, because we are going to need those scholars for the research then at some point. Now, lots of shippies are coming in. Very good. We can, by the way, and we should get us a few more cargo ships on the way. So let's go ahead and just queue them. And I know my harbor area is a mess at the moment, but boy, I do have so many other things to do, like upgrading, and I like to do some upgrading there from time to time. This whole block we can finish, and over here, we have lots of workers there really, that would like to be no longer workers. Let's just allow it to them. Oh, by the way, now my workforce is low, so let's go ahead and get us a few more farmers up that we have up here in this area. And all of them basically are going to be workers now, and thus we have a balanced workforce once more.
To the edge of the world.
And the expedition is on its way. Very good. And while we still require a bank up here in this area, so we have one for this center, we have one for the lower area, and for this whole area I still would like to have a bank too. And I think, well, we will need to squeeze it into this one. And yeah, unfortunately, oh wait a second, here we can actually move some of those engineers again, so that I don't have to delete them. And we might actually this time though delete the artisans, or I move them over there and just hope that they stay artisans. Who knows about that really. By the way, there's another procession. Oh, my people are so happy. The Arts Festival right now. Peaceful celebration. Festival attractiveness is 400. And what does it provide? Cultural buildings maintenance cost minus 100% and attractiveness plus 5%. And yes, by the way, here, let's upgrade this guy there as well. Poor fellow was a artisan between all these engineers. I'm moving a few more of them. And I think for the second or the third bank, we're going to use the same bank building dough that we've already used once. And yeah, I think that makes the most sense for this area. Just because I really do like it. Boom, there you go. And I just need to have another street then here. Now those people have a glorious bank once more, so we have 2 of these, but that's fine. There's the other one, and then we have this huge bank over there. And 3 banks, that will be fine for that city. I'm not going to need any more than that. And then we can continue upgrading more people then right next to that. And also here. More engineers, basically.
Are you a preacher of falsehoods?
By the way, yes, of course, buying back those shares, very important. And well, with all the upgrading, we need to check our goods there. Of course, the rum is out as always. I'm hoping that the more investors we get, the less rum consumption I have, because investors don't need rum. So we should kind of like even out in this area at some point. That is one thing. The other thing is that soap is greatly decreasing right now. Minus 26. I guess we don't have pig heads. We do have pigs though. It's not pig heads, I know, it's pigs. So let's just see what is really going on there. Do we have a problem with the soap? Or why is it at minus 27? Because that is an insane rate. And it seems to be true. No, actually it's not. It's at 16 still. So it should actually be going up. Let's actually reinforce some of those. So with another, two more soap factories there. And I think the rendering works we are already boosting. No, we are not. So we could probably do that. Go ahead and do this one. And I'm also going ahead and just paving the roads to also reduce any type, to reduce loading times and transportation time. Quite the busy area that we have there. Let's upgrade this one here as well. Now over here we still have something else, and that is this district where we have the schnapps distilleries right now. I might want to move them now, right? Since we don't need the... Oh, expedition requires my attention. Going up the north. And we need to decide in which direction we want to go up there. Let's go west or let's go south. Let's go west. Let's just hope for the best in this direction. An Arctic welcome and the first severe blizzard. We've lost control of her, screams the navigator, but it takes a hero to go back out to that. The ice begins to pelt the ship with such force as to cause the lasting damage. Send your best to take down the sails. The tiger is going to help on this endeavor. That should definitely then be successful. And several worthy heroes step forward, and thanks to these mighty efforts, the ship has come through unscathed, and it can continue. Whew. Gosh, I love me having some tigers there in it as well. Now for the schnapps distilleries, we're going to move them a bit further up now to the north here, because I would like to continue expanding then my city, of course. Now that I think about it though, potatoes is only really something that we need for schnapps. So instead of getting the potatoes, we could just get the schnapps. What is the ratio changing? Half of that. That's still enough though. 100 tons of my sewing machines get me 1,300 tons of schnapps. Insane really. And we're probably not going to need more than that. The current ratio is 36 schnapps per minute. That means 720 for 20 minutes. So yeah, we would be way above the cap for this. Let's actually do this. Let's get the schnapps instead of potatoes. And this allows us to get rid of all of the potato schnapps distilleries as well, right? The potato farms are already gone. But now also the schnapps distillery follows, and off they go. With that, well, we do have way more space available now for some further city expansion, or whoever knows what actually might awaits us up here on this plateau. It's a really cool area overlooking the city. So we should make something special up here, I guess. Stay tuned. Hello everyone and welcome back to our glorious city, Anno 1800 Crown Falls, looking really good at the moment as it is, well, it is evening time actually, as we are continuing here with building our town hall monument in the city center, enjoying the nice views of the day. We might actually also just jump into nighttime there for those of you who really do like nighttime. I do like it as well, but there isn't much to see yet during nighttime. People sleep, right? We do have these amazing spotlights that work fantastically over there on our big bank. Oh boy, there's going to be so many huge buildings where spotlights are going to make some sense. Here, well, a lot of first kisses are being exchanged in our park, in the central park of Crown Falls, as we're also having our arts festival at the moment. Now, we can't enjoy the views of this city all the time. I need to work something. First of all, we still have those red pepper farms. I forgot them, right? We wanted to destroy them at some point and there was a fire or something. Let's get rid of them. We no longer need red pepper. We can use the farmer workforce for something else. We get the money back as well. Let's get rid of these police stations there as well, as the same with our warehouses. Another thing is the Passage Expedition wants the next quest, the Baffling Island. Sir cries the lookout, dark shapes on the ridge. Your men tremble at the idea of disturbing the graves. So we found some graves of Joseph Brain. Dig up the graves no matter the crew's fears. Search around the graves instead. Of course, we're not going to dig up the graves there. I'm not an animal. The man discovered the remains of a camp which the Lost Expedition wintered. They built a cairn, a small stack of stones under which a tin cylinder containing a tightly rolled letter is found. They left a note of their progress. Circle the island along the west coast or the east coast. And since we already took the west passage, let's continue going with the west coast. The ship is now headed for the west of Carrier Islands, and we'll just see what is awaiting us over there then as well. Now, meanwhile, we continue with building our city. We can continue with a few more upgrades. We have really a lot of farmers at the moment available, and we certainly don't need all of them anymore, since farm stuff is really something that we just import with our docklands. We do have also lots of workers that we can then upgrade in this process. Let's just have those farmers there. What is going on with you? Why don't you want to upgrade? You lack the marketplace that is over here, and there's probably, well, we could probably solve this with a paved road. So let's just try this one out. And by the way, it's looking a bit naked here, isn't it? We might continue with putting us some more ornaments into this area. So for example, our normal tempered grove for these blocks there. That it also does look a bit chaotic there. Why not? Absolutely. We have the white cherries that I like a lot. By the way, there is, I think, was this another entrance? This wasn't another entrance. So we can actually just push this one now with some cherry trees there. Beautiful. As this whole bunch is finished. There's not going to be a train here, right? Originally, I think I wanted to have a train in this area. Not anymore though. So off you go. And instead, we can just have then those roads here. As the train is also passing by once more. We still have so much work ahead of us with the paving though, right? This is crazy. Let's have some... We only have the white cherry at the moment available that I can still add then to some places of the city. Now, windows, we are at 103. That means I can still upgrade a few more artisans to engineers. So we might go ahead and do this for a couple more buildings that are rather here in the center. I guess those guys here want some upgrades as well. Those here don't want it for some strange reasons. Level up, perfect, level 54. With that, we also get another wing limit for the palace, so we can build more wings if we want that. There's the school actually missing, as I can see. And the construction has stopped. What's going on? We miss cement. Alright, we're building cement though, so it should be fine. And once again, this expedition is coming along well. I hope so. And navigation is going to be tricky in these waters. Navigate carefully, get a better view of the channel, or send scouts ahead. Find a path myself, send up the scouts. I think a cook. We're sending the cook or the butcher up there together with the tiger. Let's do this. I think they're coming along very well. The men are used to hard climbs like these, and sensing something Lady Faithful suddenly emerges from below the deck. We are actually already entering King William Sound. We found what we were looking for.
We shouldn't expect to find them right away. This is a vast wilderness. It's been 2 years. The Admiralty say they've tried everything. But then they haven't lost a husband. Nor did it occur to them to search King William Sound. There! A camp! abandoned. But we imagined as much, didn't we? And my John picked a fine spot. Perhaps they left some sign as to where they went.
Alrighty, and we are in the far north now. As we know this story already, we are finding, or we're looking for a husband. Of course, we're going to find him at the end, just for a little spoiler there. But of course, that is not the whole story. There is some in between. So if you're interested in the full story, just have a look at my Anno 1800 Ultimate playthrough, where we're also following these storylines. I'm not going to follow the storyline a fourth time though, because that is my fourth playthrough in the Arctic. So this time, no chance here. We rather want to build something. We want to focus on building something up. That is something I haven't really done yet, right? So I was always a bit concerned there with just getting along with the storylines. And yeah, we are also getting the remainings of the camp here that was in this area. Let's clean it up. Is that the only one? No, they're right next to each other there. This is another one. And up here there is another camp that we can clear up. Off it goes. Make room for something new on King William Island, which is a nice little spot here for building something.
Heaped by Highland hand is well worth our time.
And while she is babbling along for the next quest that we have in the Arctic, I think we have some ships ready. There they are. Yes, we could actually get Electra up there. It's looking like a sound ship for such an endeavor, going up in the high north. It has lots of space. By the way, it cost me 1,700 on the balance. Really expensive, by the way. While the ship is on its way to the harbor, let's purchase the next share of Bente. I haven't forgotten about her, right? She was really annoying here with my oil harbor, and I can't forget that. By the way, we produce way too much oil here. It might be possible to actually get this oil to Crown Falls as well, where we think we are pretty full there on oil too. But let's go ahead and actually build us an oil tanker, another one, just in case. I mean, it's not really about the influence now, is it? Now we got everything on Electra that we need, so lots of timber, lots of bricks and steel beams. The timber we can produce ourselves, some weapons for self-defense as well. And let's go to the Arctic, King William Island. We're probably not going to stay on King William Island, though. I think there's some bigger islands in the Arctic, so let's just go back real quick. We have the Royal Galleon here that we can care for, so let's unload everything that we have and start scouting ahead a bit. Old Nate is also helping us here, so he would like us to build a canteen and an explorer shelter. Before we do anything really, let's just have a look around in the Arctic. So once again, the islands are rather random, I think, and we might be finding us some good other settlement, right? So King William Island might actually be our main capital here. I'm not entirely sure though, because I think this island is not so big. And then again, the AI is probably here already. There's an unsettled island though.
Let the sails.
This is not looking so bad. What do we have here? Some forest whale abundance, caribou abundance, some fur. 1 gold deposit. So gold, by the way, is really, really valuable here in the Arctic. Or plentiful, I should say, not valuable. Plentiful, right? So these, you can make some deep gold mines here to produce a lot of gold. This is not looking so bad. Not looking so bad for a big city. While my ship continues to scout some islands, my Town Hall Monument has finished phase 2. There you go. It's actually looking in the right direction. How very nice. Oh, we're going to have some spotlights on this tower. And let's just see what phase 3 wants of us. 150 light bulbs. So good. Caoutchouc, quite a lot as well. And filaments. Filament we produce ourselves together with the light bulbs. Caoutchouc is a different cup of tea. I think we're getting the caoutchouc traders though in quite frequently, so it should be fine, but it's definitely going to deplete our storage there quite a bit, I think. We have a +1 at the moment for the light bulbs. Glasses is also equal only. I'm not too happy with how our light bulbs production is going, by the way. Let's boost this by 50%. That should be fine. I thought those factories would be enough. They're not, in fact. We do need more light bulbs than I thought originally. So with the 50% boost, we're at +3 light bulbs per minute right now. It should be fine. It's definitely not going to be fine for a big city though. So I need to plan ahead there a bit. For my glassmakers, we could do this. Yeah, let's not do this. Bad practice. Let's go ahead and actually get us a few more glassmakers then on the way here. There and here we do have a bit of space again for another one. That's 2 more. And then another one here.
I'll do.
We do lose a bit of efficiency on the lumberjack hut, but it's still fine. Let's upgrade this warehouse there. Actually, by the way, now that I think about it, aren't we getting the logs from the docklands? Because then, of course, we don't need the lumberjack huts anymore. We are. Since the last episode, we have the logs on the docklands. So actually, theoretically, I don't need these lumberjack huts here. I'm still going to keep them though a bit. Right, in the Arctic, we're finding some new stuff. A plateau. An icy plateau. That is not looking so bad. We got some gas deposits here. Quite a lot of them too. This might be a very good plateau village there. Or plateau base. Of course, we can't even get up there at the moment. So this is a tech that we need to research first. It's tricky. It's tricky. Another plateau is coming up. Those are of course unsettled at the moment because no one really has the tag for these. Very bad really, since it's a long stretch there from one side to the other, but it still has its gas deposits, but not much building space for a base. I think over there, that's another plateau that we have. There's another island that I will have to look at. I think my favorite one is this for now, for a big Arctic base that we can have together with our airship monument, or King William Island. Now my, well, Electra, my collier, is taking a long time on the highest speed to get up there to the Arctic, as we can see. So yeah, before that happens, we can't do anything there anyway. So let's have a look at the new world and have a look at our, oh, there were some ruins, I think, and have a look at our city that we have in the new world. Ooh, this is not looking good. We had some major fire here, I guess, so just be cautious. Let's actually build some fire stations here. I think for farming, I didn't really count any fire stations in now. Here we can also add, let's add 2 to be safe. Better safe than sorry. Right, and then we have a look at our Tristão city that we have neglected a bit over the last couple of episodes, and I would like to continue with this beautiful city there as well. Now, as we said, we have the sugarcane up there at the moment. I might be looking for a new island here actually, where I could have my sugarcane plantations. And since we have enough bricks, I would like to go ahead now and pave the roads of this city here as well. So once again, a bit of paving that needs to be done, and also some more green stuff. So a lot of trees are missing in the city that I can add. By the way, we could also add, thanks to a mod, the docklands here if we want to. We could also go ahead and have the tourists, so some tropical hotels and stuff like that. But that is actually something for later, because I need some building resources. And with later, I mean actually let's focus on that as well a bit. I think we should have there's a cargo ship ready, so we can get some materials over. It's the Lord and Lady cargo ship, and let's get this one over to Tristão, our capital city there. By the way, we are really full with the steel beams. Out of 1,800, we're at 1,700 now. I could go ahead and just build us some more storages that we might need for now, at least until I focus on my docklands again. Let's go back to Tristão. The building materials are coming in for everything that we've planned here, and I can actually continue with getting us some more ornaments. So the tropical forest, for example, that we have here in the center, that adds a bit. By the way, do we have the cherry trees? Oh, we do have the cherry trees. How do they look? I think they might be fine, though, cherry trees in this area. Doesn't make that much sense to me. So we better just stick with the normal ornaments that we already have, right? That still make the city greener. There you go, looking much better already. As also more palm trees are coming into the city.
The strike has ended.
And some really beautiful buildings. I love the New World buildings that we see here as well. This one, and then some more ornaments here in the center. And as we can see with paved roads, it's also looking so much more civilized now and cleaner in these bustling towns of Anno 1800. Meanwhile, my collier is finally arriving after a very, very long journey in the Arctic. So let's just get over to one of my islands that I would like to have. This one here, where we're building something bigger up, right? So off you go. By the way, we're going to probably have 2 cities then in the Arctic. One of them is just a base, really for productions, and the other one is a big base then, basically. This is looking really positive here. Enemy siege repelled. Juicy Island acquired. What? Juicy Island acquired. The hostile takeover success. Let's actually go with the -30 instead of this one here. The -50 right chance I gladly take, really, as that is perfectly valuable for everything that we are going to need here. And King William Island we are going to use most likely for production. So we're going to need quite a lot of production. And as we can see, we can go all the way up here. And we do also have 2 gold deposits on this island. Oh, it's looking cold. Finally, we also arrive at this new island. Let's just find us a suitable spot where we can have our warehouse then. This is looking fantastic, and there we are. Welcome to Cape Storm. What a beautiful name. I was actually going to rename it, but I think Cape Storm is just perfect for our big camp here in the Arctic. And here we can finally start building now something up. I would like to go ahead once again with my triple road that goes right through the center, then some double roads here at the harbor area. And we might also, wait a second here, I think this is fine, but over here we're going to make, no, actually over here then, yep, once the road ends there. Can we get over here? Unfortunately not, there is a cliff here. So here I will need to continue then into this area. And after all, we do need some tiny production still. So we're going to head here with a warehouse. Boy, it's been a long time since I've built something in the Arctic. We have the special tech here though, or the special problem, heating, right? So it's very cold up here. We do have also our first quest here, build a canteen and an explorer shelter. I think it doesn't matter on which island. We're just going to try it here, as this is going to be my main island. And let's have a big road then here, and we can continue, or we can now start building our blocks of shelters, righto. And what is very important for this one is that we do need heaters that require coal in return, and we can see how far they're heating. So this one is looking good. They don't have a huge range, unfortunately, right? So it's not really taking in that many people then. We can have some more houses then here as well. This is all still fine. A canteen for my people. Let's just see that we get this one here close as well. And then some more buildings. This should still be fine for the heating process. Yes, very good. They still all get their heating, except for this poor fella up there. I'm not going to build him then. Just like that, right? And this one. Alright, they will need their own one. Let's just see. Yes, it's counting. So Cape Storm is now starting to become something. Mission exploration has started on Cape Storm. Those poor people are now moving in here and will have to live here. Yeah, very important now. They don't have any heating though. So the coal will be the first major goal that we have here now. And let's go ahead. Up there we have the warehouse. Since we have enough timber, actually it's not coal that we need to start out with. It's really a charcoal kiln. And this one can only power one heater. It's not very, very efficient. Let's start building it here. They, for some reasons, have their own heating anyway, so that should be fine. I will, however, probably need a trade route to Cape Storm for all the heating then that we need to do here. While this continues, we can though continue building us some more shelters. And then we built our heater over here and the canteen. And as we can see with the heater, we already get these pipes on the ground. They're transporting the hot water or yeah, whatever, getting that to the houses then. So once we have some coal, we should be golden. It's cold out there.
Please don't leave your crate.
And those poor fellows don't even have coal at the moment. They have some fires though. That should keep them warm for just a few more minutes before the coal comes in. He's probably calling for help. And we're just safely going to ignore him as we enjoy that view.
Want to share? What's wrong with that?
Alright, and finally the first coal is in. And with a sled, oh how very romantic, we're getting it up here to that heater. And the heat is now being produced. And as we can see, those people are having now their heat, which is their basic demand. Basically, they want to have that, otherwise we face riots and fires and whatnot. And yeah, sleeping bags, schnapps would be the other ones, and then pemmican and oil lamp. While we're here, we could also start our first trade route, really. That is pretty important early on, and this one goes from Cape Trelawney, from Crown Falls, to the Arctic now, to Cape Storm. And this one is not doing nothing else than getting us coal 3 times, and 3 times schnapps. Because that is 2 things that we're going to need quite often, and one of my cargo ships will take care of that. Probably the Mother Goose or Axum. Let's go with Axum on this one. Off you go. It's the very first one. We, of course, will need some storage in here in Cape Storm for that, that we can then add once we have more people. Right, so at the moment, of course, we're all capped with only a few. So let's just go ahead and give us a bit more population there. As more people now move into Cape Storm, we also get the next demands here, the next quests that we need to do. And from here on, we continue then. Stay tuned. Hello everyone and welcome back to Anno 1800 Crown Falls. Looking at, well, some of our historic landmarks here already in the town center. We want to continue with these beautiful buildings by, well, first of all, finishing our town hall monument that is already close to completion here. So the only thing that's really lacking is some more filaments. And I'm a bit surprised here that we are really lacking the filaments that are required to fully complete this one here. So we do need to wait a couple more turns for the filaments that are, by the way, brought over from Larsen. So in Larsen, I don't think I can really do that much about it. We should be having a lot of coal here, we do. And we need filaments anyway for a couple of other production chains, like the light bulbs anyway. So why not just, yeah, build a few more of them. There we have a warehouse, another warehouse, and let's build another light bulb factory, another filament factory then just here. Of course, we do need to make a proper connection there as well. And that should, well, not really do the trick. Another trick that we could do is 50%. I'm a bit scared of the -40 happiness there. I know that it's not really affecting the citizens in Crown Falls, but I know there will be lots of riots if we do that. So let's rather not do it. Another thing that we can do though, however, is starting with the next monument, that is the World's Fair over here. So let's go ahead. By the way, yes, well, we can always move them around, right? So in that case here, it's important that we start working on them and finishing them because they really take a long time. Cement, timber, and some farmers is everything we have really. The town hall monument that actually needed cement no longer needs it. And the rest is in anyway, right? So this one, they work on completely different sets of building materials here, so they don't interfere with each other. And that's fine. It's just costing me a lot of workforce that is being used with these monuments now. But it's going to be worth it in the long time. Meantime, we can go ahead with a bit more upgrading. We have enough building materials, so I would like to go ahead and have this inner city complex here as well being finished. It's going to be a bit tricky here because we are probably going to need space for something like the Court of Justice then at some point. I think we will place it into this area there, as we have a church and a theater here that we will not need anymore once we have engineers, once we have investors, right? Because the engineers still need their theater. And then we can just go ahead and upgrade these blocks here as well, as more and more engineers come into the city there. Upgrading engineers to investors, though, is a tricky business at the moment. I think we do lack one thing, that's the light bulbs. Yes, so once again, we need to work a bit harder on that. Light bulbs were consumed in great numbers right now for the monuments. That is finished now, so I'm hoping that this one builds up again, right? Those light bulbs. Now, we were also in the process of settling finally in the Arctic to get us the gas and the airships going. Now for that, well, this settlement here is coming along splendidly. We still have a bit of timber, and we have timber on the ship that is waiting ashore. What I can do is with that timber is, or what I should be doing is getting my next productions on the way. The problem with that, once more, is heat. Now we do have a charcoal kiln that can only support one heater. So if I check this one real quick, it's at 0, right? We do need another charcoal kiln if I want to heat anything else, unfortunately. So this is really expensive, this whole thing, at least until we get our coal in. So let's just see that we can kind of like place it up there, I think. Right here. That would be the next one, and only now can I really focus on my lumberjack huts. They interfere with each other, by the way, right? So I cannot build lumberjack huts where I already have some charcoal kilns. Luckily, we don't need that many lumberjack huts anyway, so let's just build 2 of them here. And they should get their appropriate heating then as well by placing us a heater here. Now, for the heater, that is going to heat these productions here. Later on, once the coal comes in, we can get rid of that charcoal kiln here once more and use this whole area as a small industrial zone then for Cape Storm City that will need everything here because of heat once more. There we have it. Perfect. Fighting the cold. We have finished also the next quest here that wanted us to get more heating up in my town. And with the remaining timber that I have, I can continue building us a few more shelters here. And we need to make sure that we really do heat those people. Now what I would also like to do is having a smaller settlement than here in King William Island as well. So we are going ahead here now, instead of actually a marketplace or something like that, we really only need those heaters. So let's go ahead and something far up here, I guess we can have another smaller industry zone, right? So here, for example, let's just have us a warehouse, and then we are definitely also going to need once again a heater, and probably right next to them actually a charcoal kiln. Now the charcoal kiln doesn't require heating, so that is a bit convenient, because with that we can freely build it where we don't need any heaters for the moment and just don't waste any space and yeah, stuff like that. So 2 of them should be fine. Here actually there is heating required, so once again for my timber production I'm going ahead here and I'm having my lumberjack huts, so 2 of them should be fine for now, and both of them are getting then heat as well that they urgently want. Very nice. And now we can start also building a smaller base here. Though I haven't fully decided that where I want to have the bigger base. We're definitely going to need 2 bases though, because it's just a pretty big requirement there for the quests that lead to the airship. So I will definitely need to get us a few of them out here, right? So that we can squeeze them in. And I guess for the heating, this should then work here. At least I hope so. Unfortunately, those heaters really don't have a huge range, right? So this is what I can do most of it, right? And then we can still squeeze in some more houses here. Now that's a nice block that we have, and a few more houses than here. For this whole thing, and of course a canteen as always, rather centrally posted as well on that side. And then we can just have some more buildings here. And that heater should have some range there at least. Ah! By just one single tile it's not reaching this one. Ah, it's fine. It's still fine. Let's go ahead, build the 2 charcoal kilns that we have up here. We need to be very careful with the timber though. The cool thing is they don't really cost that much timber. And then we have another warehouse with the sawmill and the lumberjack hut and the heater. And then we're going to have another heater, the second one, together with the canteen and the first workers. And thus King William Island also gets its first freezing explorers, because unfortunately we can't provide more than that at the moment. At least they've got a tiger, I think. Yes, it's the base that has the Eastern Jungle Tiger on board, so they could use this one for heating. Now, I'm just kidding, we are not using a tiger for heating, of course. I'm going to continue with a few more houses, a few more shelters, and I hope that I'm not overextending it. I think here I did it, actually. Let's get rid of this house again, and let's just have it a blueprint there, because we really can't have people freezing. It would be very bad for morale. Those I can definitely build, and those here I can build as well. And Cape Storm is growing. This name is just too cool. We're going to have Cape Storm as our big city, of course. It is the only thing that makes sense to me. Yeah, and actually this heater here can take quite a lot. I think we could have moved it a bit further up there, but now it's too late anyway. Now, one more thing. Those guys here now want something else. By the way, the schnapps should then come in at some point. I don't know if it's already in. It is already in. Perfect. Schnapps and coal is already in en masse. So schnapps, once we unlock it, is providing more heat to those people. The other thing we need is the pemmican food. That would be our very first production chain for Cape Storm. Now, pemmican food does require the whale abundance that we have and the caribou abundance that we have as well. Boy, we are really lucky on this one. In King William, we would have the same thing here, but we also have the bear abundance in addition, and bear is something that we need as well. Princess Ching purchased back the share here. I want that island for the cocoa, and Bent is also purchasing back that share here. So this is an ongoing war in the background. I'm not always going to show when I purchase these shares, as I'm just going to do it while we play along, and I just hope that I remember them most of the time. Otherwise, it's just taking a bit longer. I'm going ahead with a few more houses here. We're probably going to need a heater there. It's very unfortunate in this area as it's really tiny and one heater is not enough. So I do need to have two here then over time. But in Cape Storm, which is growing a bit more quickly, we have a few more houses up there now.
Ship construct.
And then the pemmican. For that we do need a whale station that needs heating. So we can have this one right here in the harbor area. This one is producing every minute. How high is the consumption of my pemmican food for now? 0. Oh, very good. Actually, we don't even need that. Of course, we do need it. And then we need the caribou hunting cabin. Unfortunately, this one requires heating and harbor space. The cool thing is it's not chopping down any trees, and thus it's no danger here to my lumberjack huts and my charcoal kilns. So we can actually stack them together nicely like this. It has the 100% here. I can actually build a second one over there then at some point. Let's do this one right away so I remember it. And then we need the cookhouse, and the cookhouse, well, that I can have then right here. One and another one here. And we're probably never going to need more than that because, well, demand is just not there really. Let's build the hunting cabin, let's build the cookhouse, and let's also build the whaling station. We do have enough explorer workforce here, so that is fine for now. Oh boy, these poor whales. Well, it was a different time. And it's now using 30 explorers that will need to get out there and kill some whales for us to get the oil.
Where did you say you come from?
Hello, my sorry freezing fellas there. As they're taking apart one of these whales here in the city that is still tier 1, of course, so not that far yet. Cape Storm is going to be the capital. It's just too cool there with the not only the name, but that big mountain there in the background. I just love the whole panorama that we have there. I still have a bit of timber left over, so we could go ahead getting us a few more villages on the way. So this guy here gets the heating. This one gets some heating there still. And those two get the heating. Righto. So that we can still grow. Now I need to wait anyway for a bit of timber to come in. And there is actually some reindeer running around. We also need to look out for what we need for our investors, because before I can go for skyscrapers, we need to have a maximum capacity of the investor houses, so 50 out of 50, and that is only possible with having every need fulfilled, right? So the light bulbs, I hope that should be going up now. Now chocolate, cigars, champagne, and the steam carriages are on our list that we still need. That's a lot actually, but it's a bit lucky. We have 2 islands with the grape fertility, Larsen and Distant Forest. Distant Forest is our steel production island, but it has lots of space, and yeah, we do need a lot of champagne, to be honest. So it might be a good idea to get this one going up here. We already have the materials, we already have a shared workforce, so it all fits basically. We do have some clay deposits that we could use as well, and I'm probably going to do that because clay is just so rare. We only have it on this island other than Crown Falls, so it just makes sense to me to also get us a few of them up and running. So there we have number 1, and then we have number 2 here. And while that is happening, let's just check where we could have a good location here for our grapes, right? Because I don't want to have it too close there to my smoky factories. Otherwise, we would have smoky grapes then working. Champagne, there it is. Now vineyards and the glass maker, and then champagne cellars. What we could do is we could actually make this whole production on this island in Distant Forest, and this makes sense to me because we save some space with that, and we already have electricity on Distant Forest to boost the champagne cellar there with the production output. Let's do this. Let's actually get us 2 cargo ships ready. We do have a lot of them. Let's actually build more. It's so nice when influence is no longer a limiting factor. And brilliant here. Oh, and we've upgraded another export office. What could that be? Bread. Bread is now really valuable there as well. Lots of goods are coming in again. I just need to check on my hops there as well. Are we not getting enough hops? We're trading soap at the moment for hops. We're probably going more and more into sewing machines, as we really don't need a lot of sewing machines for all the trading in the world really, and soap is struggling a lot. We could change this one to bread. I'm not using bread for anything else other than clay, so that might be something. Let's just go ahead and do this. And soap is a bit on the weak side right now. My cargo ships are in, and let's just, what do we actually need? We have a lot of timber. Let's just go ahead and still get us more timber, and some more windows then. That would be number 1. Off you go. And number 2 is also getting us some bricks there, some steel beams. We're always going to need that, and some reinforced concrete on top of everything. That should work out nicely. And then we just need our grape farms. Now we do need a 5 champagne per minute at the moment, which is not a lot. So I would just go up with that up to 20 that we probably would need long-term wise. 25, let's say 25. Let's really go out there with that. 25. A champagne cellar is producing every 30 seconds. So let's make it actually 26 champagne that we do need per minute. That would lead to 13 champagne cellars, and that's not even boosted. 13 of them. And that requires a lot of vineyards, as we can see. So 2 minutes is their production, leading up to 52 vineyards that we would need on Distant Forest to produce enough champagne for all my people. Now, in this case here, 52, let's just see, we have 8. We could probably build them here as well. That would be 16. Then we could take the whole thing and we would make it 32. And then another whole bunch, and then we would actually have it. And this is some serious mass production here. We could make it like that, and this would actually work out, I think, long-term wise. The problem is, though, we're going to need more space for more factories. So in this case here, it might actually make sense this time to finally use the tractors. Oh, and in Cape Storm, we have reached the city stages of camp, and just as we did that, we are getting the first people with the flu. Now for that, I will need the ranger station that fights fires and Arctic flu within its range of influence. So over here, we can do this, and Distant Forest is under attack. Oh, yeah, there is a battle cruiser just over there that we're probably hopefully going to destroy, because it's totally deserving that. And this is a Bente battle cruiser. How could it be any other way? Right, yeah, it's going down. Perfect. It's at least suffering for that. And Bente, thank you for reminding me once more that I need to purchase one of your shares out of this island to totally get rid of your last bastion there in Cape Trelawney. You only have then small islands, and who cares about small islands really? For this one, as I said, I would like to have my tractors working, so we can finally use them. Some of you have really been angry at me that I'm not doing any tractors, and I know some features I think are less important than others. I never really thought that tractors would be one of the important ones, right? This time though, let's use them. However, what I just noticed is for the tractors, I do need steam motors. I don't have steam motors because I don't have brass anymore. We're running out of that resource quickly. Oh god, who is it really? It is Princess Ching and Bente once again that are ramping up their fleets, but we should be fine for now. Let's just have a look why my brass is going down there a bit. Now we have the smelteries, as we can see. I do have a trade union, as I can see, that I could probably use for this whole thing then as well. We do have the building materials ready too, that I'm going to need for additional productions. And we are probably pretty full on copper and zinc. We are, even though copper is struggling a bit. Let's still go ahead and get us a few more brass factories on the way. So, yep, let's make it 6 additional ones.
In one of your factories.
And we do have a copper mine. That's lucky. on this island. So let's build the copper
A
mine.
fire broke out.
And also boosted by 50%. Lots of bad stuff is happening around here right now. We also got a little fire here now. We are going to need to fight this one. Where should we place it though? As always, nothing is easy. Especially in something like that where I actually didn't put a fire station in. Let's place it here, reduce the efficiency of the lumberjack hut, but that is fine because we don't really need the lumber anymore. And be done with it. By the way, I forgot about some very important big buildings like the Fire Brigade Institute. That is because they're in this other building menu, and of course we have them still, and of course I still want to build them. Let's do this. Let's build the Fire Brigade Station. It should be somewhere here, in a good location where it does reach a lot of people. And over here, for example, we could place it in and just look at that range that it has. So for all of these outer districts there as well, it would be then pretty important. I think we could squeeze it in nicely instead of this block. Let's go ahead and do this. Yep, let's actually have it like that, so we have a bit more room to the warehouse, to the marketplace and the pub that we're going to need to destroy at some point anyway. And there we have also another beautiful big fire station now that is working for us, and it's actually letting go of it actually has a pass through, right, where we can also go through ourselves, which is pretty cool, I think. So I really do like that building. And Crown Falls really has a majestic looking fire station now in all its glory. We do have something like that as well for our hospitals. We have the sanatorium. And my god, I didn't build it yet. How dare me, I should build a sanatorium really. And I think a cool location would be really over here somewhere. Even though the range is not the best. Actually, it is taking the whole city. How very lucky for us. I mean, it's a very expensive building. But we could really take the whole city. There is also some space here that we could use. Yep, I think we could use it here. And this is looking good. I will, however, need to adjust the main road that is ending here. Make this a stone bridge as well. And then I think we can actually make this one work really nicely. The only question is in which direction. I think this is a good good direction here. Or like that. Let's place it like that. And there we have it. Beautiful, really. And this one has a garden looking to the outside, so it's looking towards the riverlands then. The sanatorium, we might actually do something else to this one. Or is it looking fine? I think there's actually, yep, this is an entrance there. That's actually going through, as we can see. And here as well. Totally forgot about that. That is a pretty cool feature as well. It's also going through the building itself. And I might actually have a road going at least to this area where we have the smaller entrance gate as well. And here we might actually place some more buildings then later if we want to. Or perhaps a smaller park. Who knows about that yet. And by the way, now that I see it, there are still buildings that I can upgrade. We have enough building materials. Let's go ahead and upgrade more and more of these guys. We have 13,000 engineers. We cannot upgrade engineers at the moment. That might be something though. Go ahead with those guys, and there's still some workers here as well. Let's be a bit careful with the workers though, as we are very close now with our workforce. But yes, I do like this district much more now, thanks to having this beautiful bank here. Then we have the police station and then our fire station over here as well. And in the center here, well, something else we will squeeze in, definitely, as we get rid of all of these workers here. By the way, let's just do this. And let's upgrade a few more farmers in the process, since we can afford that. We have still huge farmer districts outside. Over here, I'm not doing anything. As I said, there's going to be the scholars. Here in the Riverlands, we still have farmers. There you go. And once again, a balanced workforce in all its glory. And now we really just need to wait for those here, but that's still a bit tricky. We're still consuming way too many building materials, as I can see. And cement, only 2 more tons are missing. Ah well, still taking its time. So far so good. Stay tuned.
Ship constructed.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Crown Falls as we're looking at our monuments, at least monuments in construction. The World Fair has finished its second phase that we can see here. So the superstructure is finished with that and we can level that up. Okay, my harbor is under attack, stuff like that. I do have to check right away if there's a bigger attack coming in. It's a smaller warship right here from, or actually it's one heavy warship there from Princess Ching. Should be no problem there for my ships. Now let's just go back there, and here we can now start with the next phase that we want to have, the World's Fair superstructure. And with that, reinforced concrete, we have everything in store really. Reinforced concrete we are producing anyway, right? We don't have most of it, but we have those productions up and running. That is fine for now. The Town Hall Monument is at phase 3, still with the filaments stuck a bit. So not really that much I can do about it, because I'm certainly not going to ramp up my filaments production just for the monument, since after this, you know, the demand is going down anyway. But we do have a few additional building materials in, so let's actually build 2 more for the light bulb factories primarily, right? We have the coal for it that I can use, so we have plenty of coal. And this boost is still not really working. I'm not going to force it. And there's coal coming in from Crown Falls and coal coming in from the island itself. There's still a coal deposit over here that we haven't used yet. We do have the materials for that. Let's use it as well. And off you go. Another coal mine that is being used now. And more coal for our filament factories. This single one here actually should supply enough that we've just upgraded, right? So no problem there. Alright, while this is on the way, let's just check a few upgrades that we could do. So I would like to continue with a few more buildings up here in the north of my town. We still have lots of workers here that I can upgrade. At the same time though, as usual, we do need to upgrade more farmers in return if I want to do that. Otherwise, we are going to lose a lot of productivity for our factories, and that I certainly cannot allow. Meanwhile, another clipper, Star Shadow, has arrived from Eli, and he's got some 4 interesting items for us that we can use. The illustrious gemologist, and this one here affects the jewelers. Instead of gold, they process gold ore. That is going to be very important for us, since gold ore is so easy to get. Gold and gold bars in this case here are really difficult though. A cab assembly line, this is an epic item. Epic indeed for the name, but also epic for what it does. Instead of steam motors, my cab assembly lines do process filaments. Very important, and they have the extra good of light bulbs being produced. Very, very good, because steam motors are valuable and hard to produce. Filaments are cheap and easy. The Taxman Tim, another very cool. This one has an important effect. Harbor activity, 25% chance that every time a trade happens, there's a chance to gain 5 tons of weapons or advanced weapons. Another one that I like, because with this we probably can get rid of advanced weapons production altogether. And then the Brewmaster build provides electricity to my breweries. Another very cool building. Now Star Shadow, you're going back to Eli right away, because there's still some juicy items over there that I would like to use. Now for the trade, we can go ahead right away and get us the Harbor Master building, right? So I would like to get this one a bit... Actually, we should have this one where the trade happens. So somewhere over here, right? There is already the connection for it. And this one now allows us to use items for the Docklands, and we can now use the Taxman Tim on that. And Taxman Tim is going to provide us now with lots of advanced weapons, and I can't wait to check this out once we have waited quite a few minutes there, or hours even. But I'm not in no hurry for this one here. Alrighty, so far so good. So Crown Falls as it is. Let's get back to the Arctic, where I really want to make some progress in order to get my special items. First of all, we got a resident quest. I miss bread. Pemmican is convenient, but hey, I know we could make some tunbrot. I've read about it. Oh god, I don't have bread here, and bread should be... Oh, she wants flour. That is even harder. Random reward. We might skip it altogether. Now, let's continue with the next thingies that we need. My explorers,
under attack,
in all their glory, have now the pemmican in. They would like some sleeping bags to keep them warm. And oil lamps has not been unlocked yet. So 100 more explorers that we need for that. Well, I do need another heater that can work for us. So let's just go ahead. And I'm probably going to add more buildings than here. So I'm probably going to continue Alright, here another expansion. We should be able to squeeze in a heater just fine. Or like this, and we can then actually afford a few more houses. But I would rather, yes, I guess do it like that. And then we can still have another house there. Perfect. And then more blocks here. Oh. Yes, she wants that island. She wants to keep it. I say no to that. And this, by the way, reminds me of the more important shares that I'm purchasing there. So this island now is in total control of us. Hard unfold. And we could take it over. Right, so Bente's attack, of course, has not gone unnoticed, and I have forgotten. And this island is not so bad. It actually has a bit of copper there, some coal, some iron, some fur abundance, but above all, space. A lot of space for another city, or even more productions that we can then add. Perfect. Right, and of course, money and influence-wise, this is not a big deal. Let's continue with my city. Unfortunately, I do need a warehouse for the heater, right? Because the heater needs to get its coal from somewhere, and it can only do that with a warehouse close by where it can get the coal. So off you go, little Santa Claus Jr. Get me the coal that I want, and then we can continue with a few more houses here. Let's make this high density, just for the heck of it. This will not work. We could make it like that. That is pretty stupid, so we're not doing like that, but rather like this. Very good, and let's actually build all of them. 74 tons of timber. There you go. And what do I still have timber? I don't, unfortunately, so we need to wait for the timber to come in.
Your ship has returned from its voyage.
And also Star Shadow has returned at Eli. Do we have an interesting item that we could use? Provides the beer. Nope. Fishery and pearl farms produce extra tallow. Might also be nice to have, but not really important. I guess that's going to be it for now. Okay, there's still the canteen that we should add as well to Cape Storm for this whole district there. By the way, there would be some more space here for a few more houses there indeed. Now, let's just go ahead. We have unlocked the oil lamp. The oil lamp, needs brass. We already have the whaling station, but brass is something. Well, we do have a route that is already working this way here. And I think this is too much schnapps anyway. We have lots of schnapps and we can't really get us that much anyway. So let's just go with brass here instead of one of the schnapps. This should be fine. We don't have that much brass in Crown Falls though, so this might be harder than it looks right now. Well. Meanwhile, Bente is once again attacking my oil harbor with another one of her battleships. She's got a few of them out again. Now, how should we take revenge on her? I know of something. Of this island. We have all the shares. We have the ability now to take over 2.4 million. That's peanuts for us, and we could significantly weaken her in this world here, also removing all of these very heavy cannons that she's got in the harbor area. Let's go ahead and do this. I just want to check how much military force she would lose. She's at 690. She's still growing. It's insane. I have no real chance there of catching up to her. We took it over. There it is. Let's just check it once again. Did she lose anything? Yeah, she got down there by around 80 points, I think. Not that much still. Now with that, very good. We got some items as well. The botanical garden, some epic items for it. Nothing really else. Lots of flowers, what I can see for the trade union. No, alright, we don't need most of that. Now, of course, this island here, since it was taken over, it is now ready for the taking right away. So I'm going to send all of my heavy warships down there and protect it. Because we are going to build up something there as well. We do have enough building materials and cannons to go ahead there with some cannon force right away. So let's just add, wait a second, some more here, and then also weapons. We have plenty of weapons. Let's get them down here to Hard Unfold as well, together with my heavy warships. The battleship of her is... Where's her battleship? There it is at the moment, rather close to that. My ships are on the way now. Also, these two heavy warships, we still have 160 influence. So I'm going ahead and I'm building more of them.
Cargo stations.
Let's get this one over there. Meanwhile, another thing that I want to do real quick is I want to increase my copper production. We don't have enough copper for all of that brass. So I'm going to need another copper production chain that we're going to have then here. I mean, it's not really a chain, is it? It is a basic production of mines. So let's build both of these mines in this area. We have the materials for it. And there you go, more copper is now being produced. We can also boost it by 50%, perfect. The only thing that comes to mind is now we do need a trader. Now there is another problem coming up right away. Larsen doesn't have enough building materials really, so we do need to provide. It's expensive, right? As we can see, it is really expensive and we don't have that much. Some steel beams there as well. Let's get this one over. Actually, we don't need the timber, but rather the bricks for it. That is a bit more important. Right, where's the battleship? I'm really a bit scared there of the battleship. There it is. It's coming back again. But my ships are now in the harbor area too. This is also being protected. There is some loot that we might still get. Wait a second. You take this. You take this. And this. Right, that should be done. Some goulash. Who needs goulash, really? More goulash. And a bit more goulash, but that's it. Canned food. Reinforced concrete, that is not so bad. And some some items here for the ships and also some advanced weapons. Let's just unload all of that really. The advanced weapons might be useful in this case here. Oh boy, that battleship once again. Alright, there's also another ship. She is getting a bit more aggressive again. I think we need to ramp up our ship production even further. There you go. This should be going down. It's a steam ship, by the way. I think it was a monitor. And off it goes. Let's send them here too as well. This one is up for trouble. It wants trouble. It wants to do something to us. Let's send my fleet against it. We do have those ships. 6 heavy warships should be fine for that single battleship. It should be fine. And the Walrus, meanwhile, also has more building materials for Distant Forest. That is still under siege. I think she wants to continue with the siege.
Ship under attack.
And I'm going to continue building some more depots here. Yes, there it is. And I think it is... Because the siege is ending in 20 seconds, I think it wants to renew the siege limit there. So I can't rebuild my building, right? You can't do that while the island is under siege. And this is really hurting me a bit there. What are you doing, Bente? Why are you so mean? Problem is, this ship is not only very strong, it is also very fast. And my heavy warships don't have that much chance there really of catching up with it. Yeah, and she's continuing with the siege. Very smart, actually. Alright, my ships are close by. We're going to make this one a bit tactical this time. Let's use the turnaround mode, right, so that we can fire from both sides very quickly. Quickly destroy this ship, because boy, we need to. And as we can see, it's really melting down there. It still could take this island single-handedly, right? I hate those battleships. They're really, really strong. Stronger for their own good, I think. And it's going down. Perfect. Very expensive to rebuild one of these. And it's going to take her some time again. And that's the end of it. There might be some loot there as well. A blobfish. And we also get an ensign or an ensign, something like that. Perfect. So this one is done. Let's also unload the building materials. And in Hard Unfold, we can now go ahead and get us cracking with cannon towers once more. And I'm definitely up for that. So I'm going to build us a few here. Right, so 4, let's make it 5 actually, so that we really protect this one here quite well. We still have over 100 influence, so we are golden for now.
Under attack.
And I want to keep this island for sure. More attacks on the other side here once more. I'm still keeping that channel here though, right? So I'm still going to protect this area. And you will have no chance really of building something up there. That's the important thing. Now, one more thing that I wanted to do is we do need a trade route still. And that is from one of my cargo ships, the Walrus. Let's make it the Seahorse. And it's going to be on a new trade route. And that's going to be from Distant Forest to Larsen. And this one is getting the copper that we are producing. over to Larsen. And where's my seahorse? There you are. You can't escape my planning. And off it goes, getting the copper over there, because I'm pretty sure in Larsen we are really, really low on copper, right? We are actually capped on zinc, but on copper it's looking bad. Now there's a lot of trade routes going in and out now of Larsen. That means I will need an additional pier that can work this area for us. Now let's just see where we could add it. I would probably like to move those cannons a bit further away for now, and then we can add another pier to this area there. Right, so 2 ships can dock here at the same time. Western Frontier, Hugo, why are you doing this to me? Perfect, but that's it, right? So we have now additional pier. Ships should not be waiting. Only 40 tons of brass. That is actually quite a lot with just this tiny turn here, right? Really just that. It needs to be more though than that. So the brass smelteries, let's push them by 50%. Or wait a second, let's not do this. Actually, let's just build a few more. We do have the building materials. I might actually use this one here. That should be fine. And this one here should be fine as well. Minus 28 on my workers. So we will also need to upgrade once more some farmers there. Get this workforce back on track. Perfect. In this very, very, very small city that we still have here.
Ship under attack.
Now another thing, this island here, Silk Moth City, has been a thorn in my eyes, or a thorn on my side I should rather say, for quite some time now, and let's just take it real quick. I'm not expecting much resistance there from Princess Jinxins. Basically we destroyed a lot of ships in this world here, and I don't think the AI is going to be very dominant in Cape Trelawney anymore. So let's just get rid of that, and there we have it. Boom, another island conquered. Influence wise it doesn't really change that much, and we do get a zoo, some items for the museum then, and for the town hall also another item that we could use, right? And to zinc deposits is not so bad. It's not so bad. We can use this one. Let's get my ships down here to that channel there once more. Actually a bit central here, I guess. That should be fine. Right, so in Cape Trelawney, it should be no problem really anymore. Let's just look to the old world. Here, Bente and Princess Ching are completely dominating, right? So this is their main area where we can't really do that much. Also, Hugo is really strong. You should not mess around with Hugo. He even got the scholars already in all their glory. So the old world is tricky, and I'm not going to touch that for now. The only place where I touch the old world is 2 things. First of all, Eli, he is selling copper and zinc. Now we do need that. How very perfect. Let's get us a new trade route on the way right away from Eli, Wormways Prison, to Cape Trelawney, Larsen. There we have it. And we are purchasing basically all the copper that this nasty fella has. Bit more copper than zinc probably, because we need more than that. And let's use the Penguin too on this trade route, another cargo ship. He's just purchasing those things, and it's really cheap stuff, right? So it will not affect us at all balance wise, and it's a bit of copper and zinc in addition. We can also check up what we need here once more for productions, some epic items that we could use. The soap factory, negative attractiveness minus 100%, and instead of tallow the building processes wood. This is really cool. Not so much for the processing, because let's face it, tallow is really easy actually to produce, but wood, but the negative attractiveness, so the soap factories are not causing any negative attractiveness anymore. That is really cool. I think that's it though for now, and we shouldn't waste our time with any more things that we have on Eli. What I can do, there might be something. Champagne cellar, rum distillery, 40% increase. This is not so bad. Let's also take this item here. That's pretty good for the new world. Let's push the ship back to Crown Falls. Off you go. My little clipper that has been serving us for quite some time now, Star Shadow. Alrighty, and another cool thing is the World Fair superstructure has been finished, phase 3, and we can finish this phase. Boom. And yeah, I think it is the last phase. it might be the last phase now. We do need wood veneer, steam motors and windows, and we have all of that available beside 1,500 artisans and 30 minutes of our time. And with the World's Fair superstructure almost complete, careful work has begun on distinctive glass and steel canopy that will make this grand exhibition hall so very unique. Let's start this phase. It's actually not the last phase, I think. Let's still go ahead. Steam motors, do we have that many of them? Yeah, we have 150. Alright, and brass is also going up now a bit again. So here, the trader for the Arctic will now be able to deliver the brass to the Arctic, and with that we can then finally continue over there as well with our next, well, tier 2 explorers, I think it is. Stay tuned.